gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Celebrate the season at the Roof, 10 floors up with stunning city views and a menu that elevates Utah classics. From Linehouse rolls, elevated funeral potatoes, delicious entrees, and indulgent desserts that make you jingle all the way. Reservations and menu at theroofslc.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
The Utah Jazz rally late and win in overtime. They beat the Dallas Mavericks 140-133. Now, some of you are thrilled by that. Others of you are disturbed that a draft pick might be slipping away to Oklahoma City. Why don't the Jazz do something about that? Why don't they tank games? And Austin Ainge said they weren't going to tank games. Okay, well, Austin Ainge was asked a direct question in a press conference where saying we are going to tank games is an unacceptable answer that would get the club fined. I, however, saw Nurkic resting. He was out officially for rest in a super loud suit. Hey, guys got to let the personality flow. Why are they resting a big man? They don't have that many big men. I mean, how are you going to win? Oh. Was that the first obvious sign of a tank right there? And did it not work because Keanu George was scoring again? 37 points. Too short of a career high. I seem to remember a 39-point game somewhere. The last time. Last time out. And Filipowski and Markkanen went off because Dallas didn't play their big guy either. Didn't see AD out there. And suddenly, the rim was wide open. And everyone could have a go. So the Jazz win. And the Jazz have got a nice little stretch of games going here. They've won 4 of their last 6. They've won 5 of their last 8. We wanted improvement. We're getting improvement. At what cost? at the potential cost of a draft pick. Hey, pick your poison. And many of you have. It's up on our Facebook page, DJ and PK. We'll get to all of that coming up. But it did feel a little like fool's gold watching the game. It was tied at 129 going to overtime, and it was just too high scoring. Now, having said that, if you don't have the size, if you don't have someone at the rim, you're probably a bad defensive team. I mean, we can tell guys to stay in front of guys and prevent the straight line drives. And they can work at that. But NBA players' offensive skills are borderline magical. And if you don't have someone blocking shots, protecting the rim, you're in trouble. Now, are the Jazz really improving, or are they benefiting from the other team trying to tank too? It gets really hard to read. It's like it's not real. What it reminds me of is minor league basketball. Now we know it as the G League. There was a time it was the D League. Back in the dark ages, it was called the CBA. And there was a team in Santa Barbara. And I had to cover it, the Santa Barbara Islanders, who lasted, I think, 2 years. maybe a year and a half. They might have left and they might have folded mid-season. I'm not sure. They weren't there very long. And the number one thing you recognize right away, they don't have bigs. Everybody drives. It's my turn basketball. In that era, everyone wanted to score points and get back to the big leagues. Now it's a little different. It's better because the teams have control and they run the same system. They tell them how to play, and you're in their team. Those teams were all independents. So they're running different systems, and it really turned into my turn basketball. And it really, without a rim protector, it wasn't real. You could do stuff in those games you couldn't do in another game. You couldn't do in a real NBA game when there are one or sometimes even two tall, long, 7-foot shot blockers out there. And in the NBA, you really see the difference between a 7-footer and the 6'9", 6'10 guy. The 6'10 guy. And Dallas had those guys, right? Gafford is pretty big, and he didn't play that much. Powell's pretty big. He's another 6'10 guy. But it just opens the game up. Highlight of the game, don't be late to the game. Did you see Ace Bailey miss the first shot of the game and go get his own rebound and throw it down with one hand? It's all over social media. If you haven't seen that, go find that highlight. That was super impressive. We know he's athletic. We know he's energetic. It's still shocking to see. It was super impressive. And if you missed the first 30 seconds of the game, you missed it because he did it about 15 seconds in. All right, Jazz win. We'll get into more about the draft pick hanging in the balance, and we'll do that coming up next. Hot takes or toast question of the day coming up in the next segment. DJ and PK.
NBA.
Guarded by Jordan Walsh, off to Duncan, back to Cade. Screened by Duran, Cade leans in, fires and hits a three. So smooth.
Quiet the crowd.
96-90.
On Wiggins, drives, steps back, now has Adebayo. Inside, Pirtle floats it up and in, banks it in. Under serious duress.
Bounce pass down low to Thompson, and he throws it away. Loose ball comes down over to Cam Johnson. Front court, Murray in a three. Yeah! 95-93, Denver leads it by 2.
And the Denver Nuggets go on to beat the Houston Rockets in a showdown of two of the top 3 teams, obviously with Oklahoma City being the other. Denver wins 128-125 in overtime. Now, this should have been a marquee game, but it was a mess. I was texting with a Denver Nuggets fan during the game about something else. They're like, I can't concentrate. Right now, I'm worried about NBA officiating. Sure enough, that's from a Nuggets fan who didn't like the way things were going, and they won the game. And then afterwards, Houston Rockets coach Ime Udoka, quote, "That's the most poorly officiated game I've seen in a long time. 2 of them have no business being out there, and the crew chief was acting starstruck." Zach Zarva was the crew chief. Natalie Sago and Jamal Rawls were the ones who had no business being out there. Here's a great quote from Ime Udoka. "You're seeing all kind of inconsistent calls, and I'm sure we should have gotten a few more texts." You people are so terrible, you didn't give us the technical fouls we deserved. Nice. The inconsistency, yeah, that'll get you every time. That's what they want. Call the game consistently. Denver wins in overtime. Those two could see each other in the playoffs. Wouldn't mind seeing a playoff series right there. The Joker fouled out and was on the bench for the final minute of OT as Denver won the game. 39 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists. And Sengun nearly matched him. 33 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists. Point centers. Give them the ball and let them run the offense. 10 assists each for 2 big guys. In the race to the bottom, not many teams around the Jazz, near the Jazz played. The 2 that did, obviously one of them was the Mavericks, and the Jazz beat them. And the other was the Clippers, and the Grizzlies beat them 121-103. The Clippers seemed determined to finish below the Jazz in the standings. They now lost 9 of 10. They're 6-20 overall. Has the curtain come down? We've talked about the Warriors. You know, there comes a point where they're too old. They can't stay healthy. There are flashes. But any great win is followed up by a loss the next night, and they end up being a 500 team. And the Clippers can't even pull that off. Harden, 13 points in 31 minutes. Shadow of himself. Kawhi Leonard did play. 21 points in 37 minutes. The bench, Yeah, not very good. Clippers get beat. Looks like they're a team that could separate the Jazz from the bottom of the standings for sure. NBA Cup final tonight. Knicks and Spurs, T-Mobile Arena. Reports emerging the tournament could be moved out of Las Vegas beginning next year. The league wants to stage the semifinals and finals in a neutral site. They don't want to be a team venue because the first thing I thought when I heard that is, oh, they want to go to Madison Square Garden? Want to go to New York? You want to go to L.A.? More media coverage? Wait, those are team venues. Go to L.A., play in Albert Gersten Pavilion. Back to the WCC, people. Let's get some fold-out bleachers. Where will they go? Seattle? International? Vancouver or Montreal? What are they thinking? To an NFL dome. Bigger crowds. So many possibilities. We'll see what they think. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
Well, the two bits of news involving BYU, and to both of them I say, can we hear them get to the conference season? The Big 12 looks really good. Looks like there's some good teams. I want to see BYU play these teams. But the news is BYU holds static in the AP poll at number 10. The basketball poll, not much of a thing. I suppose if you get to number 1, you get super excited. But we all know BYU is going to get tested in the Big 12, and then they're going to get tested in the NCAA tournament, and that'll determine what we think of this team, which, because of DeBonce's obvious draft potential, is kind of just a one-and-done scenario for the whole team. I mean, you're kind of building a program, but a couple big pieces out the door real quick. And that's college basketball now if you're at the elite level. The other bit of news, they play tonight. The Pacific Tigers. I don't know. They don't like UOP anymore, do they? They want to get rid of that. They want to be Pacific.
Yeah, I think it used to be UOP, and obviously you have that history.
That was a long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, but they've got kind of away from that. They're the Pacific Tigers.
Well, it's a W for BYU by 30 or however many points the coaching staff decides to win by.
So these 4 games, starting with the UC Riverside game leading up to Big 12 play, DJ.
Yeah.
BYU's chances of winning these games, at least the percentages, 99, 97, 99, 99. So this is
Who's the 97?
It's Pacific tonight.
No.
I'm just saying, that's what the...
I don't know how they make that stuff. I don't pay any attention to that stuff.
I'm just saying.
And you know I love me a good number.
These are supposed to be absolute blowouts.
I'll play. I believe that part. That part I believe. I love a good number, but I don't know how they figure out these percentage winning chance, and it's got to be 99.99999. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
The Pittsburgh Steelers stay on script. They beat the Miami Dolphins 28-15. They have won 23 straight Monday Night Football home games. There's a stat. I don't even know how far back does that go. Holy cow.
That was an ESPN thing I saw. So
they stay atop the AFC North. Their odds to win the North are really good because the Baltimore schedule down the stretch, the Ravens are a game back. And the Ravens, this is going to be difficult. They've got the Patriots, then they have to, at home, their last home game, then they go to Green Bay and they go to Pittsburgh. That is not a friendly schedule. And Pittsburgh, with a 1-game lead, still has the Cleveland Browns on the schedule. So one more win, they get to 9. Can the Ravens win 2 out of 3? And then win the tiebreaker. It's not done, but Pittsburgh, who's going to Detroit and Cleveland the next 2 weeks and then home to face Baltimore. Pittsburgh, the overwhelming favorite to win that division, which I think would make the 5 seed a pretty tasty place to be. The Chargers, the Bills, maybe the Patriots if they back up. If they were to lose to the Steelers, could be seeing the Steelers again because Pittsburgh, whoever wins the AFC North, is going to be the 4 seed. So for the 5 seed, you got to go on the road. You got to be on the playoffs. But at least you get a lesser team and an easier path to get started if you're going to make a deep playoff run. Pittsburgh looks, or Baltimore, whoever wins that division, looks like they'll be the worst team in the tournament. Houston's coming now. Houston's got 9 wins. Whoever wins the AFC North will probably be the only AFC team without 10 wins. The other 6 will all be double digits. Most of them are already there now. But for the Steelers, hey, Aaron Rodgers, cold weather game. It was cold, and He must have been flashing back to Green Bay. There were guys wide open. I was watching the Jazz game, so I didn't see all of the Monday night game. But every time I flipped over, it seemed like Aaron Rodgers was throwing to somebody who had nobody around it, except for DK Metcalf. That was one of the most dismissive touchdowns. They should never, ever let the varsity players go back to the elementary school and play tackle football. He was just throwing fourth graders out of the way.
And Aaron Rodgers said it's one of the highlight reel plays of his career. That one did.
It was a highlight reel play. I'm with Aaron Rodgers on that. He stumbles. A guy comes in, just grabs him by the shoulder pad, throws him to his right, and then the poor guy stayed on his feet, but someone coming downfield blocked him. Now, that's not going to be fun to watch on tape. Super impressive touchdown by Metcalf. They ran the ball. Here's the thing with Pittsburgh. They're going to win the division. Mike Tomlin doesn't let his teams play bad football. So they always have a winning record. And in a division where it looks like nobody else is going to win 10 games, maybe the Steelers will get to 10, they win the division. But are they good enough to make a run in the playoffs? Now, the thing you do get with Rodgers that you really only get with Buffalo is playoff experience. Who's won playoff games? Not Bo Nix in Denver. The Chargers? No. The Jaguars? One game. They got one playoff win over the Chargers when the Chargers blew the lead. New England, their guy Drake May, new to the playoffs. So there's not going to be much playoff experience, but the Steelers, they beat bad teams. They lose to good teams. It's hard to believe they're going to do much when they get to the playoffs. And hanging over Tomlin's head is, it's run its course. He can't win a playoff game, nor does the roster look like it's built to win a playoff game. Really, you were planning on making a deep run with a 40-plus-year-old quarterback? That's the kind of thing you do in desperation if you have 3 quarterback injuries in Indianapolis. But that was the Steelers' plan from the get-go. Until they get back in the elite quarterback business, it's hard to believe that they're going to go anywhere. Patrick Mahomes has already had a surgery to repair the ACL and the LCL in his left knee. Procedure was performed by Dr. Dan Cooper, head team physician for the Dallas Cowboys. If you're the head team physician for the Chiefs, you're like, hey, what about me? I'm not chopped liver. Well, you specialize. You specialize in shoulders and you don't do knees.
Or is he a surgeon by trade at all? That's the question about all this.
It is confirmed Micah Parsons did tear his ACL. We all suspected that. That's what it is. Jaden Daniels, we were talking earlier about shutting him down, and he is being shut down. They don't think he's going to be ready for the next week. The Commanders aren't going anywhere. Why run him out there and have him risk another injury? Shut him down. Colts announced Phillip Rivers will be their starting quarterback next Monday. Anthony Richardson has been medically cleared to play after a facial fracture. One of those rubber band rope
careful with those exercise bands,
snapped
and
hit him in the face and fractured his face. That is horrific.
Multiple fractures, too.
No. Whoever's in charge of the exercise bands needs to swap those things out. Was that exercise band being used by Peyton Manning? How old was that thing? Burt Jones? Seriously. How old was that rubber band? DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Here we go. Transfer portal, people. Quarterbacks transferring. Let's start in the Big 12. Cincinnati, Brendan Sorsby. Had some good games. Had a nice year. He's transferring. Where's he going? Florida quarterback DJ Lagway is transferring. Nebraska quarterback Dylan Raiola transferring. Utah about to play Nebraska. Now, Dylan got hurt, so he was out. They went with another kid. So
he had a broken leg, so he's out for the season. But
I wondered, though, he was out for the season, but it happened either late October, early November. And so, 6 weeks. Could he have been back for the bowl game?
Potentially, but
it's all a moot point.
I think at this point, yeah.
Everybody's moving on. Arch Manning will return to play for the Longhorns in 2026, according to his father, Cooper. Good. They were 9-3, and he got better as the season went along. But, we just don't have to compare him to Peyton and Eli. Maybe he'll get there one day, but right now, come on back for another year of college. Interim coach At Michigan, Biff Boji said yesterday's players feel betrayed and angry following the firing and arrest of former coach Sharon Moore. They mentioned there was no playbook to follow in a situation such as this. He said the AD told him basically to love and take care of the kids. And will the interim coach as a Michigan man get promoted and get the job?
He will not. If you know anything about Biff's history, he is a hedge fund millionaire who coaches football essentially for fun.
Okay. So who's it going to be? There's rumors we're going to find out today.
We'll see.
There's rumors about Dillingham getting an extension, but there's rumors that it's not going to work out and he's going to land in Michigan. You got Fish there in Washington. Got a former Ute coach sitting by the phone. You never know. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
I just think that pace and that urgency, the urgency in the third to, not only play the right way, but bear down and score on your chances. I think if we bring that every game, we got a good chance to win every night.
There's Dylan Gunther, who does a good job of bearing down and scoring game-winning goals. We're going to talk with Mike Folta about all the game winners he's piling up. Mike Folta, Utah Mammoth radio voice, will join us coming up at 8 o'clock. The Mammoth are in action tonight in Boston to take on the Bruins. Puck drop set for 5 o'clock, so hockey night in Utah will be hockey afternoon in Utah, starting at 4 o'clock. Buffalo Sabres fired their general manager, Kevin Adams, after 5+ years on the job. The Sabres have been struggling, to put it politely.
Come on. I know you want to try this name.
They're in last place again. Kevin Adams.
No, the new name of their new GM.
Oh. Jarmo Kekalainen.
Jarmo Kekalainen.
Jarmo.
As I understand it.
Okay. Jarmo or Yarmi? Jarmo?
Jarmo.
Okay. The J you really should figure out, but the I on the end, unless you have a typo there. Is that a typo? I is next to O on the keyboard. I would have never guessed Jarmo when it ends MI.
Yeah, I believe it. I did type that one.
Oh! Led me astray and then hammered me for the pronunciation.
He spent 11 years in Columbus as their GM. He's the first European-born GM in NHL history.
All right. Well, there you go. Buffalo in last place, again. Sure, they made the change. The important thing is that the Mammoth got Paterka out of there before they made the change. That's what's important.
Meanwhile, Josh Stone's been playing pretty well out there in Buffalo.
What is trending? Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Mike Folta, Mammoth radio voice at 8 o'clock. Ben Anderson talking jazz. We will also talk jazz next. Ben will be here at 9 o'clock. We will be talking jazz next with the question of the day because the Jazz are winning, but there's a segment of the fan base that isn't too happy about that. We'll get to that coming up. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 still looking pretty good for your drivers in Utah County and Davis County. It's starting to slow down a little bit for drivers in South Salt Lake, though a couple of pockets of slowing between Draper and the South Interchange currently. If you're out on the west side of the things, the 201 freeway seeing a bunch of delays as you go through Magna right now. This update is brought to you by our friends over at GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or once again visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this.
There's another conversation to be had about the 12-team playoff, how BYU was treated by that committee this time around, which is very, very discouraging and disappointing because BYU did not get the respect that they deserved. They were underranked the entire process, which put them behind the 8 ball unfairly. When you take their resume and you match it up with Miami and Notre Dame and even Alabama, you can make a case for BYU needing to be ahead of those teams. They said BYU wasn't in before going into this week. Well, why not? You should have punished them after the Big 12 championship game. And why did BYU get punished for playing the Big 12 championship game and Alabama didn't? Alabama's sitting right now with 3 losses. One of those losses was double-digit loss to a 5-7 team, and they replayed the team that they beat that everyone's hanging their hat on with that game and that win over Georgia, and they got absolutely boat raced on the same Saturday that BYU did. Why are they getting excused? They didn't even move.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you feel behind in your retirement planning? Call Teton Wealth Group now, 435-255-6331, and our team will create for you your own complimentary Ascent plan that will show you how you can have a retirement full of purpose, prosperity, and joy. Just call Teton Wealth Group, 435-255-6331. If you're anxious about your finances in retirement, call Teton Wealth Group at 435-255-6331 for your own Ascent plan. That's 435-255-6331.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
This holiday season, make your wish list a reality at Performance Automotive in Bountiful. When you choose performance, you're choosing selection, convenience, and exceptional service. With 3 locations, Performance Honda, Performance Toyota, and Performance Ford, Performance Automotive is here to serve your needs. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, driven to be the best. Start your search today at performancebountiful.com. Performance Automotive. Driven to be the best. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Utah's holiday magic starts here. Now through January 3rd, discover South Jordan's newest holiday tradition at the ballpark at America First Square. Holiday Lights transforms the ballpark into a breathtaking winter wonderland, complete with music, interactive fun, and festive displays the whole family will love. Holiday Lights is proudly presented by Minky Couture. For tickets and details, visit the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable. Celebrate Utah's newest holiday tradition, Holiday Lights at the ballpark.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the Utes Sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Question of the morning starts with a couple statements. The Jazz beat the Mavericks in overtime. Utah is 4-2 in the last 6 games. Also 5-3 in the last 8. And that brings us to the question. Are you happy they're winning or upset they might lose the draft pick? Matthew, maybe the Utah Jazz head coach should yell and cuss more. Seems to help. I think urgency and energy definitely help. And the coach stepping into the huddle, some flamethrowers like that, can get people's attention. Also, rotating minutes around to different players can get people's attention. People like it when the minutes rotate to them. Not so cool with minutes rotating away from them. But you do need that because the games come fast and furious. It seems like a nonstop series of games. And sometimes you need that. And sometimes the coach wears himself out with the team, and then the team needs a new coach. So it's a fine balance. But Matthew, we get your point. And you're not wrong. Lucas says, are you happy they're winning and upset they lose the pick? He says, yeah, if the front office did their job the last 5 years, they shouldn't need this other draft pick. They should have 5 good players that they got in trades and draft picks. Lucas is ready for the rebuild to be over. Should have already made the decisions. Here's the deal, though. If you think you have a chance to get in a lottery and get a generational player, you never mind adding one more. Which is why we're seeing so many teams tank this year. I mean, right now, 7 or 8, easy, which means by January or February, 10 or 11. Dallas got Cooper Flagg. You think they don't want to put A.J. Devonsa next to him? Are you kidding me? Of course they do. Absolutely they do. Be some serious tanking going on in Dallas. But if the other team isn't playing a shot blocker, the players aren't motivated to tank. Cooper Flagg's not motivated to tank. Motivated to go out and become the youngest guy to score 40 points in a game in the NBA. Got out there and scored 42. Players aren't motivated to tank to bring someone in who will take minutes away from them or take shots away from them. Getting the players and the coach motivated to tank, that's tough. Tanking's more of a front office thing. Luke, what have they done with any draft picks? Bragged about compiling them, then trade them away and tell us they're not valuable. Then tank for some more low-value picks. Sweet plan. Luke's a little frustrated now. I don't blame you, Luke. I mean, you're right. What have they done with the picks? Who do we know for sure is a top 10 or 20 player? Because if you don't have players who are top 10 or top 20, you're going to end up stuck in the middle. A collection of really nice players who are the 40th best player in the NBA, how far is that going to get you? When you get down to, even when you get to the second round of the playoffs, how many of those teams don't have a player in the top 15 in the league? 1 or 2, maybe? Yeah, maybe they have hit on one of these guys. One of these guys is going to blow up, and we don't know it yet. I wouldn't bet on that. As much as Keontae George is scoring right now, you know, there are a couple hitches there. One, his size. Can good defensive teams shut him down? Or not shut him down. Can they slow him down? Make him less efficient? Because 7 for 21 points on 7 for 22 shooting isn't going to win you playoff games. And I did watch that game last night and think, and I was watching it with in the studio with Jake Scott and with Tim Lacombe. He's talking about, like, how much of this is fool's gold. There's no 7-2 player at the rim. And if PK were here, and he'll be back tomorrow, he's on vacation. If he were here, he'd say, well, yeah, but a 7-2 guy who's poorly motivated in the regular season might not really tell you what you need to know, which is true. Now, the 7-2 guy fully motivated in the playoffs. That's why playoff basketball is so much more intense than regular season basketball. But what we saw last night, and what we're going to see anytime teams in the bottom third of the league play each other, is watered-down teams. So how much of it is fool's gold? Maybe the guy scoring 30 would only score 20 or 25. Even the decisions that get made in the game. In that game last night, turn and attack the rim. It took 15 seconds for Ace Bailey to attack the rim, and it was fabulous. But everything's different when you put someone who's bigger, taller, longer, and athletic in the middle, and you defend. And if both teams don't have that, it's going to be a really different game. And that's what last night was, a really different game. Caleb, if OKC gets AJ because we lose their pick to them, that'd be awful. Okay, that really is a worst-case scenario there, Caleb. I get there is a mathematical chance that could happen. You know, Jazz end up drafting somewhere between 10th and 14th, and they got to hand the pick over, and the odds up for those teams are just minuscule. And then they hit, yeah, that would be horrific. That would be absolutely horrific. But, Caleb, right now you're borrowing trouble from the future. I'll let you borrow a little trouble from the future. You're borrowing a lot of trouble from the future. I mean, this is all borrowing trouble from the future because we're considering what's going to happen on the draft pick, and we don't know, and there's so many variables. I mean, they could draft somebody, and they've hit on a lot of draft picks, but they could pick a bust. They could pick somebody who looks good, starts out good, and then has a bunch of injuries in their careers. This could play out so many ways. We're just going to go with the odds. Generally, high draft pick good, no draft pick bad. Obviously, there are a lot of outcomes in all these scenarios that are all over the map. Matt, the real irony is Cooper Flagg scoring his rookie career high against the Jazz. So much for capture the flag. Hashtag capture the flag in all bold. Nice, Matt. Yeah, that didn't work out. And he did get the rookie career high against the Jazz. But let's face it, Matt, we can't even really crack on the Jazz. They enabled him. Kessler has an injury. That's real. Nurkic needed to rest. That's not real. Open up the lane, let him score. Our young guys can play and get experience, and we can lose the game. And then the Jazz win the game. But there's going to be more of that coming up. Because when you think you've done something subtle, or maybe even really not that subtle, to tank, maybe the other team has too. And we're going to be saying that a lot in the NBA this year. Well, Leroy can see the future. He is staring deep across time and space. Each win in December equals 4 more tank games in March and April. Ain't no way they're going to give up that pick just to be in the play-in bracket. When you drop an ain't no way on purpose, you are serious. Leroy is serious about this take. Ain't no way they're giving up that pick just to be in the play-in bracket. Go ahead. Glance at the standings today because your Utah Jazz are above the first line. Yes, they are in 10th place in the West. They are in play-in territory. There are 9 teams with worse records with the Jazz, and Chicago has an identical record. It is not hard to get into the middle third of the NBA right now. It's not hard at all. And I don't think that's very good for the product in the long run. I don't think basketball people walking around thinking a third of these teams aren't even trying, they're interested in losing. That is not great. Now, the NBA can learn from the NFL, and I think they are. Hide the bad teams, promote the good teams. Don't put the bad teams on national TV. Put the good teams, the big brands, and the watchable stars on network TV. And that's what the NFL does. You look at who plays on Thursday night, Sunday night, and Monday night. The teams you don't want to see are hidden, regionalized, Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon if they're in the West. Looking at you, Raiders. Nobody wants to watch that. Hide it. And that's where the NBA sits right now. I mean, there always has to be a worst third of the NBA. It just seems like the worst third of the NBA right now is really a long way away. There was a lot of separation, which is going to lead to these wins that are fool's gold, quite frankly. Just don't know that they're real. Jesse's okay with the winning. There are fans complaining, but Jesse is okay with the winning. The draft is always a gamble. That is true, Jesse. It is. But how many teams have been built without getting fortunate in the draft? And either you get lucky because you move up and you pick a player who's a no-brainer. Everybody would have picked Wembanyama. Everybody would have picked Duncan. Everybody would have picked Robinson. Thanks for the no-brainer, San Antonio. Or you hit on somebody later. Find your Joker. Find your Giannis. Find your Manu Ginobili in the second round. It is a gamble, Jesse, I agree. But it's a gamble you got to win. And you can't win if you don't play. And the Jazz are winning enough right now, they may not be able to play in that game. Ethan, I just want Danny Ainge to make up his mind. Good news, Ethan. Danny Ainge has made up his mind. He wants Austin to call the shots. Danny would like a little more family time. He'd like a little more golf time. Doesn't mind going to a game here and there, telling Austin, hey, I like this guy, I don't like that guy. But diving deep into the cap and obsessing over all of that, feels like Danny Ainge is ready to let somebody else do that. But I think to Ethan's bigger point, the biggest flaw in this rebuild, and usually when we look at flaws in a rebuild, we look at a trade that went awry. Oh, how did the Clippers give away Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? No wonder they're terrible right now and Oklahoma City's good. What were they doing? That's a common story. Or we look at a bust in a draft pick. Or we look at luck in the lottery. Of course the Spurs are good. They've hit 3 times. They've drafted number 1, number 2, and number 4. The Jazz have drafted number 5, number 9, number 10. Come on. They've gotten lucky. That's the normal rebuild story. The hitch in this rebuild does appear to be too much winning. Not fully committing to being terrible and getting the best players possible. Cody Williams did a few things last night. Had to raise your eye, turned that corner, went to the hoop, threw down a dunk. One dunk against a team that doesn't have a rim protector. I mean, let's not go crazy, but then he had a little confidence, and he hit a couple shots. He had a nice little run right there. And it catches our eye because he hasn't had nice little runs like that. And it's nothing more than a nice little run. But it's progress for Cody.
And as Ben Anderson,
take the progress,
who will join us later on, said that dunk and then the follow-up sequence, right? Mm-hmm. That's the best two-play sequence of his entire NBA career to date.
Right.
And to your point, DJ, it's
lots of players.
Yeah.
Remember the immortal, longtime Jazz fans will remember this guy. I got to get his name right. Linus Kleza?
Yeah.
Was he Lithuanian?
Yes, Linus Kleza, Jazz killer.
He'd go for 40 against the Jazz.
Played for the Golden State Warriors routinely.
And the Denver Nuggets also, I think.
Yeah.
And what else did he do? I mean, that was a game. That wasn't a couple nice possessions. But for Cody, it's progress. Right? He was out on the floor. He looked lost. I mean, he just looked lost. So now he looks out. He goes out there, makes a play, makes another good play, makes another nice play. Okay, good. It's a step forward. It's a long road, and there are many steps left to be done, but a step forward. But the Jazz, fully committing to the rebuild, they always win a few too many games. And the first year when they didn't gut the roster and they started 10-3 and Mike Conley was still on the roster and they wanted to hold out and get more for him, I get that, but it bit him. If you're going to tank. Be terrible. Now you also have to get lucky, and last year the Jazz did commit to the tank. They did have the worst record. They got no good luck whatsoever. Then dropped to number 5. But maybe their luck was Ace Bailey having that manager and his crazy plan to get him to the Wizards. Number 1, why do you want to go to the Wizards? What? But it worked out. So far, so good with Ace. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You hit us up on Twitter. Are you happy the Jazz are 4-2 in their last 6, 5-3 in their last 8? Or are you upset they might lose the draft pick? We have more on that coming up. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Mike Folta, radio voice of the Mammoth, joins us at 8 o'clock. He's about 15 minutes away. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We do have one crash right now, northbound I-15, just before the exit for Bangerter Highway. It's moving over to the right shoulder. Still seeing slowdowns through that area. Also seeing some slowing to the south interchange and up in Davis County between Farmington and Centerville. This update is brought to you by UTA. You can do just about anything while you ride. You won't even notice all the traffic you're missing along the way. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
From holiday hosting to unforgettable gifts, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience. And now, during their Sizzle All the Way sale, you can get 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $35 off with promo code SKY at checkout. I was lucky enough to receive Omaha Steaks as a gift, and it was everything I had hoped for. Items were individually packaged so I could cook for the entire family. Or if I was the only one home, I would treat myself with a delicious steak, sides, and even dessert. I loved those nights by myself. Right now is the perfect time to save on delicious gifts and holiday hosting favorites. Every steak is perfectly aged to maximize tenderness and hand-cut by master butchers in America's heartland. It's holiday magic made easy. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off site-wide during their Sizzle All the Way sale. And for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, code SKY.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths and snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Artist of the day, ZZ Top lead singer Billy Gibbons celebrates his 76th birthday. Brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts, events in 2025, check out livenation.com. Sliding in the 76-year-old before PK comes back and cracks on you for it. Is that what's happening?
Top, one of your famous promos I still bring around every so often, is you guys having some of ZZ Top back in the day. So it's not.
I don't remember that.
Oh, it's a classic.
Okay, I'm losing it. Seriously, right now I can't recall that.
It's years.
I remember singing Frampton. I don't remember the ZZ Top.
It was more about like you guys were having fun with how ZZ Top related to younger generations, and some guy, I think it was back when we had the text line. It's that old, DJ. We had the text line still.
Well, that's why I can't remember it. That text line had to be.
It's at least 5 years.
No. The text line went away 10 years ago, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, the text line was gone before the pandemic.
So yeah. But like people were
remember there was a manager who wanted to end the text line.
Good point.
And how long has that manager been gone?
It's been a while. Yeah, no, but it was how ZZ Top related to even younger generations, considering at that point they were in their 60s.
The thing about ZZ Top is the look.
Yeah,
the look just stopped traffic. As soon as you saw it, you had to stop. Okay, now what's going on here?
The beards, man.
Right, yeah, and it's not nothing wrong with the music. They got their hits again. Yeah, but the look stops traffic.
Yeah, so it was more about them being timeless, I guess is the best way to say it.
Coming up at 8:30, we're going to get more into this. What is going on with Kyle Whittingham? What's the deal with Kyle? What is he going to do? I talked to somebody close to Kyle last night who insists this guy is not retiring. He loves a challenge. His mind doesn't stop. He doesn't. He loves his cross. He's famous for doing crossword puzzles while he's on the Stairmaster. Because the mind doesn't stop. He wants to problem solve. I was told, anybody who paints Kyle as someone who is tired, worn out, ready to stop, the NIL transfer portal era. Now, Kyle, and I think we've all seen this to be true. Kyle just. It doesn't matter if he loves it or hates it. It is. So figure out how to make it work for you. Figure out how, and he loves that, and he's not done with that. So what does that mean? And we've got the poll question up. We'll get to that coming up. NFL analyst or assistant coach or head coach for a big pro. I mean, be a Michigan man, which I have unfairly good authority. Kyle finds us doing a poll question. With some of these answers in there, he finds that funny. Ha ha. But the point is, he's looking for a challenge. He's not ready to be in a rocking chair on the porch with his feet up doing nothing all day. What does something look like? Is there a major college program that wants someone of his age? College isn't about the long run anymore. It's about now. And ADs on average stay in a job 5 years. When there's an AD who needs a win, who thinks, can we win in 1, 2, or 3 years with this guy? Everybody's looking at what Indiana did. Indiana was arguably, and Vanderbilt might argue, but they're arguably the worst program. And now look at them. I mean, Kansas and Kansas State at different times in their history have arguably been the worst programs. Oregon and Oregon State in my lifetime have been at the very bottom of the barrel. And everybody's found their way up. And you know who couldn't find their way up in my lifetime? Indiana. They were in the 1967 Rose Bowl? Huh. Somebody better roll out some black and white film for me. I'm old and I can't remember it. Seriously, I have no memory of that. None. And Indiana did it like that. Everybody else wants it like that. And you can say AD should be more reasonable. You know who isn't more reasonable? The people writing the multi-million-dollar checks. If they're going to spend their money, and if that guy can do it, why can't your guy do it? So I think, as this all circles back to Kyle, if you can do it, the age thing isn't that big a deal. Because everybody wants it done now. The AD wants it done now because the booster wants it done now. So what does Kyle want? Well, Kyle isn't saying out loud what he wants. I'm left with a perception that he wasn't super excited to be stepping down at Utah. Now, how willing was he to do it? It's hard to make Kyle do things he doesn't want to do. Mark Harlan has made a lot of changes in a lot of positions at the U. This is one of the last ones. You know, people who are loyal to Kyle are mad at Mark. If Kyle retired 1 year after Morgan left because Morgan got tired of waiting, all the U fans would be mad at Mark. You can say that puts Mark in a tough spot, and I would just say what I said to a boss once when they complained about something like that. Well, you're the one who wanted this job. If you don't want to deal with these problems, don't apply to be athletic director, because those are the problems. But Kyle's not the only one who likes to solve crossword puzzles. There was a time we could have said with Tom Holmoe at BYU, hey, that guy's got a lot of problems. Guess what? Tom figured out how to solve a lot of the problems. Did he solve all of them? No. There will always be problems. But I think if you look back to the last 20 years, Tom solved a lot of them. There will be new problems going forward. So I get why. Now, the thing is, I think Mark Harlan wanted this to happen. I'm struggling to figure out how much he could really make this happen, but I do know what he has to make happen going forward. The money's going to escalate. And the U was in a great position, and they're still in a very good position. But that can slip away quickly if you don't have the money. And this deal they made with private equity, that's a huge infusion of cash. It's got to work. It's got to work in the short term and the long term. And if this makes you nervous because ADs and presidents move so quickly, I get it. That's the way the industry works. ADs and presidents do move quickly, and they do make major decisions. And I think the current AD and the current president of the U just made a major decision. And for the health of the Utah Athletic Department, it's got to work. They got to find a way to make it work. And if they move on before it works, like so many ADs and presidents have, and right now Utah State fans are standing there with hands on hips. Oh, you think they move on? Let me tell you some stories. I know. We've watched what's happened in Logan. There have been people coming and going at a stunning clip. Hopefully that's settling down now at Utah State. But it's multiple big bets by the U right here. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what Kyle does. And maybe he will ski golf grandpa. And that's doing quite well in the poll. And there's nothing wrong with that if that's what he chooses. But, man, talking to people close to him, doesn't sound like that's what he's going to choose. But time will tell, because Kyle has a way of saying what he wants to say when he wants to say it. He's been doing that at press conferences for years. I've had a front row seat to that. Well, actually a back row seat. I tend to sit in the last row at his Monday press conferences. But he's done that over and over. And that press release, he's stepping down. He didn't use the word retire, and he didn't do it on purpose. On purpose. So what does that mean next? Stay tuned. Coming up next, Mike Folta, radio voice of the Utah Mammoth. Stay with us.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, it's Youngbloods Idols, the World Tour to the UCCU Center in Orem on May 13th, 2026. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
The Hercules Local Business Spotlight this holiday season is Ty the Window Guy. Which started in 1998 as a small side job cleaning windows, has grown into a trusted local business built on quality service and long-lasting relationships. More than 27 years later, Ty still serves many of his first clients with the same dependable care that built his reputation. To learn more or schedule your next window cleaning, visit TyTheWindowGuy.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers joins us. John, the countdown to Christmas is on.
'Tis the season, DJ, and as you know, at J. Brooks Jewelers, every year we work very hard to have the perfect gift for the special people in your life. From the most brilliant diamonds to make it a perfect holiday season for her that she will just never forget, or perhaps an amazing new diamond bracelet or necklace to add to her collection for a memory to last all year. And don't forget our wonderful selection of amazing stacking diamond wedding bands that she has always wanted, an all-time favorite for all of our customers. So no matter what the budget, our all-female buying team understands what the ladies are looking for, and we have things in every budget to make it a perfect holiday season. So stop in person, J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or shop online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Remember, J. Brooks Jewelers, where women know what women want.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls, perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics, spice meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Great gifting starts at the Garden Restaurant. Dine-in or online orders, festive flavors, fresh baked treats, and hot cocoa daily. Open late during the holidays. Visit thegardenslc.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Rumors spreading round in that Texas town. About the shack outside.
DJ PK on vacation, back tomorrow. Mike Folta, Utah Mammoth radio voice, joins us once again. Mike, good morning.
DJ, good morning. I'm here at TD Garden in beautiful Boston, and I'm sitting at a bar here at the rink getting ready for morning skate. If you see me put this to my lips, it is canned water. It is not an alcoholic beverage. I don't want anybody thinking I'm getting after it this early, but I have a beautiful view of what I think is the Charles River, watching the oyster farmers haul in with their fresh catch of the day. And we're getting ready for a second game of a 3-game road trip here against the Boston Bruins. So all is well. Good to see that that PK is cashing in that PTO a little early here on getting ready for the holidays, huh?
Exactly. I think he did connect with a little bit of family and all that. So I think he's getting ahead of the holiday curve right there. Now, when you look out the window, are you looking at the bridge in Bunker Hill?
There are multiple bridges. I don't see any redcoats retreating, so
Okay.
I cannot confirm that it's Bunker Hill or not.
Neither confirm nor deny. That's worth the walk if you have time in the middle of the day.
I did do the Freedom Trail this summer, and I'm a big history guy, and it is very cool to walk around. You can see like the Old North Church and stuff, but I made the mistake of thinking that everything was going to be kind of condensed like in one area. And as I walked throughout the Freedom Trail, I soon realized that like, no, this is really spread out all across Boston and Charlestown. And I walked about 21,000 miles before lunch that day. So I was not a happy camper. And I was not wearing like walking clothes. I was in like khakis and like a dress shirt, and because I was there for a wedding, and it was 85% humidity. I just come from Utah where there's no humidity, and so I was not loving life.
Cooking yourself right there. That's what you were doing. You know who else is cooking right now? How about Dylan Guenther? How many OT game winners? What should the over-under be for the season for him? What do you think?
I mean, he's on pace for like 7 right now, probably. Just doing some quick Purdue math off the top. But he's got 3, and we're 30-something games into an 82-game schedule. He's got 3 game winners, and he had another one on Sunday afternoon against the Pittsburgh Penguins, and what was a crazy come-from-behind win for Utah in that game. And I tell you what, DJ, like when Guenther has the puck on his stick in those big moments, it feels like, it feels like Mahomes, or that's a bad example now, I guess, but like Tom Brady when he's got the ball with 2 minutes left to go win the game. And I'm not comparing Guenther to these Hall of Famers. I'm just saying it's that same feeling you get when he gets the puck on his stick in a big moment. You're thinking like, all right, this one's in the bag. You can call in the dogs, put out the fire. This one's over. Like Gunther's going to go win it right now. Dating back to last year, he has more game-winning goals than anybody else since the start of last year, and he's only 22 years old. So he has that clutch gene, and I think more than anything, he's the guy that wants the puck on his stick in those big moments.
In basketball, there's an expression, swing, swing. And so that's where you get the ball and defense is running at you. And what it means is 2 passes, you swing to the other side of the court, you're going to get a wide open shot. And you can see fans have heard that so much that like, fans know it. And I'm curious because you said when Gunther has the puck on his stick, because I think he's at his best moments, whatever the hockey, and I don't know what the hockey lingo would be for swing, but when they move the puck to the other side of the rink, and he's already, man, the arms are up, the stick is in the air, like, I know what's going to happen, right? He's going to hit that thing as hard as he can, and he's probably going to put it on target, and just the only question is, reaction time for whoever's in goal. So,
yeah,
would you rather
you're talking
have it
about
on
the
his
one-timer on the power play, right?
Well, the one-timer on the power play is a thing of beauty. So, would you rather have it on his stick, or would you rather have the puck on the other side of the ice thinking, here it comes? Maybe he hasn't even cocked and loaded yet, but you know it's coming. Or is he more dangerous with the puck on his stick?
That one-timer has been so effective for him on the power play for Utah. And what we saw in November when Utah struggled on the power play was that teams had started to cheat towards him, and penalty kills had started to really focus on him, and that made it hard for Utah's power play to get going because he had like 3 guys in front of him when he's trying to unleash one of those slap shots. I think he leads the league. I believe he leads the league with 6 slap shot goals, which includes those one-timers that he's firing on the power play. So that's just one of the best shots in the league right now is a Dylan Gunther slap shot. But he's also made a concentrated effort this season to score in a variety of ways. And we've seen that, like him going to the net hard and using his underrated speed to create space as well. So I think it would be bad for us to discount the other ways that he can score outside of just that one-timer that everybody thinks about with him. It's like that Ovechkin shot, right? As a right-handed shot on the left circle, shooting the one-timer from there. But he scored a variety of ways this year. He scored on breakaways. He's able to change his release angle on the shot. I equate it to like a basketball player being able to shoot off platform or off balance and still connect. He can kind of do that too, where even when he's not in that full windup, if he's just shooting a wrist shot per se, he can change the angle at the last moment to fool goalies. And it's not always as much the speed with which he beats goalies on the shot, but a lot of times it's that angle that changes at the last second, which alters the geometry of the whole play for these goalies. 15 goals on the year for Gunner. He now leads the team in that category and is on pace for a career year.
When it's 3-0, you breaking out stories figuring this is over, or are you sitting there thinking, Thurl Bailey, the TV analyst for the Jazz, has a phrase whenever you start talking to him about big, he lets his voice break on purpose. Thurl has a super deep voice. If you ever hear him sing an anthem or something like that, it's unbelievable. But he'll go, it could happen. It could happen, which is his way of saying, yeah, it could happen. It's not going to happen. Calm down, DJ. So were you thinking it could happen, or were you thinking you never know?
We definitely thought it could happen because the day before for Pittsburgh, they had played the day before. They had played Saturday. Utah played them Sunday. The day before on Saturday, the Penguins had blown a 5-1 lead in the third period. And they had actually blown third period leads in 3 straight games coming into Sunday's game. And so we were thinking, like, we got a chance here. And up to that point through 2 periods, the Mammoth had been outplaying Pittsburgh, even though the goal, the scoreboard didn't reflect that. But the Mammoth have been getting way more shots, way more high danger chances. And so you felt pretty good about the team's game, even though they didn't have anything to show for it. And I told our producer, Will Trebshaw, on Hockey Day in Utah, I was like, all right, guys, if I'm going to start the third period like the comeback has started. And then if it gets better, if it doesn't get any better, or if it stays the same, if it stays 3-0, or if it gets worse, then, yeah, we'll start telling jokes. But we got that first goal just over a minute into the third period to start the comeback. And talking with Penguins personnel after the game, they were saying, oh, yeah, once the Mammoth made it 3-1, we knew it was over. We knew the comeback was on. And so they had that inkling of doom, whereas at 3-1, I wasn't quite like all the way in, but going off of past results for Pittsburgh, we knew that we had a chance.
They're doing all this without Cooley. Do you have any update on his timeline, how he's doing? I don't know if you get to interact with players who are rehabbing that much. What can you tell people?
Yeah, the team announced that he's going to be he's going to be out for at least 8 weeks. And when that was announced, which was a week ago, that basically created this timeline of the Olympics for Cooley to potentially come back. And so we're expecting him to be out at least until that Olympic break, which starts in early February. And so when it was announced, those 8 weeks basically take you all the way up until the Olympic break. And then that Olympic break gives Cooley a little bit more cushion to rehab and come back. And it's a bummer for a lot of our training staff because the broadcasters during this 3-week Olympic break, like, I'm going to be in Mexico. I'm going to go home, relax, like, shut off the brain for a little bit. But we have a bunch of guys who are going to be practicing, rehabbing, things like that over the break. So our poor trainers and equipment staff, they are basically like on the clock during the break. So there's not really an off time for them. Those guys are the glue across the NHL that keeps everybody held together, the trainers and the equipment staff. So props to them because they're going to be working with Cools during the break to try and get Utah's star back for that last push of the year. 25 games after the Olympic break. So as long as Utah is in the mix up until then in February, like, they'll have a chance to make the postseason.
The postseason race, I mean, there's a bunch of teams clumped together. There's so far to go. I don't know how much to read into that. I don't know if you want to read into that. If you think there's anybody in that group you think is destined to pull away, maybe somebody's in that group you think is destined, to drop to the bottom and won't stay in that group. And the other thing that's influencing this right now is the team is clearly so much better at home than they are on the road, and they played so many more road games than home games. So you factor those things in. Where do you think this race is going?
Well, I think the schedule definitely gets better for the Utah Mammoth after Christmas. Since the second week of November all the way up until Christmas, this team is in the middle of a stretch right now of 21 games in 37 days. So just quickly off the top, that's playing every other day with a bunch of back-to-backs thrown in. That's tough. And especially in Utah's division right now, which I think is fair to say is the group of death in the NHL. You've got Colorado, who's the best team in the league by far. You have a Dallas team that was one of the odds-on favorites to win the Cup at the start of the year and is still right there. Then you have Minnesota team that just traded for Quinn Hughes, who's one of the best defensemen in the world. Those are the three teams that are currently in front of Utah right now. And it would be really tough for the Mammoth to catch any one of those three, I think. But Utah is currently just outside of the playoff picture by like a tiebreaker. But they have the same amount of points as the teams that are inside those wild card spots. The Mammoth are where they need to be, and kind of our notion heading into this year was like, just get through this tough part of the schedule up until Christmas. Just stay in the race, stay within striking distance through Christmas, because it's been a really tough schedule from November into December with all the road games that you mentioned. That's a huge factor. Mm-hmm. This schedule is going to get much more Mountain Blue friendly come March and April, when the team's going to be at home a bunch, and there's going to be a bunch of Central Division games on the back half of the schedule, which will be opportunities for Utah to make hay in the standings. So this team is in a fine spot right now. It was not the November that anybody wanted, where Utah had the worst points percentage in the league, but the team already has as many wins here in the month of December as they had in November. Things are looking up. And even though you don't have Logan Cooley, this team has now strung together several performances where they're playing the way they need to, even if they're not getting the results. And this has always been a process-oriented group under head coach Andre Tourney. And that process is going to start swinging back in their favor once we get more home games and once the schedule opens up a little bit after the holidays.
Well, I like what you said about group of death, because with Colorado, Dallas, and Minnesota, they have 3 of the top 4 point totals in the league, and they're all packed in the same division. So catching those 3 is is a tall task. But all those other teams, whether it's Edmonton, San Jose, the LA Kings, whoever, all bunched up there, and someone will rise and someone will fall. We'll see what happens with that home road split, because this back-to-back here is road games 21 and 22, and they've only played 14 home games. So pretty lopsided there. The big moves, you mentioned one of the trades. There have been a couple big moves here, and actually we've had a general manager fired. Anything happen around the league that really catches your eye that you will think have an impact on the Mammoth? How does it everything comes back to the old joke. How does it affect me, Al Franken?
Well, it's hard not to start with the trade that the Minnesota Wild made to acquire Quinn Hughes from the Vancouver Canucks. Quinn Hughes is, I think, pretty safe to say the second best defenseman in the NHL behind Colorado's Cale Makar. And so now you essentially have the three best defensemen in the NHL, all in one division, all in Utah's division. Cale Makar of Colorado, Miro Heiskanen of the Dallas Stars, and now Quinn Hughes of Minnesota. So Bill Guerin, who's the general manager for the Minnesota Wild, is really pushing his chips towards the middle to try and vault Minnesota into championship contention. They've been a playoff team the last several years, but they haven't necessarily been in that upper crust of the Western Conference. And now adding a player like Quinn Hughes, that totally changes. Utah has been very good against Minnesota dating back to last year. The Mammoth have never lost to the Wild in regulation. They lost to them in a shootout once last year, but they beat them 4 out of the 5 times they played them, including a game this year when the Mammoth just boat raced Minnesota up in St. Paul. So you have to think that those figures have a chance at changing, with Minnesota getting a lot better on the back end. So that's going to make it tougher for Utah. And it kind of, I don't want to say it cements the Mammoth into a wild card spot, but it makes it really hard for Utah to get anything better than a wild card spot in the playoffs, just because they're already 8 points back of Minnesota as we wake up this morning. Minnesota just became a better team, and you would need either injuries or, a coach getting fired essentially for the Mammoth to take one of the top 3 spots in the Central Division. So those 3 teams are all going for it right now. The good news is that Utah has been really good against the best teams in the Central. They've beat Colorado this year, not many teams can say that in the NHL this season. They beat Colorado. They should have beat Dallas. They lost by 1 goal. They beat Winnipeg, was the President's Trophy winning team from a year ago. They've slipped a little bit right now. Hellebuck's injured, but Utah beat Winnipeg when Hellebuck was healthy. So that was one of the better wins of the year. And they've beat Minnesota. So of those 4 teams that are kind of at the top of the Central Division with Utah, the Mammoth have beat 3 of them, and the other one, Dallas, they lost by 1 goal. They should have won. So Utah is stacked up really well against the best teams in the Central. It's just a matter of doing that consistently and taking care of business against the other teams on your slate, and that means trying to pick up some more points on this road trip.
All right, well, Boston and Detroit back-to-back. You enjoy that. And if you have time, you don't want to be walking around town. If you have time, that 1-hour bus tour that loops you to all the sites where you can just sit and not break a sweat, ask for the driver, Vinny from the North End. I was on that, and Vinny from the North End, he's got patter, he's got jokes, he's got nonstop. So,
Yeah, there's no way Vinny from the North End doesn't have a wicked Boston accent, too, I bet.
Wicked. One of his deals is that there's the Boston Commons, and there's basically a huge cemetery in the middle of downtown. So he pulls up and he points out Samuel Adams' grave, second president. And then he points over, no, that was John Adams, wrong Adams. But anyways, he points out Samuel Adams' grave, founding father. And then he points out this famous bar in Boston. He says, that's the one place where you can sit and you can drink a cold Sam Adams while you look out at a cold Sam Adams. That's the kind of stuff Vinny's just doing. And he's got something for every stop. He's got his patter. He's got his whole. At one point, I was sitting like 4 seats back, and I'm killing time on a road trip, right? And I was like, and he picks up and goes, that was good. Do that again. he wanted to
I am all in for bus tours. Like, sign me up for a bus tour any day of the week.
You got an hour to kill in the middle of the day for sure, right? After the skate, before the game. Got your homework done. Mike, we appreciate it as always. Enjoy the road trip. We'll see you back here in Utah.
All right, TDJ. And get PK back in. Come on.
Oh, yeah, he'll be back. He's back tomorrow. Mike Fulta, Utah Mammoth radio voice, going back-to-back in Boston and Detroit. You'll hear both those games right here on The Zone. 5 o'clock tonight. Hockey night in Utah will start at 4 o'clock, which makes it hockey afternoon in Utah. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're going to take a break, talking more football, Kyle Whittingham's future, the poll questions wrapping up, and also the Utah Jazz. How distressed are you with the recent winning? Because there's a draft pick hanging in the balance. We'll get to that coming up. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We got one crash in Parley's Canyon on the eastbound side of things right before you reach the summit up there. Also, there's a car on the left side of things right on the right, so be aware of that if you're in that area. Northbound I-15 seeing a little bit of slowing near the south interchange. On the southbound side from the north interchange as you head into downtown as well at this moment. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Attention Wasatch Front businesses and property managers. Don't wait for bad weather to schedule your professional snow servers with GoPave Utah. Your complete parking lot safety starts at gopavutah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jay Cash here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
While you can say on this side of it that BYU got the short end of the stick, it's functioning exactly the way it's supposed to. They're just lying to you by calling it a playoff to make you think you can earn your way in. You can't earn your way in. The only way you can is if you win your conference championship, and that only matters if they ranked you high enough for your conference championship to matter, because it didn't for Duke. So they are making up the rules as they go. They want you to think that you can earn your way in, and you can't. BYU gets left out in the cold, and Utah gets left out in the cold. They had Notre Dame above Miami all year. They don't play. And at the last second, they say, we kind of like Miami here over Notre Dame. Why? They are making it up as they go. I've been telling you this. You've been telling the listeners this. It's fake.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110, or rgsutah.com.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not filling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we're live here till 10 a.m. The show is podcast all day long. Yak's posting it. You can get it at KSLSports.com. You can get it at YouTube. You can get it wherever you get your podcasts, Apple, Spotify, whatever you want. Hockey fans, if you just missed Mike Folta, he joined us from from a luxury suite in Boston. That was awesome. So anything you want to know about the Mammoth, they're playing Boston tonight. Find that wherever you get your podcasts. And Mike is brought to you by Hercules, the Hercules First Federal Credit Union. And they're working stronger together, and they're bringing you all the hockey interviews all year long. We're going to have Cole Bagley on every week. We're going to have and Cole Bagley apparently building a massive digital following, I've been told. And then we got Mike on, who is the radio voice of the Utah Mammoth. It's all brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. It's Utah Jazz Ticket Tuesday. We have tickets to give away right now to see the Utah Jazz take on the Orlando Magic. They play this Saturday at the Delta Center. So you want a Saturday night out, date night, tickets, freebies. The price is right. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. 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 Caller 12 is going to see the Jazz and the Magic. There is dissension in Jazzland. The fans just can't agree. And I get it. It's been mixed messages for a while, and nobody likes a rebuild. People like fast rebuilds. 2-3 years. We're in year 4, and people are worried about year 5. You're borrowing trouble from the future at that point. But the Jazz beat the Mavericks in overtime. Utah is 4-2 in their last 6 games. They're 5-3 in their last 8 games. Are you happy they're winning or upset they might lose the draft pick? And right now, I would say, we should put a poll question up on this and get the real numbers. I would say right now it's running 70-30 to lose the draft picks, upsetting. There are people who want to win. And Kyle says if Keontae develops into a star, maybe the draft pick isn't necessary anyway. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Now, Kyle, here's the problem I have with that. You're largely right. I get that. But the problem with that is I watched Keontae go for 37 last night and I think how much of this is real. Dallas runs a small lineup out there. They're trying to build a team that can compete for a championship. Winning the championship, obviously you want to, super hard to do. But you got to get a team that is in the top 2 or 3 in the league, and then you see how things break. And some years, and we saw that work for Denver. You know, some years the roster isn't quite there. You have a couple of injuries. You know, they've lost Jamal Murray at times for stretches, and they're not going to do it without him. I mean, the Joker is the biggest piece of the puzzle, but they got to have some stuff around him. And so that's where you got to get, where you're in the mix. And I think Denver's in the mix again this year. Maybe they'll get a second title. I think they're probably the second best team in basketball. Now, the top 3 are probably in the West, so it could be real tough for them by the time they get to the second round. But that's where you have to be. You have to be in the mix. And when the Jazz play teams that are in the mix, you see how far away they are. Oklahoma City, horrific, right? And then I watched last night, and Dallas isn't running a real lineup out there. Dallas is trying to tank. Dallas wants A.J. DeBonsa as bad as the Jazz want A.J. DeBonsa, as bad as, you know, the bottom third of the league is all hoping. I hope it breaks our way. And if they don't get him, then they want Boozer, right? This is a deep draft. How do you get into those top 1, 2, 3, 4 picks and get a really good player? And Dallas is trying to do that. So I watched the Jazz win, and it's but... And I watched Keontae go for 37. Like, but now, what happens when you play Oklahoma City? What happens when you play Denver? What happens when you play Houston? They did split 2 home games with Houston. The first one was horrific. The second one, they looked better, but I wonder how much Houston lost their edge, having just sat through horrific the day before. So I get the wins, but it looks to me like the bottom third of the league is all trying to get to Bonsa or Boozer or whoever at the top of the draft.
Koa Pete.
Yes.
Darren Peterson.
So you want one of these guys. So the bottom third of the league is running out funky lineups. I mean, they're not trying to win. And so I see these performances and I think that's great, but how good is it really? How much is this fool's gold? I see guys being aggressive, attacking the rim. You always want that. The best way to get an open three-pointer is to attack the rim. And the next best way is, even if you miss that shot, get the offensive rebound and kick it out. That's where you can really get some open threes. Feet set, in rhythm, high percentage shots. Obviously, 3 is more than 2. We know all the cliches. But when they're attacking the rim, I'm thinking, but you're attacking the rim with a bunch of 6'9" and 6'10" guys. And it's different when there's a long, athletic 7'1", 7'2" guy in there. And the Jazz, I mean, they were resting Nurkic. So for those of you screaming, they should be tanking. Well, Nurkic rested in December? How exhausted is he?
The lineup that they rolled out there, DJ, was, in theory, a tanking-worthy lineup.
In theory?
Okay, it was.
In theory.
Because you're starting Flip.
That was the only pregame conversation among multiple media members I was talking to.
Flip was starting at the 5. You have Lowry, obviously.
Okay, so Flip is big, but he's not that long. He doesn't play that big. He's not a high flyer.
He's not a 5. He is at best a stretch 4. And so when you're starting him at the 5, therefore your interior presence is severely lacking.
Markkanen, Filipowski, Sensabaugh, George, and Bailey. Bryce Sensabaugh hadn't been able to get off the bench, and suddenly he's playing 22 minutes. It feels like he's fallen out of favor. He can score it, but it's doing everything else. Rebounds, assists. How about the defensive end of the floor? How are you in transition? Well, we know he can shoot it. So I'm assuming he's not matching up in some of these other areas. But he starts and plays 22 minutes. But here's the deal. Dallas is dumping games too. And so I get it. And Kyle's right. If Keontae develops into a star, maybe the draft pick isn't as necessary. Well, you always want one more awesome player. And you're going to have to pay these guys, so you need what Oklahoma City has. You need the assembly line of draft picks and awesome players. Because every time you have to pay a player, eventually you're going to end up where the Warriors and the Celtics ended up. Yes, they won championships, and they had to pay the players, and then they couldn't afford to keep all the players. And the thing is, the Warriors won multiple titles, and I think the Celtics were set up to win multiple titles, but the cap rules changed. And so they've had to jettison guys. Now they had to jettison some older guys, but that's why you got to keep the assembly line coming. Lucas, if the front office did the job the last 5 years, they shouldn't need this other draft pick. I think you always need him. I think we have to get used to these new salary cap rules. You always need another draft pick. Now, should they have to tank to get it? I mean, Danny Ainge, a long time ago, I don't know if it was his introductory press conference or maybe a year in, he talked about, and not every great player goes number one. You got to find guys in the middle. People have won championships without drafting the guy at number one. Milwaukee comes to mind. Denver comes to mind. Find your guy later. But the problem is this year, the Jazz are paying for the love affair with Derek Favors. Bringing him back, having to pay to have him go away, and now Oklahoma City can claim your pick. You know, there is a scenario out there where the Jazz are drafting 11th and have the pick, and it's like, well, they've got to hit. They got to figure it out. That's why you get the big money. That's why you got a massive scouting department. There's got to be a player out there. Find him. Too bad you can't get Boozer, Peterson. You can't get AJ. Too bad, but find somebody. That's the job. Except this year, because they're still paying off the Favors deal, if they draft 11th, they don't get to draft. They got to hand it over to Oklahoma City, who has done a good job of finding people in that range. All right, DJ and PK, we're going to take a break. When we come back, a little football. Yak, can you say that on the air? You can't? Come on.
I would if I could, but I can't.
All right. We'll try to get Yak to say on the air what he just told me because I want to see that happen. I've said before I want to see that happen.
A lot of us wanted to see this
Maybe
happen.
I'll just say I want to see this happen and say Yak refuses to comment.
Okay.
Maybe we'll get to that on the other side. And in addition, also whereas therefore, Kyle Whittingham. We got the end of the poll question, your career advice for him, and what will he do? Talk to somebody close to him, and it's not a done deal. There was some bitterness there. We will get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
You have one crash, Parley's Canyon on the eastbound side of I-80. Emergency crews on the scene. Obviously, we want to give them some space as they work their way through that. I-15, on the other hand, moving pretty good for drivers. Just one stretch of northbound slowing near the south interchange at this moment. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the... This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
There's another conversation to be had about the 12-team playoff, how BYU was treated by that committee this time around, which is very, very discouraging and disappointing because BYU did not get the respect that they deserved. They were underranked the entire process, which put them behind the eight ball unfairly. When you take their resume and you match it up with Miami and Notre Dame and even Alabama, you can make a case for BYU needing to be ahead of those teams. They said BYU wasn't in before going into this week. Well, why not? You should have punished them after the Big 12 championship game. And why did BYU get punished for playing the Big 12 championship game and Alabama didn't? Alabama's sitting right now with 3 losses. One of those losses was double-digit loss to a 5-7 team, and they replayed the team that they beat that everyone's hanging their hat on with that game and that win over Georgia, and they got absolutely boat raced on the same Saturday that BYU did. Why are they getting excused? They didn't even move.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
This holiday season, make your wish list a reality at Performance Automotive in Bountiful. When you choose performance, you're choosing selection, convenience, and exceptional service. With 3 locations, Performance Honda, Performance Toyota, and Performance Ford, Performance Automotive is here to serve your needs. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, driven to be the best. Start your search today at performancebountiful.com. Performance Automotive. Driven to be the best.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
When you wake up in the morning and the light has hurt your head, the first thing you do when you get up out of bed.
DJ PK, it's that time of year. If you hear Christmas music, you know the college football coaching carousel is flying. Michigan's looking for a head coach. Weber State's looking for a head coach. Lots of schools in between Michigan and Weber State on the football pecking order have been looking for head coaches. Stuff is swirling. Weber State, Yak, do you want to tell us what you know?
Mm-hmm.
You do?
Yes.
Because before the break, you did not.
Well, I now have multiple sources corroborating what I'm hearing, so I'm ready to roll with it.
Tell us what you're hearing.
So obviously you mentioned Weber State's looking for a new head coach.
And the football community. I'm just going to say the football community.
Correct, yeah.
I've heard from multiple people, if Weber State is smart, they should do something outside the box.
Mm-hmm.
and they should go give Eric Kerr a shot.
Mm-hmm.
PK's got the whole backstory.
Mm-hmm.
As far as Kerr worked for a guy who grew up in Wyoming, and there's another cutting-edge legendary college football coach who grew up in Wyoming, and they shared offensive theories, and unfortunately those two friends have both passed away now.
But we're talking about Mike Leach.
Yes.
Yeah, the connection there.
Right.
Yeah.
And,
offensive innovators.
But Kerr got to, because he was at Jordan working as a coordinator, got to go with the head coach who was Leach's, I think Alex Jacobson was his name, right?
Yeah.
And so Jacobson and Leach were friends with Wyoming.
In Coyote, Wyoming.
Right. And so
Cody, Wyoming.
Cody, Wyoming. So they shared football philosophies, right? And then Kerr's OC got to inherit a lot of those. And obviously he's gone to Corner Canyon and just done a stunning amount of winning. Another state championship again this year.
Another three-peat, yeah.
Yeah, well, he's working on 100 wins, but he doesn't have 10 losses yet. His records, I'd have to go add it up, but that's somewhere where he's winning like 10 out of every 11 games. It's off the charts.
Correct.
And he could stay there and do that for a while and then hang it up.
Mm-hmm.
But there are people in the football community who are intrigued by the thought of, would it work in college? It worked for Leach in college. Weber State needs something. If Kerr doesn't want to move, that would be a heck. I had that floated to me before I ever thought about it. But as soon as I heard it, I was like, I like stories, as we've said on some million. That would be a great story. I am totally up for that. Yuck, pick up our tail.
So, I have been reliably informed that one Eric Kerr is very interested in taking that leap.
Interesting, because I didn't know if he would be or not.
Obviously, because he's built a dynasty at Corner Canyon.
Sure.
He could be the rest of his coaching in high school.
Okay, but he's got interest.
And Weber State has interest, reportedly. So, could we see...
Matchmaker, make me a match.
Now, the other interesting part about this, you talk about the Big Sky. We have the Brawl of the Wild coming up this weekend.
The Brawl of the Wild is Montana and Montana State, the in-state battle that often determines the Big Sky champion.
Correct.
And did this year.
Yes.
And now they're going to have a rematch this year because they're meeting in the national semifinals of the 2 seed and the 3 seed. And whoever wins will be the favorite in the final because there have been upsets all over the other side of the bracket.
It's Villanova and Eastern Illinois, I think, on the other side of it or something like that. So the interesting part is both Bobby Houck, and I'm misremembering the name of the Bobby Houck coaches Montana State. I'm misremembering who Montana's coaches. They're both offensive, innovative minds. So that's why I think this is an outside-the-box move for Weber State, but one worth pursuing because offensive-minded football, especially in the Big Sky, has shown to be the way to go.
Montana State, 2 o'clock on ABC, and ESPN2 has Illinois State and Villanova.
At
5:30 in the other semifinal.
Correct.
Those semifinals are this Saturday.
Illinois State knocked off North Dakota State, who was the heavy favorite, entering the playoffs as the number 1 seed.
Yep.
29-28, so yeah.
All right. So we'll keep our eye on that.
Yep. Weber State and Eric Kerr. Keep an eye on it.
So you're saying there's a chance. That's all I wanted was a chance.
Yes.
I love stories, and that would be a great story. And that would put Weber State back in the spotlight in a way that they were with Jay Hill and they were with Ronnie Mack, but they have not been at other times. And then that would lead to, I assume, a series of local kids and local assistant coaches.
You would think so.
Yep.
I think
that's his network.
Let's say Eric does take that job.
Right.
Well, he's got ins with all the high school coaches here, and he's smart enough, I think, to have looked at what Jay Hill did at Weber and says, hey, we're going to focus on the in-state kids.
Yep.
Yeah.
And spread it out and throw it. Poll question yesterday is over now. What should Kyle Whittingham do next? The winner, clear-cut 58% of the vote, is not TV. TV only got 3%. Kyle would be good on TV. He was really good on radio. He used to come on when he was defensive coordinator. He came on with PK and I every week and picked games. He could sit in that Jimmy the Greek seat. He would be great at that. Do I think he will do that? I do not. That would surprise me a little bit. Mostly because we've heard about the grandkids and their activities and all that, and that requires, flying off to an L.A. or New York studio every weekend for 15 straight weeks during football season. So that would surprise me, although he'd be great at that. If someone could find a weekday spot for him doing that, he would crush it. NFL assistant or analyst, 5.5% of the vote. Kansas City has to be put back together again, does it not? The Chiefs are going to finish third in division, miss the playoffs for the first time in a decade. He's got a personal relationship with Andy Reid. His kid's already there as the analyst confidant to Andy, and maybe not so much on field. But Andy's got to have somebody to bounce stuff off of, somebody you trust. What are they missing? How's the game evolving in the NFL? Adapt or die. It can evolve very quickly. Kyle would be good at that. Only 5.5% of you voted for that. 33% voted for Be a Michigan Man. Where is the Michigan search going? Going to hear something today? They've got a roster to keep intact and a recruiting class to keep intact. And things can fall apart quickly. 33% for Be a Michigan Man, 58% for ski, golf, and be a grandpa. Now, I talked to somebody who's close to him, and they think his tank is not anywhere close to empty. Do not oversell the impact of NIL. Do not oversell the impact of the transfer portal. Kyle likes to do crosswords puzzle on the Stairmaster. His brain doesn't stop. He wants to solve puzzles. NIL and transfer portal are just one more puzzle to solve. He wants to do something. He doesn't want to sit with the feet up. That's their opinion of his situation. And they said he does not use word. He uses words very carefully. He does not just throw them around. So when that release said he's stepping down, not retiring, he's looking for something. Now, will he find the right something? Maybe he goes to ski, golf, grandpa because he doesn't find the right something. And what are the parameters? And does he want to stay in town? And how close does he need to be to the grandkids? And, those are all good questions. And only he can answer those. But, I get Mark Harlan's dilemma here is if you help encourage Kyle to leave / push him out, and it doesn't work with Morgan, and a lot of people love Kyle, you put yourself in a bad spot. But if you just let Kyle do whatever he wants, there's plenty of examples of people hanging on too long. That's a problem. You can be criticized for that. And if he hangs on too long and Morgan gets antsy and leaves a year before Kyle finally steps down, and then you've lost a successor who's a Utah guy through and through. He played on the Fiesta Bowl team. It's a great fit. Who knows what will work? The rules are changing and everything. But on the surface, it makes a ton of sense. Well, then you've blown it if you let him get away a year before Kyle quits, especially if Kyle goes on a year too long. And then you made a mess of it. So the people who don't like Mark, and there are plenty of those people, but you're a boss, sometimes you tick people off. How could he? And I get how he could. It isn't always pretty. These transitions can get ugly. Did he do it right? Time will tell. And I really think that both the AD and the president here have taken huge swings with this investment and this private equity. And if that pays off, great. And if it doesn't, it's going to be really hard times at Utah. And so he's been there almost a decade, and he's made plenty of changes, but these are the biggest swings. These are the biggest changes. All right, there's your coaching carousel news. Michigan, what are they going to do? And the whole thing with Dillingham, he's supposed to be working on an extension. There's people hinting that he will actually go, that it's not. I don't know. You got to let that play out, but keep it tuned and see what happens in the next day or two. Michigan has to move fast. And I don't know if Kyle's interested or not, but a friend of Kyle's thinks he is. For what's that worth? So we'll see how this plays out. It's intriguing. Stand by. You really want to know what happens, and sometimes you got to let it happen. It hasn't happened yet. You can't know it until it does. Anybody here want to be patient? Yak, you want to be patient? No. Me neither.
Want to know now.
Well, turns out we have to be patient. Let these things play out. Coming up next, there he is typing away. Look at him go. Ben is ready to come in and weigh in on the Jazz, 4-2. That's great. That's fool's gold. They should be focused on a draft pick. We'll talk with Ben about it next. Stay with us.
Guys, let's be real. Holiday gift giving can feel like crunch time, but this year, The Zone has your back. Enter the Zone Holiday MVP promotion and score big with the ultimate gift lineup. A cozy grande blanket from Minky Couture, a Beehive Meals gift box with 10 delicious dinners, and a stunning sterling silver double heart diamond necklace from Duke's Jewelers. Don't wait until the final buzzer. Step up your game and make this holiday a win. Enter now at KSLSportsZone.com. HerculesSportsZone.com. The Hercules local business spotlight this holiday season is Ty the Window Guy. Which started in 1998 as a small side job cleaning windows, has grown into a trusted local business built on quality service and long-lasting relationships. More than 27 years later, Ty still serves many of his first clients with the same dependable care that built his reputation. To learn more or schedule your next window cleaning, visit TyTheWindowGuy.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
Utah Mammoth hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
All right, Utah, this is your shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game in Santa Clara on February 8th. If you've ever dreamed of stepping onto football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. To qualify, just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask about Ivory's super low rates, as low as 4.99% for a 30-year fixed. So get off the sidelines, visit an Ivory model home today, and enter for your chance to see the most incredible halftime show and the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I've been up, I've been down. Take my word, my way
blankets, and gifts ever. And save 50% this season with the promo code ZONE50. Shop online at MinkyCouture.com or visit any of their 6 locations. This is what I'm going to say about Minky Couture. They've advertised for us at this time of year for so many years, I'm not certain how many years it is. So they must have a pretty good product. They're still in business, and our listeners must like that product because they keep coming back in advertising, and I assume like everybody else, they track how the advertising works. And I do know this about our listeners. They like deals. If you are going to do some kind of advertising campaign with the Zone, always put in a deal. Turns out people like to save money. And our deals, I've seen this with multiple advertisers. You put the deal in there, and stuff goes flying off the shelves. Blankets, spa treatments, whatever. So there you go. Minky Couture. Here's your discount. Zone50, you get 50% off. 6 locations or minkycouture.com. Ben Anderson now sitting in for the final hour of the show. Thank goodness. I'm going through withdrawals. There's been no one here to tell me I'm wrong. No one here to tell me an idiot. No one to point out what I'm obviously missing. I feel like I've gone through like some kind of 6-day cleanse here without PK. And tomorrow, it's on. But why wait? Right now. What am I missing? What's gone wrong? Let's start with your Utah Jazz.
Mine?
Yes.
I cover the team.
Not in the... Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And so you are therefore responsible for explaining each and every move they make.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to figure it out myself.
No, you're a Utah lifer. And the Jazz are in the DNA of the community. That's really what I was getting at. And you grew up... where'd you go to high school?
Highland High School.
Highland High.
Good week for us. Shout out Morgan Scally.
Highland Ram is calling the shots up on the hill.
Hey, buddy. If you need any of your old high school friends, come to work. We didn't go to high school together. I missed him by a few years.
Yeah. I watched the Jazz play last night, and I thought, am I seeing this? Is this real? The Jazz have now won 4 out of 6. They have won 5 out of 8. They are too good to tank, but I don't know that means they're any good. When you beat a team like Dallas, which might be in tank mode itself.
They were tanking.
I think the Mavs might be interested in pairing A.J. DeBonsa with Cooper Flagg. That would be a pretty imposing duo.
The Mavs are interesting. They only have this pick this year for the foreseeable future. They mortgaged everything else to build around Luka Doncic, so they recognize this is their last chance to get a guy of that ilk to pair with Cooper, and otherwise they're going to have to do it with whatever they get in an Anthony Davis trade. And Derek Lively comes back next year after his injury, and they're going to build with that core, which is very good.
They're going to find worker bees.
But yeah,
they're going to have to find late picks who work their way into being very good basketball players. But this is a chance to get a transcendent talent.
And the nice thing is they already have the guy that everyone's looking to get. You have to have a top 10 player in the NBA to win, and they have Cooper Flagg, and he's going to get there.
And now they're getting greedy.
Yeah.
Now they'd like to have 2 of the top 10 players in the NBA. So as the Jazz excel offensively during that game, I'm thinking, are they really that good? Because I've seen them play good teams in the NBA. It didn't look anything like this. Now, at some point, young teams figure it out. And sometimes they figure it out all at once and they take big jumps. It doesn't have to be a gradual, straight-line graph. So I'm curious what you think. How much are they figuring out? Because that was a 39-point performance for Keontae, followed by now a 37-point performance against Dallas. How much is he figuring it out, and how much is it, hey, once you take all the 7-footers off the floor, it's easier to score over the 6'9" and 6'10" guys?
I am of the opinion that what Keontae's doing is extraordinarily legitimate. I've bought in, and I have been skeptical about it because I remember the last 2 years, and I saw the flashes, and then you would see a downturn. And there might still be a couple of stretches here where he doesn't play superbly well, but he's answered all of his bad games with seemingly even better games.
The best thing I saw about him was a couple weeks ago when they played that back-to-back with Houston. And I thought the bad habits of the first 2 years were on full display in the first game. And there was a particularly difficult stretch that was brutal. And the next day, bang, he was back. It's like, so the ability to sit down and say, now, as he gets deeper in his career, hopefully he'll figure that out at halftime. And then he'll figure it out after a quarter.
Yeah.
And then he'll figure it out while he's on the court and it's happening.
Yeah, before the game. Yeah.
Exactly, right? So you want that. But I did think, okay, that mattered. That he could turn it around the next night and all the bad habits were gone and there were a bunch of good habits and he had a much stronger performance.
And here's why I buy some of what Keontae's doing. I'm just doing some quick math here. And look, this is somewhat oversimplified. When your good players play well, your team wins. But
did the good players play that well? And Filipowski had a really strong game. I mean, he scored it.
And Lauri Markkanen played well. But you know what? The Jazz haven't always won when Lauri Markkanen scores big points. And not every team wins when their younger players score big points. No, here's the numbers on Keontae.
One guy can't get it done, but they had 6 guys in double figures, and they had 3 guys over 20.
Jazz have played 25 games now. They're 10 and 15 on the season. When Keontae's below 20 points per game, or in a game, the Jazz are 2 and 8. When he's above 20, the Jazz are 8 and 7. When he's above 30, again, when you have a guy score 30, your team's more likely to win. It's not that difficult, but the fact that it actually mattering when it's on the floor,
right.
The Jazz are 5 and 1 when Keontae scores 30 or more. Meaning, he's doing these in big games. He's doing these in real games. And when he is playing well, it's impacting winning, which is something that is not always the case.
And there's the other end of the floor, where defensively I thought they were a complete mess to start the game. They gave up 43 points in the first quarter, and they never did get their arms around Cooper Flagg. I mean, he just kept going. But in the second half, 24 points in the third, 30 in the fourth. I can live with that. Mm-hmm. That's winnable. But again, I felt like the whole game was distorted. It was like funhouse mirrors. I felt like I was at the carnival. Everything was distorted because you don't have rim protectors at either end. The lane's wide open. The message from the coaches is attack. And to the credit of the Jazz coaches and the young guys, however the coaches delivered the message, it was heard from the very first play. Ace Bailey, don't be late to the game.
Yeah.
The best 15 seconds were the first 15 seconds. That jumper, that was clunky. And it comes hard off the rim. And he never stops moving, never gives up the play, and grabs the rebound with one hand and throws it down. It's like, that's why you go to NBA games. Even if you don't know anything, there is a level of skill and athleticism in this game you don't get that many places in the world. And you get it at NBA games. And that was awesome. I can watch a game quiet. I was sitting with 2 people. I think I scared them.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah.
And they didn't have to be looking when it happened. They were looking at food.
It was a very enjoyable game. It was a very entertaining game.
But is it real? Or they played a team in the bottom third of the league and they're tanking, so how much should I put into this? Because when they play a team in the top third, when you get to the playoffs, the whole championship thing we talk about, you have to be 3 of the top 10 teams in the league in the playoffs. You might get an easy first rounder. Maybe.
They're not ready to do that. Breaking.
Slow down. I'm taking notes.
They are just clearly better than the worst team in the NBA and probably better than the 5 or 6 worst teams in the NBA. And that puts them right on the cutting edge of how do you hold on to this draft pick. And what was interesting about last night's game was despite the fact that they won, they went into this game with the design of holding on to their draft pick. And by the way, this was not the first time this season. I would go back to 2 weeks ago in Brooklyn when they sit Yusuf Nurkic, and he had a rib injury, but they also choose to sit Kevin Love in that same game when Kevin Love could have just played. Yes, he only plays one end of a back.
But they could have flipped it.
They could have flipped it. And he probably wanted to play in Madison Square Garden. He probably wanted to play against the Knicks. I totally get that. But you just say, hey, man, we're paying your paycheck. We need you to play against the Nets because we don't have a player.
But they thought maybe they could lose to the Nets.
But they thought they could lose to the Nets, and that would be a good loss.
And they didn't.
And they didn't. And then they thought, well, we could probably lose to the Dallas Mavericks at home because we accidentally beat the Memphis Grizzlies on the road. So Svi Mykhailiuk, who's been, honestly, arguably maybe the Jazz's 3rd best player as far as consistency goes, he's not going to play at all. Kevin Love's not going to play at all. Nurk's going to rest, not out for injury. He's not going to play at all. All these veterans with some wisdom of how to win are going to sit. And the Jazz thought maybe that'll be enough. And Keontae George is too good for that now. And Lauri Markkanen is too good for that now. And even when you get a player like Kyle Filipowski.
So I was told last night before all this happened, literally right before it started, and I was told they are going to hold on to that draft pick. And then I followed it up with, A, B, C, blah, 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 to which, the report, they are going to hold on to that draft pick, which is like hitting you upside the head. Yeah. Hey, stupid, listen to what I am saying. Listen to the words I am saying to you. They're going to hold on to that draft pick. And then you get the whole thing of what Austin Ainge said at the microphone, which can be quickly explained with, you asked him a question that can only be answered one way. His first official act sitting atop the Jazz pyramid should not be make the commissioner mad and get the owner fined.
Right.
So he said what he said, and he did say it, and people should be held accountable for their words. But context matters. Did you really think he was going to anger the commissioner and get the owner fined at his first press conference.
And I have no doubt the Jazz can pull the parachute and figure out how to hold on to this draft pick. After all, they are only 4 wins better than the third worst record in the NBA.
Knowing full well that everyone else is going to do that too.
But other teams are going to. So if you're going to do it, you're going to have to really seriously commit to it.
How many other teams? Minimum 8, I think. Minimum.
Yeah, I'm trying to
maybe
do it off
9 or
the
10.
top of my head. We can
I don't
pull up
have
the
to.
standings. Yeah.
I will pull up the standings then. And the Wizards are absolutely going to
Wizards
do it.
are doing it more than anybody.
The Pacers are going to do it.
I think the Pacers are going to do it. Maybe not at all costs, but
Really?
they've won, 6 of their last 10? Something like that? 6 of their last 12? 4 of 10.
4 and 6 in their last 10.
But they're winning games more than they were to start the year. And look, you can pull the plug in the second half of the season, as we've seen the Jazz do, but they aren't.
They beat the Wizards, the Kings, and the Bulls twice.
Yeah.
They've also lost to the Wizards.
Yeah.
So
By a lot.
Split 2 games with the Wizards. That's what.
But
2
you're
games
right.
for
The
Bulls.
Pacers are going to be in this conversation. No question about it.
The Charlotte Hornets.
Hornets are going to do it.
Okay, so that's 4 teams in the East. The Pelicans. No motivation for them. They should try to win, but maybe they're just not good enough.
They should get better throughout the year.
They've given up their pick, so they can't get one of the elite draft picks.
There's no reason for them to continue to pull the plug over the second half of the season. In fact, it will be better for their PR if they give the Hawks a worse pick.
Yes. The Kings.
Yeah, the Kings' report came out this morning. They're trying to trade all their veterans.
That's 6.
Yep.
The Jazz would be 7. Dallas is 8. Clippers.
Clippers don't own their pick either. Goes to
Oklahoma City. Where else would it go, right?
Yeah.
So the Clippers and Pelicans shouldn't, but maybe they're just that bad.
They might just be that bad.
You got 6 teams trying.
Yeah.
2 teams that are awful, even though they don't have the incentive.
And then there are teams
Bulls, Blazers.
Bulls, Blazers, and Grizzlies, who just lost Ja Morant last night and are already missing Zach Edey, could also pull the plug. They could trade Ja Morant. They could try and retool. So there are.
So we've got 6 for sure, 2 that might not be able to help themselves, even though they don't get the reward, and another 3 we'll have to wait and see, but I expect that probably at least 2 of the 3 will.
And right now, among those teams, the Jazz have the best record outside of the Memphis Grizzlies, and because they have a better record than the Portland Trailblazers.
Here's a crazy one for you. What about the Bucks?
If they trade Giannis, but I don't think they own their pick either. They traded all their picks to get Drew Holiday to build around Giannis. So they don't really have that motivation right now. But that's
a pick that didn't go to Oklahoma City. Phillies went to Oklahoma City, right?
Yeah, I don't think it went to Oklahoma City. I think it may have gone to New Orleans, and then New Orleans may have sent it to Atlanta for DeJounte Murray.
Okay.
So what is interesting there is you could potentially, if you trade Giannis to Atlanta, you could get your pick back. And Atlanta actually is one of the destinations that really does make sense for Giannis. But to the bigger point, and locally pertinent, is that the Jazz are not positioned right now to get the draft pick. And if they want to get the draft pick, you probably can't win more than 25 games. And that means 15 wins over the next 4.5 months. I mean, that's 3 wins a month. That's nothing. I mean, that's going to really, you're going to really have to pull the plug on the season if that's where you're hoping to get. And look, you can win one of your final 20 games, and that certainly makes it easier by really, really tanking, by resting Lauri Markkanen for the rest of the season, whatever you have to do. Maybe you have to rest Keontae George as well. And if the pick is that important to you, which it probably should be, those are the steps you have to take. I hate talking about it. I don't particularly enjoy watching that style of basketball either, nor do most Jazz fans, which is why last season was so painful. I don't think anyone in the Jazz front office likes doing it. But as we saw last night, if you get a truly transformational player early in their career, and I'm not selling out Ace Bailey's stock. I still think Ace can get there. He's just probably closer to that Keontae George. It might take 3 years before you know. And the problem is if it takes 3 years before you know and he doesn't reach where Keontae George is, then you've missed. But if you can get one of these young 3 players in this year's draft, Darren Peterson, A.J. DeBonsa, Cam Boozer, and they are probably not as good as Cooper Flagg. Cooper Flagg is, he's the youngest player ever to score 40 in an NBA game. If they're even close to that level, and then you pair him with Lowry now, and you pair him with whatever this version is of Keontae George, and Ace Bailey turns into anything, suddenly you actually do have a roster that could compete for something serious.
You never know how players are going to grow and evolve over 5, 7, 10 years, which is what we're talking about. because Cooper Flagg's 18, so we're talking about 23, 25, 28 years old. We don't know how that's going to work out. The thing Cooper Flagg did and why he's a cut above these guys until they prove otherwise, the fact that he got picked to go, before he even played in college, to go with that U.S. select team and go against the All-Stars who are the U.S. Olympic team. So you're in like dream team territory here, and you're so good that the guys who are going to be Olympians are like, oh, that dude's really good. Wow.
Yeah.
Now, maybe DeBonce will end up, or Boozer or whoever, Peterson will end up being better. Maybe they'll go to more All-Star games and win more championships. Maybe.
Yeah.
But right now, I don't think there's higher praise. You go into that setting. You're on the select team going against the core of the U.S. Olympic team, and they come out going, that guy's a real deal. They got every reason not to say that. When Shaq was coming up, they froze him out of an All-Star game.
Yeah.
Jordan, I mean, like the best of the best. Number of people Kobe ticked off when he was young.
Yeah.
Yeah. These guys are sitting on 4, 5, 6 championships.
Cooper's the best American prospect since LeBron.
Yeah.
I mean, and has actually lived up to it on the floor. And, Zion had his moments, and there have been good players. But what we've actually seen in his NBA career, Cooper's the best we've seen in over 20 years. It's amazing. He's going to be as good as advertised. Again, to go back to the point of, he is justifying why teams tank. The ironic thing is that the Mavericks got him without tanking. The teams that tanked for him didn't get him. And now a lot of those teams are tanking for a second season in hopes of repeating the process to get the guy, having just been bitten by the snake that they carried.
Well, there you go. Awesome. And now the NBA's got to sell a league where somewhere between a quarter and a third of the teams aren't even trying to win.
And look, here's the weird part for the Jazz. Suddenly, this question has been, we know Lauri Markkanen's not number one on a good team. Or a great team, we should say. Good team, maybe. Number one on a great team, he's not. He's never won at a high level. He's never made the playoffs before. Jazz have given him the ball a lot. He can score 25 points a game. It doesn't necessarily translate to winning. Keontae George suddenly is putting himself in the conversation where if by the end of the season he's better than Lowry, you've achieved your goal, was to find somebody better than Lowry to put on your team. But is he...
And even if he isn't better than Lowry, just to have someone who's in the neighborhood makes it so much harder to defend, and it's why the tank is so attractive. Imagine if you got someone who was a legit top 10 talent. Asking a guy Keontae's size to be that kind of player, that is a big ask.
It is.
It doesn't happen very often in the NBA. Track Donovan Mitchell's career, what he's going through, what he's about to go through. It is really hard when you are under 6'6".
Yes.
Now, that doesn't mean you can't do it. I know Steph Curry's out there. It can be done. But under 6'6" in the NBA, super hard to be an elite player.
Absolutely. But now that you've got those two guys, if you could still add that third, now all of a sudden you're really cooking with something. You really have a design of a roster that can win. I don't want to say at the highest levels because Oklahoma City and Victor Wembanyama exist on the planet, but you're far closer than maybe you even were with Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell because they never truly had the third guy.
All right, when we come back, get you updated on everything you missed in this show. A couple of football coaching stories brewing. We're waiting to see how they play out. It is too early to know, but they are intriguing, and we will get to them next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Still the one crash out there right now. It's in Parley's Canyon, eastbound I-80 near the summit. They have cars on both sides of the roadway. The emergency crew's cleaning that up, so obviously you're going to have some slowing through that area. Down in the valley, things are looking good for drivers on northbound and southbound I-15. Just a touch of slowing from Linden into Pleasant Grove in Utah County, and some northbound slowing from 2100 South over to 1300 South in Salt Lake City. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. The KSL Traffic Update. I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz, and we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado. With 4 powerful engine choices, impressive towing capability, and legendary dependability. Or choose from other great offers on Colorado, giving you clever and convenient bed and tailgate functionality, plus outstanding torque for big adventures. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls, perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit MountainHomeUtah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's MountainHomeUtah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers join us today to share how you can make this season unforgettable with meaningful gifts for everyone on your list.
You know, when you unwrap a J. Brooks gift box, you instantly know there's something special inside. And we're proud to help clients shop local and find pieces that feel personal and just for them. This year, we brought in never-before-seen pieces, perfect timing just for the holidays. From engagement rings in the JBJ collection and anniversary bands to fashion jewelry for men and women, we have something for every style.
That sounds great. Nothing beats supporting your family jeweler and giving a gift that truly shines.
Absolutely, and you can personalize every piece, whether we have a handwritten engraving or a birthstone detail to create that gift that really feels unique.
Have yourself a J. Brooks Christmas with jewelry that'll take the breath away. Visit their Murray and Lehigh showrooms or shop online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Remember, J. Brooks Jewelers, where women know what women want.
Make your holidays magical at The Roof. Enjoy holiday lights and festive flavors with the all-new a la carte menu, entrees, and delectable desserts. Downtown at The Roof. Visit theroofslc.com.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Red Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. Spent a lot of time talking about the Utah Jazz this morning. They have won 4 of the last 6 games. They are looking better. They won 5 out of 8, even though they're trying to tank. Running some of the lineups out there that they're running. It's like, well, that's not your best lineup. Huh. What would that mean?
Yeah.
It is a Utah Jazz Ticket Tuesday. What kind of lineup will they play against the Orlando Magic Saturday at the Delta Center? No idea.
Yeah.
Surprise me. And they will. 801-575-ZONE. Caller 12. 801-575-ZONE. It's Utah Jazz Ticket Tuesday. Caller 12. Right now, wins tickets to see the Magic and the Jazz. Date night, and I said date night, and then I want to check, is it a night game? Because they've started playing a few weekend matinees. 7:30? Thank goodness. 7:30 Saturday night. Orlando and Utah. Call now. Y'all could get a winner. And if you don't win now, Jake and Ben will have tickets at 10:30 and 11:30. Tickets all day long, every hour on the half hour. All right, we've talked about a couple other stories. Covering high school football has been my job pretty much, well, one of my jobs, pretty much since day one when I moved to Utah. And different schools have had runs, right? Skyline was on top for a while. Northridge had a three-peat. Bingham had a good run. Corner Canyon has been the beast lately. And their coach, Eric Kerr, Yak was telling us early, that my Christmas wishes are coming true. I was hoping Weber State would be interested in him. I was hoping he'd go to Weber State. Weber State at times has been really interesting and a good story. We're in the story business. At times, they've been irrelevant.
Yep.
I think Eric Kerr and his offense, cutting edge, how would it do in the Big Sky? Super intriguing. And obviously, you have to get the players to make the offense work and all that. He'll have to adapt to college, but seems like a pretty smart guy. I know people who know him. I'm going to talk to him, but I know people who know him. Mm-hmm. And they are also super intrigued by this.
Okay.
And the interest seems to be returned from Weber State. Now, they still have to cut a deal. We'll see how that works out. I don't think it's done. But Yak has now fielded multiple calls this morning.
Uh-huh.
Hey, keep your ear to the ground on this.
Okay.
Which I think is super interesting because we've watched a bunch of former players go through and where they don't have a lot of money to pay coaches.
Right.
And so we saw when Ron McBride went there and when Jay Hill went there, we saw good young coaches get a break and go there. Fessy Sataki would be a high-profile example, but there are other guys. As a Utah lifer and a Highland High Ram, who's probably all in on his fellow Highland High Ram, Morgan Scally, how intrigued would you be if Weber State made this kind of move?
It's a funny change in how you've had to approach this. And it's not the first time a high school coach, especially a high-level high school coach, has made the jump to an FCS school.
Nope.
But in the past, when you could go out and get a Jay Hill and bring him over, who was a special teams coordinator at the time, you know, the money Utah could afford to pay Jay Hill
in that era,
yeah, may have not been competitive with what Weber State could even offer, or it was competitive, and then at this point, Jay Hill says, well,
I want to be a head coach.
Making the jump from special teams coordinator
to
to head coach is really hard.
Yep.
Now, Mickey Mental, who they let go at Weber State, was making just over $200,000. Well, that's a big jump for a high school.
That is a jump for a high school coach.
It's a pretty healthy number if you can give him something similar.
Right.
And it's probably less than Utah's paying all of their coordinators, special teams or otherwise. So in that sense, this is probably a bit of a pathway you have to take now. But as we have seen over and over and over, and I don't want to say it's not possible, but it is really difficult to hire outsiders in the state of Utah, especially outsiders in the state of Utah where Weber State and I love Weber State. Fiance went to Weber State. I love the city of Ogden. I was there yesterday. Is outside of Utah. I mean, it's outside of where football is played locally. Ogden High School doesn't put kids in the NFL. Everywhere from Salt Lake City, including Highland High School, south puts kids in the NFL. East has kids in the NFL. West has put kids in the NFL. Highland, and then further south, and you get to Corner Canyon.
Davis and Weber County, not so much.
Alta, though, you get kids that go to the NFL.
Yep.
So it's hard to win at Weber State. It's not impossible. Jay Hill proved that. But I think it's hard to find somebody outside of this circle that knows how to win. So I think hiring somebody internally without trying to pick the pocket of one of our local universities is a good approach. I think it's interesting. It's intriguing, and we'll see if he's able to do this. If he ends up being the hire,
that's an interesting point about the Utah Lifers. Dave Arslanian was at Weber State a long time, had an NCAA tournament team, I want to say around like 87. Maybe he had two. He might have had one in the early 90s. And then Ron McBride had his 5-year run there, and he went to the NCAA tournament. And then Jay Hill was making a living in the NCAA tournament year after year, and with some deep runs, semifinal. That is interesting about, and we've talked about you have to have your guy in general in the state of Utah. Coaches have come in and done well, but they don't tend to stay.
Right.
Majerus was the exception. Yeah. Utah State has had multiple coaches come in and take their team to the NCAA basketball tournament and then take off. And maybe Calhoun will stay. Jared Calhoun, the current coach. We'll see. We'll see how long he's here.
But if you can find somebody who can win, I do think you can win at Weber State. And look, it is a good job. If you can win there, you can jump to $1 million coordinator job, as Jay Hill has proven. So it should be very appetizing. If you are a high school coach who wants to make the jump, and I would totally understand why you'd want to make the jump. And look, he's won. He's done remarkable things. I mean, how many NFL players has he coached by himself? Ton.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the number would be. Yeah.
It's crazy. It's turned into one of the most respected high school programs,
and he definitely
not in Utah, in the country.
Well, he's had quarterbacks sent his way by an out-of-state school with an out-of-state high school kid. So
I like the idea, and you know what?
It appears it's a done deal. By the way,
now it's done.
Yeah, seeing out of the Standard Examiner up there in Ogden announcing that Eric Kerr has been hired as Weber State's head coach.
Bang! There it is.
Very cool.
I like it.
Well, congrats. That's exciting.
All right. Can't wait to see him put a staff together.
Yep. That would be obviously very curious to who he adds with him up there in Ogden. Because to your point, Ben, you need guys who can recruit this state.
Yep. Well, he's a good head of the spear.
Yes, absolutely. He knows the high school scene as well as anybody.
Yeah.
And then there's Kyle Whittingham. We had the poll question up, and what should he do? And the overwhelming leader is be a grandpa, ski and golf. Nothing wrong with that if that's what he wants. But talking to a friend of his last night, they're like, this guy loves to solve puzzles. He does crossword puzzles on the Stairmaster. His brain's always going. He is not. There are older coaches who are worn out by NIL and worn out by the transfer portal. And they said, make no mistake, he is not worn out by NIL and the transfer portal and his chronological age. They wouldn't guarantee what he would do, but it's out there.
He would have resources at Michigan that he's never had, never gotten close to at Utah.
Fact.
He would have a fan base at Michigan, as diehard as Utah fans are. That is unlike anything.
Michigan is generational way that Utah isn't either.
He's coached there. He knows what that looks like. He's walked out onto the field at the big house. He's won there.
Should he go out and go, hey, I was 3-1 at Utah against Michigan. And the one loss was when he was defensive coordinator. He wasn't head coach.
What I would hope Witt doesn't walk into, if this were to happen, is a guy whose entire responsibility is to clean up a broken program only to get replaced by the time the ship has been stabilized.
I don't think college football moves at that pace anymore.
It may not.
They're 9-3. They're coming off a 9-3 season. They got a freshman quarterback to look good, who there will be a lot of people, if he's in the transfer portal, there'll be a lot of people interested. And right now, he seems to be in the wait-and-see mode.
I also hope Witt is not used as a leverage point in negotiations for another coach, which I think is very easy to do if you don't actually have interest in hiring the 64-year-old?
66-year-old.
66-year-old?
But the future is now at Michigan.
But you want to hire...
And he's coming off 10-2 at Utah.
Kalen DeBoer or Jed Fish or whoever these names are that are floating out there, and you say
DeBoer is allegedly off the table, although I was also told no one is ever off the table. But he did just sign an extension apparently and say, I'm not doing it.
But Michigan can, if they wanted to, float Kyle Whittingham's name. Fly him out. Say, look at this piece.
It's been floated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Look at this piece. Look at this guy.
Right.
We think this is a great option.
Right.
So if you want the job, you better say yes now, Jed Fish, Kalen DeBoer, or whoever.
I thought Fish sounded like a good fit. He was there for 2 years, widely liked. He built a program at Arizona. They were down. He made them a lot better. He went to Washington. They lost everybody. I mean, yeah, they were coming off this great season, but they didn't have anybody back.
Right.
And in 2 years, he's built it up.
Right. And he
to
didn't
me,
bring Ted McMillan and Noah
like
Fafita with him.
Right. He didn't bring a star receiver and star quarterback, although he did bring many other parts of the roster.
Yeah.
To me, he seemed like the fit. Dillingham seems so invested at ASU, but if Dillingham thinks there just isn't the money here, then he needs to stay ahead of the posse.
And just got burned by losing his quarterback, probably in part for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes. And what I would hate to see is Witt dangled as the, hey, you're a hot coach now, DeBoer, Fish, Dillingham, whoever. I don't know what you're going to look like in 2 years, and we're going to be happy to have Witt here for the next 24 months. Now, it's not going to be longer than that, but we're happy to have that, and we don't know if your name's going to be on the docket 2 years from now for us. So if you do want the job, I guess you better take it now. Otherwise, we'll go with Whittingham, and then we'll see who's in the hot cycle, 2 years from now. That's what I also hope doesn't happen, because I think Witt deserves better than that.
I haven't heard your take, because for Morgan, your fellow Highland High Ram, like famous Rams.
Go Rams.
Could you do that for the camera again? We're on YouTube.
I would be lying if I knew that this is actually what it was, or that I knew the fight song. I don't know the fight song. I've never learned a fight song.
You just made that up?
I think I saw kids doing this.
Oh,
I went to one high school basketball game. It was called Freak East, and East High School would come in, and all the kids would dress up in black or costumes or whatever. And I was like, oh, it's kind of fun. It's kind of cool. And then I never went back.
It's so hardcore.
Yeah, I was just not a very good high school kid. You were saying famous Highland alum.
Famous Highland alum Morgan Scally. How is this private equity deal going to work? Because I just have this sense, and I think PK has it, and I think Yak has it too, like it's escalating, and it's going to get harder for the Utes to keep up if something doesn't happen. And so when we heard the quotes after they did this deal, well, there's a risk in not doing the deal.
Sure.
Yes, there is. And there's a risk in doing this deal. Yes, there is. But, the AD and the president have decided to make the jump. And I don't think one would have made the jump with the other. I think they both had to make the jump for this to happen.
And the timeline on this is very curious because the deal is not going to take effect until first quarter 2026. So it's not signed, sealed, and delivered quite yet.
Stuff doesn't happen fast in business. I get that. But it'll happen, and it needs to happen. And for the arc of Morgan's career, it needs to happen.
I think this
Do you think it'll work in the long run? I mean, short run, you get infusion of money, great.
Define work. And I
well, here's what I think. If someone invests a lot of money, they want a lot of money back. When someone gives a presidential candidate of any party in any election $100 million, $200, when you start hearing them raise the people who are giving that money expect things back. I have not been surprised when tax cuts have happened because people have invested money. And so whoever's investing the money here, whichever conference or school, I mean, we're talking about the Utes here, but there's multiple things going on, they're going to expect money back. I think there's 3 ways to grow this for the Utes. One, if they hit the home run and end up going to the Big Ten in 5 years or whatever the Big Ten decides to do, your TV revenues are going up, revenue streams are going to increase. I can see where the bet would pay off. 2, if they can get the basketball program turned around, and if they get the new arena built, you have probably talked to people at the Jazz. I know I have. They have not been winning a lot the last 15 years. 2 owners, 4 GMs, 3 head coaches. They've been winning a lot. 7 playoffs, I think, in 15 years. 3 playoff series won. And yet they make way more money. Well, they redid the arena once. They're redoing the arena again for hockey. And every time they figure out how to make more money out of the building. The Huntsman Center opened its doors in 1969, and it's still a 1970s experience when you walk in there. You pay your $12 for a hot dog. You pay your $8 for a soda. You go to your seat. You leave. They could make a lot more money if the team is winning, playing in a 10,000-seat arena where they capture all the meals before the game, the way they did when they remodeled. You charge way more for tickets. You make a lot more money. I see that as a new revenue driver that could really move money. And then you have to get better at your corporate sale. That's where the real money is. You can only hit up working people for so much money. So how do you tap into corporations and provide them experience? The Jazz have been terrible for 3.5 years.
Uh-huh.
Big-time Jazz executives have talked with other big-time Jazz executives about how terrible they are, just lamenting it to each other. And yet the building is full and the money keeps coming in. They've gotten very good at selling.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 3 ways I think this pay off where you do invest a lot of money, but you end up making a lot of money in the long run, and the school gets the money it needs, and the devil's in the details. We haven't seen it yet. We don't know what Otro is getting back or when they're getting it back or if they get it back first, no matter what.
Does Otro think you have to win to be in the club, and then if you're in the club, yes, you bought a team, the private equity, for $4, they get into the Big Ten, and now it's $10 back on your return? Do you have to win to get there? Or do you simply have to show that you're investing the money, and when the Big Ten and the SEC decide who matters and who doesn't matter, they just look at who's spending the money, and Utah's spending the money, and they say, okay, well, that's good enough for an invite for us. We just want people who are going to spend the money. Then, regardless of winning, is that the option? Or is it just the fact that sports is the best place to park your money right now? In all of business, apparently, for a little while it was art. Right now it's sports. A lot of people wanted to buy music discographies. But yeah, right now, go out, buy a sports team, sit on your money. In 2 years, you can probably double it and make it back. And is that where college football is heading? Is that what Ocho Capital sees, where 6 or 7 years from now, when this deal apparently expires or has the chance for Utah to buy back, they know that this $500 million investment is going to be worth $750 million or $1 billion, and they're going to be able to cash out to the tune of whatever that number is going to be. That's what I don't know. Do you have to win? Do you just have to invest? Or do none of those things matter, and just by the process of where things are headed, Ocho feels safe that they're going to make their money back?
Professional sports has been a great place to park your money, without question. Parking it in college sports, where there isn't a salary cap, I don't know.
My eyes aren't very good. I don't know if I can see the difference between professional sports and college sports anymore.
There's no salary cap.
That's a difference.
Costs are controlled in the NBA.
There are.
Costs are controlled in the NHL.
There's a collective
Costs
bargaining
are
agreement.
controlled in the NFL.
You're guaranteed half of the profits.
You know what you're getting from network TV, whether your team's good or not. Ryan Smith knows what he's getting, and he values what he's getting from the network TV money.
Absolutely. He knows he's getting half the
Baseball's
money.
a little different deal because those tend to be locally driven deals. Now, baseball is trying to trend in the way they're cutting their network TV deals, but they're not there yet.
As long as
I think
Ryan
they're trying to trend.
Doesn't spend like a drunken sailor on an overpriced roster, going into the salary tax aprons and paying double and
you really
triple.
would have to be a drunken sailor.
Yeah,
because even a poorly trained sailor has the guardrails of the cap, the luxury tax, the repeater tax.
Right. They make sure you don't get there.
You would really have to steamroll your way through those.
And you would have to not care about your profits at that point, which
Right.
is fine. If you're a trillionaire and you don't care about your profits, fine.
Yeah.
Go for you. Good for you. Go be Matt Ishbia or, the people who've owned the Warriors now for several years. And if you feel like the titles are worth it, great. The titles are worth it. But, yeah, there are a lot of guardrails, and you're right. Is Ocho betting that those guardrails are coming to college football and are coming to college football soon, or college athletics
College
soon?
expenses just seem to be skyrocketing because the money's skyrocketing, and yet people are still in debt. And so it's not just the expenses on their spending on coaches and on facilities. Now they're going to bring some discipline to that, and people are afraid what that will look like.
Yeah.
Is that going to lead to reduced scholarships and dropping sports?
It will be interesting if the
backlash
cutoff
would
line
be massive. The AD and the president have to know that.
It'll be interesting if the cutoff line for the Big Ten and the SEC is finding the teams that will collectively bargain and separate themselves from college athletics, essentially. Because that's where you're going to have to get to, right? That's then an agreement between professional teams and TV corporations. Who's going to broadcast? How much money is going to be made? And yes, how much is going to be split between the players and the business aspect of it.
DJ PK, we're back with your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere. You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis, looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK. It's official. Eric Kerr is moving from Corner Canyon High to Weber State. Done deal. An intriguing new era in Wildcat football. I have to watch.
You weren't in on the Mickey Mantle experience. Mickey Mental.
I thought there was a decent chance that was going to be a problem.
He had to step in and replace Jay Hill, who is going to be one of the best that's ever done it.
Don't follow the man.
Yeah.
Follow the man who follows
really
the
difficult.
man. And I will say, in Mickey's defense, take a look at that schedule they played this year. Oof. My advice to Eric Kerr, and he probably doesn't want or need my advice, and what I'm about to tell him has already occurred to him, you got to lighten that schedule up. Yeah. Now, part of it is the league did him dirty. Maybe it was an accident. I don't know. But they played the top half of the league. They played, of the bottom 5 teams, they played one of them.
Yeah.
Out. Now, they were one of them.
Yeah.
But they missed out on 3. You miss out on 3 teams, and they all end up down in the 2-6, 1-7 territory. They could have had a better season. Did they get to play Montana State, or a meeting in the national semifinals? Yes, they did. You got to play Davis, who was in the quarterfinals? Yes, they did. And then you got money games on top of that. That was a tough schedule for Weber State. So hopefully Eric Kerr gets a slightly more doable schedule.
And look, this is not, I don't know if this is a good thing necessarily for our local universities. I don't think this is good for Utah or BYU.
Why?
Because Eric Kerr was bringing in NFL quarterbacks to come and play at his school. And then they were getting picked, ideally, sans Jackson Dart, to go play at our local schools. And they're not there anymore. He's not there anymore. So are these kids coming in now to play for him?
But if he gets a good freshman quarterback at Weber State, they'll just recruit him in the transfer portal.
Absolutely they will. But it might be easier to get...
Tomato.
Is it easier to get a kid out of high school or out of the FCS? It actually might be easier to get him out of FCS.
More ready to play.
Yeah. And more willing to transfer. You know, they're not being courted probably by every school in the country, where right now if you play quarterback at Corner Canyon, you walk into some authority. The same way if you played point guard at Duke in the 80s and 90s, you had a good chance of going to the NBA. A, they recruited good players, but B, if you just filled that mantle, you had a chance.
Jazz beat the Mavericks in overtime. Jazz are 4-2 in the last 6 games. Question in the morning, are you happy they're winning or upset they might lose the draft pick? Kelton says, I've seen this movie before. If they keep winning too much, players contributing will be traded, and Lowry and Key will be wrapped in bubble wrap.
Correct.
Yeah. We've all seen the movie.
Yeah, look, I think
I would put bubble wrap first, trade second.
25 wins, I still think is the number. I would circle that. They are way ahead of schedule. So how do you fix that? Well, you have to be way off schedule the second half of the year, which means a much uglier second half of the season.
You think if they have 25 wins, they'll be okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Ooh.
I still think that puts you about 6th place. Ooh. And 6th place gives you an 80-ish, 85%.
I would have
86%.
agreed with you a while ago, and now I'm not sure. But these teams are going to play each other, so somebody has to win.
Yeah.
I was thinking low 20s. I'm not sure mid-20s.
22.
But right now, they're on pace to win 30, which is too many.
If you win 22 games, you're holding on to your pick for sure. 25, you're still sweating a little bit on lottery night.
Class will skip. The Jazz are not giving a draft pick to OKC that would be used on DeBonza. That's not a thing.
Well, that's true.
It's probably true.
No, it's definitely true because A.J. DeBonza's not falling to 9. If the Jazz are giving up their pick, it's 9 or later.
It's not the lottery odds. Right. If the Jazz have the 11th best record and they get lucky and move up, then they keep the pick.
Yeah.
It's not based on where they are the record. It's based on where they are after the draft lottery.
The truth is, yes, if the Jazz give up their pick.
So OKC will not get DeBonza based on the Jazz pick.
Is drafting a player who Jazz fans have not heard of right now. With all due respect, who's the 10th guy in this draft?
We don't know.
We don't know. Somebody is going to make that jump.
They probably don't know.
They have a rough board.
They do have a rough board.
They don't know who's going to be there at 9 or 10. No. So that is somewhat the redeeming factor. If you want to push for it, look, the Jazz right now in the play-in, if it were to start today, if you want to push for it and you think you could make the playoffs as the 8th seed, fine, you're giving the 16th overall pick to the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's actually not that painful, nor would the 16th pick likely change the outcome of the Jazz's future, if that's the pick you end up giving up. The problem is this is your year if you do want to hope to hold on to a top 4 or 5 pick that you could get another difference maker.
And that is the thing, because they can rise to the middle pretty quickly, but they could also get stuck in the middle pretty easily.
And what they've committed to over the last 3 years is they recognized, or they decided, that the pain of being in the middle is worse than 5 years of the pain of being at the bottom if the payoff is winning on the back end.
That was the decision they made when they traded Rudy and Donovan.
It's easy to forget pain. We're trained to forget pain and not get trapped in that trauma. So you forget it, and your current pain, which is losing, starts to feel worse than you remembered what it felt like to be stuck in the middle.
Jake will join your favorite therapist, mental health professional Ben Anderson, next, right after the break, right here on The Zone.
That's it. We're gone.
We are done. Gang, show's over.
It ain't over yet.
Oh, yes, it is.
That was the whole show.
See you next time.
Bye.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, it's Youngblood's Idols, the World Tour to the UCCU Center in Orem on May 13, 2026. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, 5 o'clock, the Utah Mammoth in Boston to play the Bruins. The puck drops on 97.5 FM. And the BYU basketball team is home tonight, hosting the Pacific Tigers at 7 o'clock on 102.7 FM. The Mammoth are going back-to-back. They're going to be in Detroit again tomorrow night at 5:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your Tuesday. How you doing over there, Ben?
Doing well. How are you?
Oh, I'm still recovering from a grumpy night, but, I'm doing all right.
Because it went to overtime?
Well, yeah, obviously it went to overtime, and it was the world's slowest, hardest to watch, stupidest game ever.
Wow, you didn't enjoy the game. I think a lot of people enjoyed that game last night.
I thought you were going to say you lost in Risk again.
No.
Made an example of.
No. Listen, nobody wants to watch 74 foul shots.
No, that's a lie.
Nobody. Not one person. And both teams sat their bigs, and both teams made up for it by fouling on every single possession. So, no, I don't think anybody enjoyed watching that brand of basketball.
If you can't play interior defense, you foul. And yes, there were a lot of fouls.
And by the way, I'm not giving Cooper Flaggs credit for scoring 42 points.
Oh.
Screw that.
You should.
20 foul shots. Shut the front door.
Well,
he did not play against a team that was serious about defense, I guess, if you really want to oversimplify it. But no, that was the easiest 42 in the world. Just somehow get into the paint and then go to the line. Good luck.
Well, somehow is carrying a lot of weight there. Somehow getting to the paint was.
You mean by getting Keontae George switched on to you,
or
and
Bryce
then
Sensabaugh, whoever, Lowry
right.
Markkanen, Ace Bailey, everybody the Jazz could throw at him. He got his shoulder into them and drove past them.
So
I thought it was
Cooper may be
extraordinary.
Good,
yeah.
May not. I don't know. But last night wasn't evidence of it. If anything, that was a THT hot dog against Charlotte game. It was so frustrating to watch. It was so horribly officiated. And it did get overly ticky-tacky, and they did take cheap shots because they had nothing else to do. And then they review the cheap shots and still have bungled that. Whereas Lowry's was totally inadvertent, and Keontae George probably should have gotten a flagrant. And it made me angry about the whole review process. That was the worst. It was, and win or loss, whatever.
Sure.
But I'm talking about how the game was played.
Okay.
I'm talking about who played in the game. I'm talking about how the teams actually performed. All of it was so hard to watch and aggravating and long.
Was long. Did go
and
to
the
OT.
reason it went to overtime was stupid because if you just box out the simplest thing that they teach at the most basic levels of basketball. Ben, your son is familiar with the term
box out.
Box out.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know. People, I saw some people online being like, what a great game.
Yeah.
Incorrect.
A lot of points. A lot of big baskets.
It was close.
It was. Mavericks only play close games. I was talking to one of their writers yesterday, and he's like, yeah, every game's a clutch game. So last night qualified as well.
And they stink. They can barely field a team.
Yeah, when Anthony Davis doesn't play, they're not going to be competitive, which was by design last night. They wanted to lose that game, and they did.
I think the Jazz wanted to lose
the Jazz
that game.
Did want to
and
lose
that's
that
another
game,
thing.
and they could not.
The tank is on, so terrific. We're going to go through that again, as opposed to looking for development and things like that.
And probably more so than ever because they are so far ahead of schedule with the wins.
And now we're going to talk about losing games on purpose. Terrific. They're like nothing to be happy about in Jazz land today, in my opinion.
Okay, I would disagree.
Keontae played well.
Absolutely.
But he didn't play against a serious team either.
Yeah, but again, and this goes with Cooper Flagg too. If this was a guy who averaged 6 points a game and goes for 35, a la Taylor Horton-Tucker, who cares? The difference is, and I said this to DJ before the show, before I jumped on with him, while the Jazz made Cooper Flagg look good last night, they made him look 2 weeks ahead of schedule, not 2 years ahead of schedule. This is not the last 40-point game we're going to see from Cooper Flagg this year. He's going to do this again, and he is one of the best young players we've seen come into the NBA in a very long time. But for the Jazz, and what's relevant for the Jazz is that Keontae George's leap is absolutely real. He did it on the road at Memphis, and now he's doing it here in Salt Lake City. And yes, sometimes you play against bad teams, and you got to take advantage of that. And that's what he did last night. And, Memphis didn't have Zach Edey either, who's their best rim protector. If you don't have a good rim protector, Keontae's saying, okay, then I'm just going to get to the paint at will, and I'm going to torch you. And if you try and stop me, you're going to foul me, which you don't. I had a Jazz fan in my mentions last night saying, you like that brand of basketball? No. But the NBA does because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander just won the MVP, the finals MVP, and is on the best team that we may ever see because he gets to the foul line at will. And that's what the league is rewarding right now. So you don't have to love the way it looks, but if you have a guy who can manipulate the rules in his favor, you have a good player. And Keontae George is learning how to do that. So if you're trying to figure out, what caliber of player he is, the sky becomes the limit if you can bend the rules to your will. And that's what Keontae has begun to do. And that's why I thought last night was at the very least interesting, though I'm with you. I got home at midnight last night too and had to get up early to come back and do an hour with DJ, which I'm happy to do. Wouldn't trade my job for anything, but I do recognize that this was a quick turnaround.
Yeah. A quick turnaround isn't all that aggravated me about the game.
I get it.
Not at all. And if you want to talk about the modern NBA and how that's aggravating too, sure, I'm more than willing to have that conversation. I honestly don't even care about Keontae's point total or last night in particular for Keontae because I don't need to see him score 37 points. I'm perfectly aware if he's capable of having a night where he scores 37 and gets 6 assists. That is not a shocker anymore. I want to know what he does next game. And the game after that, and the game after that. And you asked a good question in the postgame about Keontae and when, I can't remember how you phrased it, but it's when you just expect it.
Yeah.
Right? It's when, okay, you're just going to get 22 and 8 from this guy every single night, and we don't have to worry about the no-shows. And, I mean, I thought Will kind of gave you a good answer. I'm not sure if it was exactly what you're looking for. It was kind of more of those, onward and upward and you never arrived kind of things, which you expect to hear from a coach. But that's very much relevant in the discussion about Keontae George because if you can just expect 22 and 8 to walk through the door every single night, and maybe he shoots 50%, maybe he shoots 38%, but it's 22 and 8 every single night, well, then all of a sudden you've got a guy and you can stop worrying about that. That's what's relevant, I think.
Here's what Will said to me last night, because I said, the verbiage essentially was, when do you just recognize that what Keontae's doing is baked in to your game plan? When can you just say, this is something we're going to get every night? Now, how do we take the next step with him or other players around him? And he said, Keontae has changed all of our expectations for him, and I think that's a good thing. I think that does make us feel differently about him in terms of our roster and what it could mean moving forward, which if I'm reading through it, and if he wants to disagree with me or correct me next time we talk, he can. But that does sound like this is a person we're building around. And well, this has been the big conversation in Jazz land about the term building around because of Yusuf Nurkic's response to a Jazz fan who said you can't build around Lauri Markkanen, Keontae George, or Ace Bailey. Does seem like Will Hardy is saying this is a person you can at least factor into how you're building your roster. And outside of Lauri Markkanen, I don't know if the Jazz have another player that you can say that about. And now Keontae's in that group, which means you've doubled the number of players you might feel confident doing that with.
I don't know. Maybe I'm tired of cliches or something, but the whole build around thing is silly. Listen, if Hot Dog scores 40 against the Hornets one night, but he's not a serious player, you're not going to keep him on your team. If Keontae George can consistently average 20 and 8 or whatever over an NBA season, then all of a sudden he's a piece of what you're doing. Whether you trade him or whether you keep him or whatever, that's all that's relevant. Build around. What do you think that the Jazz would reject a player because, like, wait a minute, we're already building around Keontae?
No.
That seems really silly to me. And I know I'm not saying you, Ben, because everybody uses the term build around. Where the Jazz are as a franchise, they need dudes. They need players that can play, and it needs to fit their timeline because they can't bring in a bunch of geezers who are only going to be around for a year or two because that's not the window that they're operating in. So there are some parameters, but they need players. And if Keontae's a player, then okay, they're building around Keontae, whatever that means. If Taylor Hendricks is a player, then they're going to build around Taylor Hendricks, whatever that means, and Keontae George. And so, I don't know, build around seems silly to me. Build around Lauri Markkanen? I don't know. You're going to use Lauri Markkanen to better your team. And whether that's him playing on the team or him playing for the Bucks is open, and I use the Bucks because they're the latest with trade rumors, right? That's open for some sort of discussion. They're not in a place where there's not an untouchable player on the team. Anybody could be traded at any time. There's no guaranteed slot. They just need guys that can play NBA high-level basketball, period, end of story. And if Keontae's that, then that's a real win where people thought that was a loss 6 months ago.
I totally agree. And the hard part there, or maybe it's a thing that we make up as a hard part. I don't know. I do think this is one of the difficult nuances of being an NBA front office member is how do you know what's empty calories and how do you know what's not? And that was part of my question last night for Will Hardy that, I'm not sure he answered. And I didn't ask it directly, so that is on me if that was the answer I was looking for. But essentially it's how do you know what's real? Because Bradley Beal was the old maid, and Bradley Beal's numbers are better than what Keontae George has put up. Bradley Beal was 30 points a game, all this, all that. Conceivably a guy you should build around. And it didn't actually contribute to winning. We did a segment yesterday on the show about Donovan Mitchell. And, I got to be better. I've got to do all this stuff. What Keontae's doing right now in his third year is almost identical to what Donovan Mitchell did in his third year. So when you believe that Keontae is Donovan Mitchell, is he? Well, Donovan Mitchell was winning 50 games a year and putting up these points. Does that matter more? Or was Donovan Mitchell just playing next to Rudy Gobert? And was that the difference? And the Jazz brought in Bojan Bogdanovic and Mike Conley. Well, put this Keontae George next to a future Hall of Famer in Rudy Gobert, an all-star in Mike Conley, and a very good role player in Bojan Bogdanovic. Are the Jazz winning 50 games again? And if so, does that mean the Jazz have Donovan Mitchell and Keontae George, or do the Jazz have Bradley Beal and it doesn't matter? I think that is a real conversation.
It's all empty calories until they win in the playoffs, period. It is.
Yeah, it's totally fair.
It's all empty calories
question.
until they beat a legitimate team in the playoffs and they advance on, which Donovan did do. But the silly thing about the build-around thing is why would you build around Donovan? That wasn't enough. Donovan isn't enough on his own, nor is any NBA player. So, again, getting back to this silly, build-around, you can't build around 2 guys. You can't build around 3 guys. You got to have a team of at least 8 to 9 guys.
Yeah, good players.
To compete for a championship. And we've seen Denver not compete for a championship last year because they were the thinnest team you've ever seen. They've got the best player on the planet. They've got complementary pieces. Their coaching situation was a bit of a snafu. But they only had 5 legitimate NBA guys on the roster, and you aren't going anywhere.
Yeah,
so
the myth about the Nuggets that people overlook now is not only did they have the best player in the world in Jokic, they also had maybe the best number 2 guy in the world. Whether that was Jamal Murray at the point or the best number 3 guy in Aaron Gordon, and so on down the line, where Kentavious Caldwell-Pope was the best 5th player on the team on the planet, and Bruce Brown was the best 6th man on the planet in that run. They were all the guys playing the right roles at that time. So yes, to your point, you can't only focus on the number 1 or number 2 guys. Now, if you have the best six man on the team or the best 6 man on the team, that doesn't matter if you don't have the guys in front of him. I think that is absolutely relevant to what the Jazz are trying to do. But yes, to your point, it can't just be 1 or 2 guys. It can't just be Cooper Flagg.
No, LeBron himself could not get the Cavs over the hump just with LeBron and a cascade of clowns. Multiple runs in Cleveland, LeBron couldn't.
Got maybe as close as anybody, but couldn't get it there.
And you know what? LeBron, or Cooper Flagg for that matter, ain't walking through the door down there at Southtown Mall anytime soon. So what are you going to do? You going to just lie down until somehow you luck into LeBron? I mean, I guess that's kind of what the Cavs did for a minute until they got him in the draft. But the Jazz need to. The Jazz, I don't think, are at if we want to entertain the build-around discussion. The Jazz aren't even there.
No, I don't think they are either.
They're not there. I mean, if the Mavs want to say we're going to build around Cooper Flagg, okay, but hilariously enough, they're not even doing that in Dallas because that team is full of geezers and nobodies. So, wait till Dallas jettisons the geezers and goes super young, and then we'll see how well Cooper Flagg's doing then. I mean, team building in the NBA is totally fascinating to me.
It is.
And where the Jazz are now, I don't think they have the luxury of those discussions. I really don't. If a contending team calls about Keontae George today and is going to give you a bunch of stuff, you move them.
You certainly listen.
You certainly listen.
Now, you listen less than you did 6 months ago, but you're also getting a different offer.
And I'm on the Keontae bandwagon. If he stays with the Jazz, I think he would likely have many productive years here, it seems. Yep. But if Milwaukee calls tomorrow and says, you guys want Giannis, and you say, well, okay, what do you guys want? And they say Keontae, you say, all right.
Yeah, of course.
Sounds good.
Yes, no question about it. But where this is interesting and where I think you're right on is you're not having the conversation of building around these guys yet. You're starting to put the puzzle again to a little bit. The fog is clearing. The smoke is clearing. You're starting to see a little bit of an idea of what this thing could look like, and Lowry could be a part of it, and Keontae's proving he could be a part of it. But, if you feel like the biggest piece of the puzzle still has to come via the draft, which I don't actually even necessarily agree with, but
I don't either.
It is the route the Jazz have taken over the last 3 seasons of thinking that's the most likely way to get this player. You aren't at the build-around stage. You are still saying that you need another guy to come in to actually start the build-around process, which does mean that what you're seeing right now between Keontae and Lowry is a little bit of fool's gold, which is where you started this segment, that scoring 70 combined points against the Dallas Mavericks without Anthony Davis or Derek Lively, who are their 2 good big men in the paint, doesn't actually mean anything. And the Jazz might agree with you.
And it is what is stupid about the NBA, and the team's intentionally losing. And I heard DJ set the number at a third. That's probably about right. Not just a third who are trying and aren't very good, but a third who are trying to lose. And I don't know. I think that's a problem. And it wasn't the players' problem last night. I mean, they played hard, did what they could. The Jazz players played to win, and good for them. But not rostering any bigs. Either team rostering any bigs. That is a not serious game. And, hey, super stoked it was close. Yeah. I'm glad the fans got to see some big shots or whatever, but I thought it was a pretty unattractive brand of basketball, and it was 2 teams that were not fielding serious teams.
I agree with you. The only aspect of that is that the win still counts in the win column, and the Jazz are going to have to negotiate that with what they want to do for the rest of the season if they feel like the best way to continue to build this team, even if they're not building around Lowry Markkanen or Keontae George, is through the draft. They're going to have to figure out a way to make sure they don't win too many games before the end of the year to hold on to
It's an NBA problem, not a Jazz problem, but it doesn't mean that I have to like it, which I do not.
And it doesn't mean the Jazz are immune from dealing with it, because the Jazz have to deal with it. The Jazz do have to deal with it for the rest of the season now.
All right, guys. Nurk's not playing. Phil's not serious inside. How are we gonna stop these guys? Foul them every time.
Yeah, more fouls.
And both teams brought that strategy.
Yes, they did.
They're like, we're going to foul every time. And then, interestingly enough, at the end of the fourth quarter, they stopped calling fouls, which was fine with me.
Of course.
But I would be aggravated if I were a player then, too. It's like, wait a minute. I couldn't breathe on somebody for the entire game.
42 minutes.
And now, I mean, both sides, like, hard fouls in the paint. And they're like, man, letting it go.
Play through it. Yep.
It's like Leslie Nielsen in The Naked Gun, where he's the umpire and he keeps, really selling the strike calls. He's doing the moonwalk and all that stuff. And then they come up to him and they're like, you can't let him get the third out. And so he gets back behind the plate and the guy throws a total pipe shot and he's like, ball. Then comes another ball. Hilarious.
Yeah. Leslie Nielsen had it.
Man, you can't even touch your guy on defense without getting a call. Oh, it's under 90 seconds to go. No!
Play on.
Play on, everyone. Deal with it. Hilarious. Ball. Ball. Then the guy pops up, and he throws all the balls in the back. Man, I love that movie. All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next is Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham. It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah with a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way. Incredible! Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Whitt prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on The Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale. Over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made-in-America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A Monday warrior, mean stride. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride. Though his mind is not for rent, don't put him down as arrogant. His reserve a quiet defense, writing out the day's events.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Get the best blankets and gifts ever. Save 50% off at Miki Couture with the promo code ZONE50. Shop online at MikiCouture.com or visit any of their 6 locations. And let me tell you, that Zone50, that's the best deal in town.
That's the ticket.
You're welcome. Zone 50, Miki Couture, and you're going to win Christmas. I know it's not supposed to be a competition, but you can take home the W. Don't worry about it.
Yes.
Do you view that as a competition with you and your spouse?
Yes.
Do you really?
Everything is.
Oh.
If you're not competing, you're falling behind.
I definitely do not.
No, of course not.
But I am not a very good gift giver, so that might be one of those can't win, don't try kind of things.
No, I try and give a good Christmas. Do my best. Hope everyone has a good time. And you will with a Minky.
Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love for J. Brooks with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. Speaking of winning Christmas, hint, hint. Christian, where are we starting today?
Number 1, you guys had a great conversation with Christian Cox yesterday talking about Kyle Whittingham and Morgan Scalley in the Utah football program. But what is next for Kyle Whittingham after stepping down?
Not retirement.
Not flat out retirement, not a commitment to retirement. That doesn't mean that couldn't be the pathway. But again, this Michigan job keeps getting brought up. I think it has more to do with the fact that these stories are so close together. Sharon Moore going to jail, potentially, and Kyle Whittingham becoming a free man in the coaching search is probably more the reason why Witt's a candidate. But look, Michigan is finding itself in an emergency situation, and they are not going to be able to pick what most seasons would be a highly sought-after job with highly sought-after coaches. Now, Witt is a great coach, and if Witt ends up being the safety net, it's actually one of the better safety nets. But I don't think anybody they hired this year is going to be the guy who's going to be the coach 3 years from now. Now, for Kyle Whittingham, he might say, great, I don't want to be coaching 3 years from now. Let me go, spend 2 years at Michigan trying to win and seeing what level I can win at. And what if I do exceed expectations even for myself and I enjoy it? Maybe I will coach until I'm 70 and make another, $8 to $10 million a year if things are going well. What I would hate to see is Michigan to leverage Witt against other guys and dangle him without, I don't want to say him recognizing because he's a smart person, not trying to make it sound like he's a senile guy who doesn't know what's happening or how he would be manipulated, but I would hate to see Witt's name floated out there if the team doesn't have any actual interest in him and is only doing it to force the hand of a younger coach or a different coach to accept the job.
All right. I mean, I don't care if he leverages or who leverages what. If Dilly squeezes $2 million more out of Michigan because Kyle Whittingham's agent or something floats. I mean, I honestly don't care about that. I don't think that Coach Witt should even consider that job, nor do I think they should even consider Coach Witt. And I actually think it's the reason Dilly shouldn't consider going to Michigan either, although it's a little less with him because of his age.
Yeah.
But Witt knows how to win at Utah. His formula works at Utah. Dilly knows how to win at Arizona State because he's an Arizona State guy and he knows how to win there. He's leaned into the heat, all this stuff that other coaches have been scared to do because Phoenix is a unique place. The difference is that Dilly is a young man who is smart and ambitious and probably willing to play the game.
Yeah.
Does that make any sense? Witt is in the I don't give a what phase of his career, which he's more than earned. Does he really want to take a high-profile, high-pressure job that you probably have to compromise your moral integrity to do, where you really don't have a ton of say because there are other big-time factors in your employment, and you've probably got a whole program you have to overhaul, so it's a big job that would probably take some time, and I don't think the Michigan Wolverine fans are willing to give much time. So for Witt, I wouldn't consider it. For Michigan, I certainly wouldn't consider it. I'm going to hire an older, conservative, and I'm not talking politically, I'm talking like lifestyle. I have no idea what Witt's politics are, nor do I think they're relevant.
Yeah.
But he's a conservative dude that rides his Huffy to practice or whatever. I mean, he's certainly not Sharon Moore, but he's kind of a white picket fence kind of dude. And I don't think they should be looking for a conservative white picket fence kind of, I don't give a what, I'm in the, I'm going to like this job phase of my life. I don't think that's what they need either.
So what do they need?
They need somebody like Dilly. They do. They need young, ambitious, and willing to do what it takes to win at all costs because everything is on the line for them. Their career is on the line. Picture Urban when he went to Florida. I think that's, at this late stage in the game, I think that's the kind of person. Or else hire internal, hire a Michigan man who's just going to cheat his backside off.
Yeah.
It's one of those two. I don't think you hire the straight arrow, longtime coach from Utah. I don't think that works.
They just missed what was a potentially pretty good window. Despite the fact that this was a great seller's market if you were a coach. If you were a coach, it was a great time to be on the market, renegotiating your contract or trying to leave. And Lane Kiffin took advantage of it, and Kurt Signetti took advantage of it. Coaches all over the country took advantage of it. Nebraska's head coach took advantage of it. Like, getting all these deals restructured to get more money was great, or you leave and you take a bigger job at Florida or at LSU to get paid. This was a really good year to be those guys, particularly. It wasn't like there was a bunch of great coaches that were on the move. That did not actually happen this season. And Michigan even missed that window that closed really quickly. So they're already picking between fewer teams. And Michigan, is on par with Florida and with LSU as far as quality of jobs go. And those jobs didn't go to, I guess, the cream of the crop of college football coaches that were available, maybe outside of Lane Kiffin. So they're already fighting with one hand behind their back. And then they're trying to do it after the process has essentially ended. So if they could pull a Dillingham, that would be absolutely pulling an ace. I think that would be a superb hire if you could lure him away. And maybe they can just simply because it's Michigan. I just don't know if they're going to get that quality of coach.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mark Harlan, though, has now become Bill Belichick.
In what way?
Bill Belichick said goodbye to Tom Brady when he still had gas left in the tank. And so Bill was left on the sideline cheering against Tom Brady in the Super Bowl because it was going to reflect poorly on Bill. If Kyle has something in the tank and goes anywhere and truly succeeds
and wins,
it's not going to look good. It's not going to make Mark Harlan look good. Now, Morgan has a lot to do with that. If Morgan succeeds, then all of a sudden it becomes a little bit easier.
Yeah.
But if it goes like the the Patriots and Belichick went, where all of a sudden they were on the fast train to Sucktown, and Tom Brady was still winning Super Bowls. That's a bad look. That's how a legend like Bill Belichick gets fired in New England.
It is very safe to say that while we don't know exactly why Witt left Utah when he did, he didn't do it because he was done with coaching entirely.
Yep.
So was he forced out? I don't know. Was he done with Utah? I don't know. Did Mark Harlan ask him to leave? I don't know. Did Boosters ask him to leave? I don't know. I've heard a lot of things. But regardless, this wasn't a guy who said, well, I've run my race and I'm done, and I'm excited to enter retirement and slow my life down. That's not what we've heard about Kyle Whittingham or from Kyle Whittingham in the slightest. So, yes, that does leave the door open for him to go have success elsewhere. And if that does happen, it's not going to look good for Mark Harlan.
Which isn't a good relationship to have with your legendary coach, in my opinion. It's why you deal with these things sensitively and let some of these coaches make their own decisions. But the impression I get is that at least Kyle would be willing to be still at Utah. That's the impression I get. I don't want to report anything because I haven't talked to anybody with the last name Whittingham or anything, but he's got gas left in the tank.
Yep.
And Utah was willing to, I don't know.
Welcome him back.
Yeah, welcome him back. I think he'd be back.
I agree.
So now they're in a really awkward position where they're cheering against their legend.
Not fun.
I hope for Witt, and I don't know. I think him going into the NFL and landing like a linebacker spot with the Chiefs or something like that, I think that'd be pretty dang cool. And actually, you can be in your I don't give a what phase and be a position coach in the NFL where you're actually coaching and you're not recruiting. You're still making a nice salary, but it's not your neck on the line. But I don't know. Coaches have big egos, and I'm sure Coach Witt would be eager to prove that he's still got something left.
No question.
Yeah. All right, next.
Number 2, the Utah Mammoth on an East Coast road trip, playing at Boston tonight, trying to make it 3 wins in a row.
Yeah, got to continue to take steps in the right direction, winning back-to-back the way they did. Pretty dominant, or not dominant, but confident and comfortable win over the Kraken, and then the major comeback against the Penguins in their last outing. Yeah, go out there and get a third. That's how you lace together, what was it, a 7, 8, 9 win streak, and put yourself very firmly back into the playoff spot.
Cole Bagley is going to join us to talk all about it coming up at the top of the 11 o'clock hour.
Great.
So it's 11:30.
The bottom of the 11 o'clock hour.
11:30, Cole Bagley will be on the show, and we'll ask him about the mighty Boston Bruins, who currently, Ben, are sitting on 38 points. So pretty good. Next.
Number 3, breaking news out of Ogden this morning. Weber State has their next head coach.
Eric Kerr is taking the job, leaving Corner Canyon, which Corner Canyon has turned into one of the premier high school programs, not just in the state, but in the entire country. He's had several NFL quarterbacks come through his high school, and now he tries to do it at Weber State.
I'm eager. I like kind of, I don't know if you want to call hiring a high school coach out of the box, because it certainly has happened before, but I like some out of the box thinking. And maybe go into a high school guy with some success who can bring a different philosophy in. Because I do think there are talented coaches who coach high school and don't make the millions of dollars. So it's cool to see, them get an opportunity. The thing is, though, Ben, is that coaching in college and coaching in high school are so different. And he could have the best schemes on the planet. If you don't get the players, it doesn't matter. And in college, you have to figure out how to go out and get players. And I'm sure he's developed a plan and told Weber State how they're going to do that. But to say it and do it are a couple of different things. He can boast about a couple of NFL quarterbacks, which I'm sure will help him, but it's still a completely different animal. So I like that Weber hired a guy that has a ton of potential, and I'm eager to see if it works.
I hope they give him some time, because it's a different animal that he's tackling at Weber State than he had at Corner Canyon, but clearly he does have an eye for talent and can put up some big offenses. So we'll see if that's able to work, but it's an unusual path. You don't see a lot of high school head coaches jump immediately to college head coach, regardless of the level. You see guys take position coaching jobs. You see guys, test the water, find their way in, and then move up that way. But to jump from, the number one guy in high school to the number one team in college is a pretty massive leap. So we will see. Just knowing football, do it. Troy Taylor worked his way up to becoming the head coach of Stanford after being a high school head coach, and then going to the FCS level as a coordinator, et cetera, up the list. We'll see if Eric Kerr can do better.
What's next? Oh, that's it. There you go. That's
Before
number 3.
story
Sorry
at
about that.
KSLSports.com.
All right. We'll get to more coming up next. Jake and Ben. All right. Let's give away Jazz tickets. It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We're going to hook you up with a pair of tickets to go see the Jazz and the Magic coming up on Saturday, December the 20th at Delta Center. Tip-off for that one will be at 7:30. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Stay tuned. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. I think we all, Ben, are looking for different ways to invest in our homes to improve lifestyle, curb appeal, and of course value, which matters. Well, windows and doors are a great place for you to start. And Peach wants to help you out with all of it, whether it's small projects like making your home more energy efficient or really big projects like entire walls of your house turning into movable glass. Peach wants to be there for you.
Yeah, forget the cookie cutter approach that a lot of other window companies take. Peach offers custom designs, slim frames, oversized doors, custom doors. And they can do things like motorized shades that you can control from your phone. We talk a lot about their windows and doors, but it goes well beyond that. And why should you choose Peach? Well, the installation process really matters, and they have their own installers and their own contractors that they work with specifically in-house. They are not farming you out to somebody after they talk to you on the phone or in their showroom. Their expert crews are going to treat your home just like it's theirs to make sure that you love the products that you get.
So give them a call today, 801-566-1255. They do free in-home estimates. They can come out and consult with you, too, and give you ideas. You can go to peachbuildingproducts.com or simply drop by the showroom, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
Holidays are here, the countdown to Christmas, and it's time for you to make your reservations at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I have to tell you how festive it is, whether it's downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple or up at Hotel Park City. Just the atmosphere, the decor, it is spectacular at Ruth's Chris. Now, as great as that ambiance is, you're there for a steak, right? You're there for a great, great meal. And Ruth's Chris Steakhouse never disappoints. Pick out that perfect steak. It will be cooked to perfection, and it's not just steaks. They have the seafood and the poultry and other dishes and the desserts at this time of year, the side dishes. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, the perfect place to celebrate the holidays this year. And don't forget, the perfect stocking stuffer, a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We want to remind you about our good friends at My Hearing Centers. They're going to be hanging out with Hans and Scotty coming up today from noon to 3, 8941 South, 700 East in Sandy. Ben, real quick, responding to something coming in on the Snap Talk, and then I have another thing for you. But our friend 801 Sports tweets in, he says, Michigan did just win a championship with a conservative white picket fence kind of guy with Harbaugh. Witt would win there as well. Let me clarify what I meant about conservative white picket fence kind of guy. And not that I think Witt would be above trying to find a competitive edge. I don't think he would be willing to go.
Connor Stallions?
Yeah. And I don't, Jim Harbaugh, I think, compromised some stuff to win.
No question about it.
I mean, when there are stories about him hiding in trees to get recruits and stuff like that.
There's a reason he's not in college anymore.
Right.
He was winning at the highest level, was going to be the highest paid coach in college football if he wasn't already. Had every advantage you can get, including a title, and said, nope, I want the notoriously great NFL team, the San Diego, now LA Chargers. I want that job. No, he had to get out of town.
So, yeah, I'm not talking about I was trying to talk about integrity, really, and I used words that didn't mean that. So
no, they could have double meanings.
Yeah, right. So yeah, I don't think Witt is willing to compromise his integrity like he would be asked to do in Michigan.
And while
that's my point,
I do think a lot of teams, we saw with BYU, may want to have the pendulum swing the other direction amid scandal to clean up their image. You did make a good point that why. It does matter at some schools because some schools don't have every other advantage going for them. So if they lose what advantage they do have, which, by the way, BYU's image is an advantage for them. If you lose that, maybe players don't want to go there. That's not an advantage Michigan has to worry about. People want to go play at Michigan. Kids want to go play at Michigan. Parents want their kids to go play at Michigan. They want to play in the big house. It has all of these things working in their favor. What do they care if they're minding every rule?
They just want to win.
They just want to win.
That's it.
And they will find a coach that comes in and says, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win here. And while Witt will say that, when pressed on it, is he going to put a man in a beard and a fake chin to go sit on the sidelines to read the other team's playbook? Probably not.
No.
Is he going to sit in a tree to get a recruit? No, he might block off some fences so the media can't see, which he's done at Utah. But that's the exact opposite of what Harbaugh was trying to do.
He's not gonna tell the broadcast crew he's starting at quarterback, but he's not going to.
Brian Kelly's gonna put a kid up in a crane.
I don't.
To get an advantage if he feels like it's good for him, risking his life. I don't think Witt's gonna do that.
I don't think so either. I mean, you can say I'm going to do whatever it takes to win this race, but does that mean you're going to poison your competitor before it starts?
And Will Wade says yes.
Will Wade says absolutely. Kyle Whittingham says probably
Harbaugh
not.
says yes.
Harbaugh said, yeah, well, I already did that. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Sharon Moore said, hold on, I'm DMing somebody.
Hold on, I'm busy. Hilarious. And then the other thing I have for you, Ben, just real quickly. Have you noticed the start that your Kentucky Wildcats are off to?
I have.
7-4, and they basically lost to every decent team they've played.
They're unranked.
Unranked, and people are grumpy about Mark Pope. Have you seen the latest from him, though?
I have not.
He has been ordered not to speak over a conversational volume for the next couple of days due to the strain on his voice from yelling during Kentucky's struggles. Quote, "It's been a pretty emotional several weeks, and it's been taxing on my voice," unquote. So he can't scream at his guys for a couple of days.
This has an interesting potential to be what seemed like a major loss for BYU turning into one of the greatest things that's ever happened in BYU athletics. I mean, losing Mark Pope and the chain reaction of landing Kevin Young, down the line Rob Wright, down the line A.J. DeBonsa, and maybe it was the other way around. But
it was DeBonsa first.
DeBonsa first, Rob Wright second. To end up in this position that BYU's in, and the first domino being Mark Pope getting hired by Kentucky after, by the way, they also missed out on a lot of other coaches before they dialed up an alum.
Be careful hiring the hometown hero.
It has set BYU up to,
surpass Kentucky.
Certainly, I mean, they're already better than Kentucky. It's pretty incredible. It is funny. We can try and predict how these things are going to work out and what it's going to look like, and you can never really do it, and how people are going to respond to being spurned. And that's what happened with Mark Pope at BYU, and it's been honestly nothing but a good thing since. He's not going to last long at Kentucky.
Remember, okay, when I was talking about Texas Tech before the football season started, I made the point, like, it's one thing to have the dough, but what do you do with it? And obviously, Texas Tech spent it on some really great players, and it's made a great impact for them. Kentucky has a bigger budget, allegedly, than anyone else in college basketball for players. And I think their roster is north of, I can't even remember the number I heard, but it was like $22 or $25 million or something crazy. He spent it on all of the wrong guys. Like, he didn't get, it's one thing to have that dough, but what do you do? What do you do with it? Who do you bring in? Who are you able to bring in? What do you need to bring in? My criticism about Texas Tech was, well, they're never tough. So are they going to bring in a bunch of flashy dudes that are going to score 40 points and you're going to give up 45? Because that's been the history. Or are you going to be a tough team? And what I didn't know at the time was the guy spending the money. I knew there was a guy. I didn't realize it was a former lineman who knows what it takes to be tough in football and spend it in a lot of the right ways. Mark Pope spent it on Bozo the Clown.
Mark Pope's teams that have won have consistently been able to do one thing very well, and that's shoot the cover off the ball. He is a good coach at getting players open shots. Coincidentally, so is Kevin Young. But he could get his teams shooting pretty well. And actually, that's what they did last year at Kentucky. They shot the ball well, but people were grumpy because they didn't have NBA players, and they liked the flash of having top 5, top 6, top 10 picks, and not just one on their team at any given time, but multiples. And that is what Coach Calipari did extraordinarily well. He always had lottery picks on his roster. So not only did they usually compete at the NCAA level, even though they only won one title, but they also had the benefit of watching those guys succeed in the NBA and then say, look, we played at Kentucky, and that was a system that fed itself. Now Mark Pope's team cannot shoot in the slightest. They are a terrible shooting team. And outside of Jaden Quintons, who I'm not sure has played this season, who was at Arizona State last year and transferred in, I don't know if they have an NBA player on
I don't
their
think
roster,
they do,
including Colin Chandler.
In fact, they paid a lot of money for a transfer point guard who couldn't shoot his way out of a paper bag. Christian could go play horse with him right now, and Christian would win.
Christian's a heavy favorite.
Appreciate
Spotting Christian 2 letters.
He'd dominate.
He'd win.
He'd dominate. Yeah, I don't understand. Who are you spending it on? You know, that very much is relevant. So Mark Pope, anyway, has to be a little quiet for a while.
Stop talking, Mark.
Or at least stop berating your players.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
But that'd be like asking Lloyd to stop berating everybody.
But you know what? And look, I don't want to call Mark Pope a bozo. I'm not saying that.
There could be a bozo. There's a bozo factor with everybody.
But
there could be
we have talked a lot about coaches. The smart coaches, you know what they do? They recognize if they're bozos. And they cash in when they get a chance to cash in. And Mark Pope cashed in going to Kentucky. He's probably getting a very handsome salary. We can look up the salary. He's getting a very handsome salary. He's punched his ticket. Whatever happens, who cares? You buy me out, fine. I still got paid. I struck when the iron was hot. And that is a place where college teams can get in trouble and coaches can cash in. And Mark Pope cashed in. Now we'll see. Maybe he's able to turn this around. Teams have slow starts. It's not terribly uncommon in college basketball, and you can make a good run. $5 million. Less than Kevin Young, right?
No,
what,
wasn't
6 years, 26 or something like that?
Wasn't Kevin's? Didn't that come out of his 3 or 4?
Okay, whatever it was. I thought it was over 20 plus million. Certainly was over 20 million. I remember that report. But neither here nor there. Some coaches recognize, hey, I don't really, and I'm not going to say Mark Pope doesn't care about winning. Clearly he does. He's a head coach. But some guys recognize their opportunity to cash in. And I think Mark Pope's done.
7 years, $30 million, 4.3 annually.
Okay. So not quite to the AAV, as they say in hockey, for Kevin Young that Mark Pope got. Though, that will change. You keep winning like this, and he's going to get paid again.
Like what?
Like this.
Stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, it's Youngbloods Idols, the World Tour to the UCCU Center in Orem on May 13, 2026. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com. Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado. With 4 powerful engine choices, impressive towing capability, and legendary dependability. Or choose from other great offers on Colorado, giving you clever and convenient bed and tailgate functionality, plus outstanding torque for big adventures. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben. What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Who's got it better than us?
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I said, settle down, everything is fine. Take your eyes off the floor. She said, no, I'm not, no, I'm not, no, I'm not alright. I lost my head on the door. She's antisocial, antisocial, she's an angel, yeah. I'm in deep with this girl, but she's out of her mind. She said, babe, I'm sorry, but
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you about Win Ticket Wednesday, your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. This week, you can win tickets to go see Young Blood Idols, the world tour to the UCCU Center in Orem on May 13th. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Get your tickets today and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. You know, far be it from me to tell, people when writing copy what they need to include or not. I'm willing to read whatever. But I do find it funny for these tickets. It's May 13th, and they wrote in 2026. It's like, I think you can leave that out unless it's like 2027.
Yeah.
Maybe people would like to know. But at this point, I would just assume it's May 13th next year.
You would hope so.
Soon to be this year.
We gave away some tickets for August. But again, yeah, how far away are you giving tickets for?
Yeah, again, if it's 2027, feel free to throw that in there. But I don't think you need to include 2026.
Agreed.
I think we just naturally assume that. Ben, there was some big college football news yesterday. Basically, every quarterback in the country who has experience is transferring, which is kind of hilarious. But you know who's staying put? Your guy, Archwell Manning. Which, by the way, what is his? Is it Archwell? What's Arch short for? Archie?
Archibald.
Archibald? Oh, yeah, that's probably it. Archibald Manning is staying at Texas, and he's going to go back and do another year with the Longhorns. Now, what I find interesting about this is the new landscape with college football, where is it really the better move for you to automatically go to the NFL draft? I would argue the answer isn't always yes, because you can make dough while staying at Texas, and you can get better. Because this is the point I'll make, Ben. You know I love that show Wipeout.
Mm-hmm.
What an incredible television show.
Okay.
I mean,
People
just
getting punched
watching
by hilariously sized boxing gloves.
So, but if you watch that show, like, timing is everything. You got to wait for the right time, and then you jump on the moving thing. Or then you move past the boxing glove. You know what? Or else you get the boxing glove right in the face. I'm becoming more and more convinced that in the modern NFL, your window of success is very brief, and if you don't get it right, your chances of succeeding are low. See Zach Wilson. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
He went into the NFL, he got his opportunity, he wasn't ready for it, and now he's fighting with everything he's got to get another bite at the apple. If the place would have been different, or the timing would have been different, or something along those lines, who knows? And I think you can find other examples of that too, of guys that went early into the NFL, got an opportunity early, weren't ready for it, and we've never heard from them again.
Lists a mile long.
It's a pretty common story. And I don't know Archibald, if he's ready or not, but it used to be you either were having top ramen or at least you were getting an NFL salary. Now, it's not necessarily that much. So if Arch feels like, okay, I need to get better or I'm going to get into the NFL and I'm going to start right away and I'm going to be gone no matter what my last name is. And so I like the idea of Arch going back and getting a little more seasoning, because I do think you've got to have it just that window just right, where timing, preparedness, opportunity, all those things come into play. So I thought it was pretty interesting. I bet if this were 10 years ago, Arch would have come out no matter what.
I'm curious where he would have gotten drafted. He was not particularly good this year. He finished better than he started, but I don't think what were the projections? He wasn't a top 5 pick. I don't know if he was going to be a first-round pick. And remember, at this point last year, Shedeur was a lock first-round pick and fell to the 5th round.
I almost guarantee he'd be a first-round pick because of his last name.
Because of his last name.
No matter what.
It's possible. I will tell you.
But that's a great point, because what if he came out last year and everybody's like, which he can, I understand. But what if he did, Ben? He'd be the automatic number 1 pick.
Yes.
The team that drafted him, the Titans, would have to start him, and he'd be in the same position Cam Ward is in, which is on your way out of the league.
And as he proved, he's not even as good as Cam Ward. He's not as good as Cam Ward.
Right.
He would have been out after a year.
So that's why I'm saying I think timing makes a big difference. Because his last name is Manning, he will get a bite at the apple. I assure you.
Yeah, of course.
Shedeur is getting a bite at the apple, and he's not from a legacy quarterback family. He's from a legacy cornerback family, and he eventually got a chance. Arch Manning will get a chance. Tim Tebow went in the first round. He's going to go in the first round. The PR machine wins every time. So is he going to be able to succeed in the NFL? That's something different, because that's not PR. That's where the rubber meets the road.
Along those lines, though, I will tell you, if I'm Archie or Arch Manning, who is not getting a Christmas card from me this year, and it is his namesake, Archie Manning, his grandfather, because his grandfather was the one who told him not to take any NIL money early in his career until he became the starter at Texas. And now, why is he going back to Texas? To get more NIL money. Because he was not sure if he was going to, as you just said, make more money in the NFL or have a chance to make as much money in the NFL as he will make to go back to Texas this year. He should have taken money to go to Texas if he's not going to be an NFL player.
I don't believe that he didn't take anything to go to Texas.
They said he didn't. They said he didn't take it his first year there, and now he has since changed that stance, and he is taking NIL money.
Okay, but money doesn't matter to him anyway. I mean,
I don't think that's true. I think money. I mean, his dad's not giving him money.
No. I know, but not like.
I say that because his dad doesn't have money, because his dad's not Peyton or Eli.
But that's a luxury take. Does that make any sense?
It is a little bit, yes.
He
no question about it.
He didn't take the NIL money not because he was being altruistic, but because he actually had that choice.
And he does. Yes, he doesn't have to pay off anyone in his family's debt. He doesn't have to take care of anyone. He only has to take care of himself. And he's since been made, maybe not whole, but look, he's missed out on a year of NIL because he listened to his grandfather, and now he's going back and skipping the NFL.
I don't think it's strictly
for NIL.
No, this is my point, though. I don't think it's for NIL.
You think it's for his fear of washing out of the NFL?
I don't think he was good enough to go to the NFL.
Right. I think he's got to be better.
But that's the point. So now it's a financial. I mean, you just said it used to make financial sense. If it was ramen or any money, you take the money. Now that's not the case.
Well, speaking conceptually, if you want to talk just about Arch, I don't think he's just going back to Texas for the money. Conceptually, though, it's less of a risk to go back to school. Now, there's the other side on the field where if you get worse, Matt Leinart went back to USC and he got worse.
Yeah.
But Matt Leinart also won a Heisman Trophy, and there's really nowhere to go but down.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's the case with Arch. I think Christian's right. I don't think he's good enough to succeed at the NFL level, and he probably knows that. And because his name is Manning, he's going to be thrown into the deep end no matter what. Wherever he goes, unless he goes at the end of the first round, which he won't, he'll be expected to start day one. You got to be ready.
Arch Manning this year. And if he comes back and plays well and, yes, gets drafted, he's going to have a chance. But 2,900 yards, 24 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Good, not great numbers. You know, that's middle of the pack.
I know, but everybody watched the Ohio State game and said, this guy sucks. And that was not the case. And then that was the rap that he had for the rest of the year. Those numbers you read off right there is pretty good considering he basically didn't have any numbers against Ohio State. I'm not saying he should have been a Heisman Trophy winner, but he had a pretty good year. And by the way, Texas was competing for the SEC title.
And as we mentioned, he did get better throughout the season and had some more prolific games. It did not help that they did beat Texas A&M. He didn't look particularly awesome, but they did get the win there. But no, I get why he's going back. He should go back. But part of it is because there is NIL money. It does make this a lot easier for him. And yes, he's in a very luxurious spot where he probably didn't need to be worrying about that as much as 99% of other athletes in college football. You know, he's going to come from money. He's going to have money. He's going to be well set up. And as you mentioned, he could even go out and have another mediocre year next year and still have a chance to play in the NFL because of his last name. But other players in this situation, I think, may have come back to Texas because making that extra year of salary there is better than what the opportunity is going to be provided for you in the NFL. Because any other player right now with these stats is not looking as a first-round pick.
I would wonder, again, his last name's Manning. He's going to be a first-round pick. But whatever, he's going to get the opportunity. What is he supposed to do? Say no?
Yeah,
I mean, that's essentially what he's doing now is say no, because I'm sure that he wants to put himself in as best position as possible, which is now a legitimate option, whereas it wasn't before. I'm trying to remember who exactly was underclassmen when they came into the draft, but I wonder if like Jake Locker would actually have had a chance to succeed if he had felt like he had a legitimate decision. Because it used to be if you're going in the top 10 or whatever, it was a no-brainer. You're going to go because it was better than nothing. But now, is that the case? Who was the UCLA guy that got no chance with Arizona and they moved off him for Kyler Murray? Rosen. Was he an underclassman? I'm trying to remember exactly who were underclassmen. But if those kind of players went back instead of came out, would they have given themselves a better chance in the NFL?
I don't know if it's so much about a better chance in the NFL. If you're trying to compare to what's happening today versus, hey, what I do is leave college with another $1.5 million in my back pocket because I was a very highly rated college quarterback, and that's more important setting me up for the rest of my life than whatever happens in the NFL, which I think, as you have pointed out, Josh Rosen was a good college quarterback. Zach Wilson was a really good college quarterback. There are good college quarterbacks who, for whatever reason, get to the NFL and just absolutely fall flat. They just can't handle whatever it is there. And maybe it's the situation of the team around them or the expectations, whatever it is. There's a million different points of context that could change it. But if you could leave college with X amount of dollars to set yourself up, that's a much better spot than saying, hey, I feel pressure to go to the NFL. You know, Jake Murphy didn't make it in the NFL. He would have been better off coming back to Utah. In today's day and age, would have been really easy. I mean, Jake didn't get drafted. Jake thought he was going to get drafted and make the league. He ended up getting a cup of coffee with the Denver Broncos. He would be a hugely sought-after tight end prospect in the transfer portal, the same way, what was it, Ryan at BYU this year, transferring from Utah, had success and probably made a pretty good amount of money.
I think players' goals is to actually make it in the NFL.
Absolutely, no question.
As much as I enjoy talking about money, I think the basis of this conversation was, or in my mind anyway, was how do you best succeed? Instead of having a 2-year career, how does Josh Rosen have a 10-year career? And I think getting drafted at the top of the first round and expected to be good day one, I think is a quick way to not succeed. I think Zach Wilson was given too much too soon. I think that's part of the reason he did not succeed with the Jets. He was not ready for the opportunity. I happen to believe that Jordan Love benefited from not getting thrown into the deep end day one. But Arch Manning likely isn't going to have that option. Wherever he goes in the draft, he's going to be thrown into the deep end because that's what we see with usually first-round quarterbacks that don't go to the Packers. Even Jackson Dart got picked 22? How long did Rusty last as the starter?
3 or 4 games
in front of him.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're Jackson Dart, he looked pretty darn ready. He looks pretty darn ready when he can play. Hope that concussion issues don't become a thing for him. But I think that is delicate. Are you ready? Where is the opportunity? And how much runway do you get? If Zach Wilson, I've always wondered, if Zach Wilson went to a different team, would he have succeeded?
Better than the Jets, but does that guarantee success? No, because every team has whiffs.
Oh, guarantees, certainly not.
Yeah,
but if he went to another opportunity that were more invested in development, I'm sure the Jets would have loved to have developed him, but maybe had better players around him, maybe were a little more functional as opposed to dysfunctional, mentorship, I don't know. Would he have been better? If he didn't get clowned on Hard Knocks, would he have been better? Would he have had a better opportunity? And maybe Zach Wilson is a bad example, but I think there are a number of great examples out there of players that went to the wrong opportunity or too soon or whatever. Sam Darnold is a really good quarterback.
Yes.
So why didn't he succeed with the Jets? And why did the Vikings move off him? And he's one of the few, though, that has gotten a second opportunity and taken advantage of it. And we look at that and go, oh, okay, that happens all the time. It really doesn't.
No.
Once the league decides you stink, it's really hard to get back in.
Yeah.
In fact, the Panthers cut Darnold simply because of his reputation, I would argue, because he's obviously a solid quarterback.
What he represents. He represents a failure of the front office. So, yes, you distance yourself from that guy because the front office is trying to distance themselves from their own failures, even if that guy's not the failure.
Right. So, if I'm Arch, I'm careful about that.
Yeah. I mean, Tyler Huntley probably had a better NFL career than Zach Wilson. He's not made more money. He's probably not had more opportunity. I don't know if he's played in more games. He might last longer. Now, maybe he doesn't. But Tyler Huntley's had a very successful NFL career, especially considering he went undrafted. Zach Wilson's career is viewed as a failure.
Well, so far.
And one was the number 2 overall pick.
Well, he is still a backup quarterback in the NFL.
He is.
So, and Tyler Huntley was never anything more than a backup quarterback in the NFL.
But it is the perspective of how it's looked at.
It's the perspective, which is fascinating because, yeah, Tyler Huntley was an underdog, non-drafted guy, and Zach Wilson had huge expectations, but yet they get to the same place in the NFL. I don't know if I would argue Huntley's played in the NFL longer. He's actually played in more games. I don't know if I'd argue he's had a better career. He's had multiple opportunities to catch on with other teams, and including the Dolphins, and had the chance to beat out Zach Wilson with the Dolphins and did not.
And he certainly made less money.
And he's gone back to the Ravens because he's a unique fit for them, which good for him. And he found a niche, and he's left and come back in good graces, which, again, not a surprise because he seems like a genuinely pretty good dude. But, that's perspective, in my opinion, not necessarily fact.
Correct. But that's a lot of how this goes in. I mean, I think that is a lot of the decision-making when it comes to being an NFL quarterback. And, yeah, when do you strike? This is a thin quarterback class. This is not a good quarterback class in this year's draft. Mendoza's going to go high. Dante Moore, if he declares the draft, is going to go high.
But getting drafted too high is a curse. That's not a blessing.
Ask Lamar Jackson.
That is absolutely a curse. Ask Alex Smith, who had the curse of the number 1 pick it's basically the reason it didn't work out in San Francisco.
Right.
And then he turned out to be a pretty good player. But you know who he wasn't? Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
So, I don't know. Cam Ward has the curse of being the number 1 pick. You can look at a bunch of number 1 picks and go, well, that person had that curse because all of a sudden you're expected to be the most incredible. You were the number 1 pick. And just because you were the best quarterback in the class doesn't mean you're the best football player in the class, let alone being comparable to other first picks who were quarterbacks like Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck.
But what you can't do is distance yourself from having the highest expectations. You are expected to come in if you're the number 1 overall pick and change your franchise.
And if you're not ready for that, you're screwed.
Yeah, regardless.
Especially in the NFL, where the patience is just not there, even for number 1 picks.
Right.
You could be the number 1 pick in the end. Well, that's not true because Anthony Bennett washed out pretty quick. But Michael Olakandi was in the league for years.
Yeah. You get a lot of bites at the apple.
You do. If you're a top 5 pick, I'd argue you get a lot of bites at the apple.
Yeah, and you get some in the NFL, but it doesn't mean you're necessarily getting on the field.
Not if you're a quarterback, because then you lose, and then you lose publicly, and then everybody's out on you. Cam Ward's not going to have a lot of latitude, and he might be on the worst football team ever assembled. It's not his fault.
No.
I mean, his behavior hadn't been great, but it's not really his fault.
I'm looking at Matt Stafford now because I'm curious about his approach because Matt Stafford was the number 1 overall pick.
He started right away, basically. But
he started right away. He was on several terrible teams.
But he had Calvin Johnson, which helps.
They also went 2-8 his first year in the 10 games he played. He only played 3 games his second year. They went 1-3. And then by his third year, they were back to winning. They went 10-6. They dropped back down to 4-12. They did some Giants stuff, some Lions stuff, and he was there for a decade before they moved off of him.
But they weren't losing because of him.
No, they weren't losing, and he did produce pretty early. I'm just curious, you look back at these number 1 overall picks. Now, he had 13 touchdowns and 20 interceptions his first season in the NFL. Good for the Lions for sticking with him because they actually proved that it was worth it. A, they won some games with him, and B, they got something major back for him when they traded him.
Peyton Manning set the all-time interceptions record as a rookie.
Mm-hmm. So the patience pays off, and maybe that's where this ultimately goes, is whatever happens with Arch Manning, whoever drafts him, if they do draft him in the top 5. Now, maybe he's just not good enough. He wasn't great this year at Texas. He was fine. He wasn't great. the patience will be the important part.
All right, stay tuned. We're going to talk some Mammoth hockey coming up next with our buddy Cole Bagley. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham.
It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah with a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way. Incredible! Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Whitt prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on The Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110, or rgsutah.com.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
Gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado. With 4 powerful engine choices, impressive towing capability, and legendary dependability. Or choose from other great offers on Colorado, giving you clever and convenient bed and tailgate functionality, plus outstanding torque for big adventures. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to talk hockey with the Utah Mammoth and NHL insider on KSLSports.com, Cole Bagley on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time to talk some Mammoth hockey. Our next guest appearance on the show is brought to you by our friends at Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. He covers the Mammoth for KSLSports.com. He's our buddy Cole Bagley. What's going on, Cole?
Not a lot. How are you guys?
Doing well. Things have turned up, or have been on an upturn since we last talked to you. Back-to-back wins. Win over the Kraken was very solid, and then it kind of looked like all hope had been dashed again against the Penguins, and they stormed back with a truly impressive third period and overtime. As you've been around this team, you're on this road trip. Are you getting a sense that this feels like an improvement internally?
Yeah, if you watched their last 3 games, even though they lost to Florida, I would say these last 3 have probably been, for the most part, some of the most involved hockey, if you will, from the team as a whole. Guys, really embracing that next man up mentality that Tourney's been talking about since Cooley went down. We've seen some pretty good performances from guys up and down the roster. Guys like Nick Schmaltz, obviously Dylan Gunther has played really well. I thought Vemelka's been better over the last couple games. But yeah, I think guys are just maybe a little bit more bought in and recognizing that, hey, without Cooley, we've really got to give a little bit more effort, play with some more urgency, and, play that gritty style of hockey to get wins. And, over the last 3 games, even though the Penguins game was not the prettiest, it was still, the most positive outcome and picking up 2 points. And, we'll see if they can't keep it going tonight against Boston.
Maybe you just answered this a little bit, but what is the connective tissue with this team when they really have it rolling their way? What are they doing?
Yeah, I think like any hockey team, it's trying to play a complete 60 minutes and not necessarily, playing your A game for 60 minutes, but giving a complete effort, playing with energy and urgency, because you're not going to win all 60, but if you can, offer your the most effort through 60 minutes, if you can, win 45 to 50 of those, you're going to put yourself in a decent spot to win the game. And that was, really the case against the Penguins, last game out. They made a couple of mistakes, but for the most part, they were out shooting the Penguins, by almost, twice as many shots, and even were approaching 3 times as many shots. And eventually pucks started going in. But in terms of style, I've really liked what I've seen over the last 3 games. As I talked about earlier, they've just been playing, with more urgency, towards the middle of the ice as well as close to the net. Guys like Lawson Krause and Jack McBain and really, pretty much all the forwards have started to play that more gritty style of hockey, getting bodies in front of the net, getting the goaltender moving back and forth, screening, his eyes. And, that's why we've seen them score as many goals as they have over the last few games. So that's when that's when they're at their best, is everybody's giving a complete effort, and they're playing more of that gritty style hockey and close to the net there.
From a scoring production, point production, It doesn't seem like Mikhail Sergachev is that far off of the pace that we saw last year, but his impact certainly feels different. He seems like he's making mistakes out there. He doesn't seem to be making the clutch plays that we saw last season. What have you seen from him, and what has Coach Bear said about it?
Yeah, I asked Coach about this this morning just because, he's not too far off in terms of production. I mean, he's down a little bit compared to last season, but not too much. But I think what it comes down to for Sergachev is I don't feel like he's as bought in as he was a year ago, and I think last year was unique for Sergachev. Obviously, after getting traded from Tampa, where he won 2 cups, he'd spent I think 7 or 8 seasons. He was really established there. There was really nothing left for him to prove, and I'm sure if they would have kept him, he would have just continued to ride it out. But Utah makes the trade for him. They bring in Sergachev, and the expectation I think for Utah was for him to become the number 1 defenseman for the Mammoth, and he lived up to those expectations. He proved that he could be a top D man in the NHL, but it just feels like after he proved that, he's kind of that chip on his shoulder has kind of gone away. He hasn't been as assertive. He hasn't been as emotional. That was a big thing last year. He played with emotion. He played like he wanted to win every game, and he wanted to prove to Tampa and to the rest of the league, the type of player that he was. I just haven't seen that from him this season. Like I said, I talked to Bear about it this morning, and he admitted, look, Mikhail has not had the best start to the year, but he's recognized that, and he's played better as of late.
Is the goaltending where it needs to be to make a playoff run?
No, it's definitely not. I'm not exactly sure where they are as a tandem, but a few weeks ago, a week or two ago, they were like the 6th worst save percentage in the NHL at a collective about .875. Now, Vejmelka has been playing better. I think he's now I think he's approaching 8.9, maybe the mid to 8.9. So, I think this season is unique for the NHL as a whole. Goaltending in general is down because it's a condensed schedule. Guys are playing more games. Goaltenders are playing more games in a shorter amount of time, which is difficult. And, teams are scoring more goals. So I think, if Utah can continue to just keep their head above water, if Vejmelka he has been better. If he can continue to play the way that he has over the last few games, he will help put Utah in a spot to claim, a playoff position. But the issue is, Vanacek has just not played very well. I think his save percentage right now is .878, which even for a backup is just not the numbers that you'd hope to see. So collectively, they need to be better, but especially Vitek Vanacek, who it appears he'll be getting the start net tonight. So a good opportunity for him to put up a good performance.
So we've seen some really high highs and some really low lows, but what are we, 34 games into the season now for the club? They're sitting on 35 points. Give us a grade on where they are. Give us a grade on how this season has gone so far, and also how well they are set up to make a push for the playoffs.
Yeah, it's like you said, really high highs, really low lows. I think a lot of people feel as though Utah has played below expectations, which I would say is for the most part accurate. But I think when you consider things just as a whole long term, they're tied with San Jose right now in terms of points. San Jose does have one of the tiebreakers over them, which is why the Sharks are ahead of them in the second wild card spot. But with a win tonight, Utah can jump into that spot. And, if the Penguins are able to beat the Oilers, and if the Sharks drop another one, then Utah would actually jump into the top wild card spot. And I think if you were to ask anybody in the front office, or if you were to tell anybody in the front office that 34, 35 games in that Utah would be in the top wild card spot, I think they'd be happy with that. Now, with that being said, the journey, to this point in the season has definitely not been up to expectations. There's obviously some things that have been not necessarily alarming, but they've gone through some tough struggles. So if I'm going to give it a grade, I'd probably give it a C-. I think they're just a little bit below where they should be. A lot of that, again, has to do with how they've gotten there. But at the end of the day, they're right there. They're in the race. And if they can just hang on for the next, 7 or 8 weeks, get to the Olympic break within 2 or 3 points of a playoff spot, or even, just stay in one, then they can get through the Olympics, get Cooley back. They can approach the deadline more as buyers, see if they can't add a piece or two, and really push themselves into the playoffs as they've said they wanted to from day one this year.
Who's the best team in the league right now?
Oh, Colorado Avalanche, far and away. I mean, they've only lost twice in regulation. They have 53 points, on the year. Their goal differential is plus 54, which is just absolutely outrageous. I think the next best team is Dallas with plus 25. So the Colorado Avalanche, I mean, if they don't win the Cup this year, I mean, that is just an incredible failure for that team. They're just so good in all three facets of the game. They have two of the best players in the world, arguably the MVP this season, and Nathan McKinnon. So, Colorado is the team to beat. And I don't know if anybody's – I mean, they've only, like I said, through 32 games, they have 2 regulation losses. I mean, that's outlandish. That is ridiculous.
Cole, we have also learned that the Mammoth are going to be without Logan Cooley for 8 weeks. We didn't know how long it was going to be the last time we talked. How does that change the perspective of the injury, his development, and for the team?
Yeah, kind of like we speculated, right? Didn't think it was going to be season-ending. I think 8 weeks is a happy medium, if you will, in terms of an injury, especially because he'll get an extra 3 to make sure he's fully ready to go with the Olympic break. So he'll technically have 11 weeks from the time that he went out to the time that he should, or at least they expect him to be back. And for this team, if you lost Logan Cooley for the season, they probably would be in a position of waving the white flag, understanding that it would be darn near impossible to make the playoffs. But, with him out just about 2 months, as I said before, if they can keep their heads above water, if they can, continue to play with a chip on their shoulders, if everybody can buy in and have that next man up mentality, and if they can stay within 2 or 3 points of a playoff spot through these next 2 months, they'll have a shot to really push once Cooley is healthy. So for him to not, be out for the entire season, it changes the trajectory and gives them a chance.
Cole, we appreciate you and all your fine work. We'll be following your coverage from Boston.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Enjoy, Cole. Thanks,
Cole. There you go. Cole Bagley covers the Mammoth for KSLSports.com.
Stack some wins. That's all you got to do. When you're trying to make the playoffs for the first time in franchise history, they've only been here for 2 years, but for first time with the soul of the Arizona Coyotes that they brought here for them, they gotta avoid getting too down on themselves and feeling like, deja vu all over again.
Let's give away some Jazz tickets. Hit it, Christian.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, and your chance to win tickets is right now.
Call this number now.
Call this number now.
Be caller number 12 at 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. And you'll be on your way to Delta Center to see the Utah Jazz.
He fires the 3. He hits! Oh, don't do me like that.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Caller number 12 right now, you're going to go see the Jazz Magic coming up on Saturday, this Saturday, the 20th at Delta Center. Tip-off for that game will be at 7:30. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We'll wrap up the show. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
Joining us on the program right now, Andy Phillips, former kicker for the University of Utah.
Coach Scally wears a little bit more emotion on his sleeve and is not afraid to joke around with you. And I go to our blackout game, and there he is in a white shirt, and I can give him a bunch of crap for being in a white shirt at a blackout game, and he can turn around and give me all kinds of crap as well. And he brings totally different perspective than Coach Witt. And so, a lot of people are like, you're going to get a lot of the same with Scally, and I don't necessarily think that's true. And I think it's going to be just a great change at Utah in leadership, in the sense that there's new blood and new energy. And I know that Coach Scally's been preparing for this for decades, and we'll take all of the good that he's learned from Coach Witt and the coaches that he's worked with, and then we'll put his own flavor on the program. And so I'm really excited to see what that's going to turn into.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This holiday season, make your wish list a reality at Performance Automotive in Bountiful. When you choose performance, you're choosing selection, convenience, and exceptional service. With 3 locations, Performance Honda, Performance Toyota, and Performance Ford, Performance Automotive is here to serve your needs. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, driven to be the best. Start your search today at performancebountiful.com. Performance Automotive. Driven to be the best.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game. With qualifying Smiths purchases, you can score single gold view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included, for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, 5 o'clock, the Utah Mammoth in Boston to play the Bruins. The puck drops on 97.5 FM. And the BYU basketball team is home tonight, hosting the Pacific Tigers at 7 o'clock on 102.7 FM. The Mammoth are going back-to-back. They're going to be in Detroit again tomorrow night at 5:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two niggas on the airways, talking sports. They got him made Jakes and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment is brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, Peach Doors and Windows. Also, join us, KSL Sports at Miki Couture in Draper this Thursday from noon to 3. Miki Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever. Visit MikiCouture.com. And don't forget, get 50% off by using promo code ZONE50. Ben, the Jazz won last night. It is their 10th win on the season. And people are worried they're going to make the playoffs. Which is such a stupid, I hate this conversation so much.
I'm with you. It is worth noting, let's see, when did the Jazz win their 10th game last season? They won it on January 12th. So they are more than a month ahead of schedule where they were last year. Now, I think as you and I both said, there was no chance they were going to finish the season with the worst record in the NBA. I think that was very apparent. The fact that Vegas set their over-under at 17 games, I always thought was free money, but I don't gamble. Certainly wouldn't gamble on the team that I cover, but I don't gamble, period. But what the Jazz are experiencing, and I would suspect Austin and Danny Ainge and Justin Zanuck know better than anybody, or should know just because it should be a understanding in your job, is that going from the worst team in the NBA to mediocre bad, which is where I'd say the Jazz are still mediocre bad as a team that can win 30, 35 games, is not really an accomplishment. It's not an accomplishment of any note at all. And look, to your point, and I've, I think about our show a lot. You said, I think this team can win 30 games. You said that. You said the Jazz, if this team wants to win 30 games, and I was a little skeptical. I thought 30 seemed high. They could blow past 30 if they wanted to right now. And this isn't even including that. I mean, that conversation was before Walker Kessler got hurt. If you had Walker on this team, you're competing for 38 wins easy.
Yep.
So it's not hard to do. You look around the NBA and you hate losing 60 games a season because it feels bad, and losses actually do feel bad. Every night they feel bad. And that can make it easy to like the quick endorphin rush you get from beat the Dallas Mavericks. And again, I probably don't agree with you on every point, but what did last night's win prove to you? That you beat an 18-year-old who almost beat you by himself? Otherwise, you've got a bunch of not washed, but very average to below average veterans who did not care to win that game in Dallas, and you still almost lost that game, had to go to overtime. That wasn't anything to hang your hat on. Nothing, no data point you got out of last night's game should be something that you start building off of or building around. So you can't fall in love with the simple pleasure of the empty calorie victory you got last night, even if Jazz fans respond to it well on social media or it felt good to be in the arena experiencing it because the crowd got loud. You need to have a better understanding of what you actually are and what you actually aren't, and that 30 wins, 35 wins in the NBA is simply not actually a good bar, even if you get there and it feels better than only winning 17 like you did last season.
Yeah. Well, my take on the 30 games was I watched how hard it was for them to win 17. They had to go to unbelievable measures to only win 17 games. Not just that they were a bad team, but they had to actively try and lose. And it was really hard for them to actively try and lose and get to that. They should we set the bar at 25. You should accidentally get 25 wins in the NBA.
Yes, you should. That's on the table. It's scheduled into your schedule. It's printed out. The day you get your schedule, there should be 25 victories there.
So with Walker Kessler, was it crazy that they get to 30? Heck no.
No.
Because especially the way the NBA is built now, a third of the league are trying to lose games. Yesterday The Athletic had a report that Dallas was going to keep trying to win. And then last night, they obviously aren't.
Yeah. Mysteriously, Anthony Davis.
Sid Anthony Davis. They're obviously not trying to win. How many teams out there are actively trying to lose? Not just not trying to win, but actively trying to lose.
Yeah. It's got to be 6 or 7.
At least?
Yeah.
I mean, we could go through it. Let's see. Let's start in the Western Conference just for fun. The Pelicans actually trying to win, but they suck.
Yeah, so they don't own their pick.
So but where does that come in? I mean, that's really pathetic is what that is. The Clippers are trying to win and suck, so pathetic. So those two are bad examples. Sacramento is going to actively try and lose.
Yep.
Dallas is going to try and lose.
Yep.
The Blazers might actually be trying to win.
But we'll probably pull the plug at some point. Yep.
The Grizzlies might pull the plug at some point.
Just lost Jaw last night.
Yep. So that's how many teams?
That's 3 there, and that doesn't include the Jazz yet.
Let's go with the East. And doesn't include the teams that are just so pathetic that you're likely going to beat them anyway, which is 2 teams. In the East, the Wizards actively trying to lose, and that's only going to get more active. Indiana actively trying to lose. The Nets actively trying to lose. The Hornets actively trying to lose. The Bulls on the edge.
They never do. They always are very happy to make the play-in. But regardless, they're not great.
If they were smart, they'd actively
and they may
try
still,
and
and
lose.
they could change course, certainly.
If the Bucks are without Giannis, they're going to start actively trying to lose.
They don't own their pick.
Are we sure about that? We were talking about that with David last night.
No, I don't think they own their pick.
David was saying this might be the one they actually own.
I think this pick is actually part of the New Orleans trade that goes to Atlanta because Atlanta gets the best of the Bucks or the Pelicans pick. That's why it was such a crazy trade. It was 2 bites at the apple for a lottery pick. Now, you only get to make one of the selections, but it was the best of those 2 selections. So I do think the Bucks they may get the second of these, or maybe New Orleans gets the second of these. So at least they felt like there was some fallback. But no, I don't think the Bucks control the destiny.
So
of their own
they won't
selection.
actively try and lose, likely. That's probably. I mean, the Heat. We're going to do what the Heat do, and right now we're getting into the 9th spot in the East.
Yeah.
And any of these teams could actively turn around and try and lose if they really wanted to. I mean, like if the Sixers all of a sudden went into the tank, although they don't own their own pick either.
But here's the point: 7 teams are actively trying to lose. There are 2 other teams, and maybe 3 if you include the Bucks, in the Clippers and the Pelicans, who can't get out of their own way and are losing despite the fact that they don't own their own pick. So that's 9 teams. Now, this does include the Jazz. In a draft where the Jazz have to have a top 8 pick, and you're not just comfortable finishing with the 8th worst odds because that means you have a 40% chance of giving up your selection. In fact, if you're going to end 8th, you might as well just go for the playoff. Because if you do finish 8th, you get jumped by 1 team and you give the Oklahoma City the 9th pick. That's actually a far worse case scenario than not even giving yourself a chance to win the lottery, going for the play-in tournament and saying, well, worst case scenario, you deliver a 14th or 15th pick to the Thunder. You know, that's a better option than saying, well, what if you accidentally give them the 9th pick?
Part of me, I don't know. The NBA is set up for this losing on purpose strategy, so far be it for me to criticize. But part of me says the Jazz should just say, screw it, give Oklahoma City the pick, and trade back in. I still don't understand why nobody talks about that. If there's a player that you want in the lottery, well, trade in and get him.
Yeah, and you're probably not going to be able to get up to top 3, but you can probably get to 4, 5, 6, or 6 using all your slew of draft picks.
It depends on who's in the top 3. I wouldn't
count
that out.
It always does. It always depends on who's in the top 3.
And what the prospects are and all of that stuff. And the Jazz have so many assets, they could absolutely overload a deal and get into the top 3. I don't know if that'd be smart or not, but why does nobody talk about that?
Well, and again, at this point last year, we were saying, yeah, there's no way to get into the top 3 because we knew it was going to be Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, and Ace Bailey. And what happened? Ace Bailey fell to 5. So, yes, to your point, actually what they're looking at now or feel like we know for sure now certainly will probably not be the case when we get to June. We don't know what this top 3 is going to look like.
I don't know. Are you really going to just pull the plug and try and lose for an entire other year just to keep this stupid pick that they've planned the franchise around for over a half decade now?
Yep. I'm with you.
And there's just more than one way to do things. I don't understand why we get so focused on the lottery positioning of first-round picks. I don't get why people are so obsessed with it. I think I heard you make the point on with David James this morning. These same teams that got screwed by the lottery last year are going back in on it again, even though they got totally screwed.
Got pantsed on live television.
And Dallas, the team that had the worst possible odds, are the ones that got Cooper Flagg.
Because it might happen for us. Because if you do get Cooper, it can change things quickly. Or at least you think it can change things quickly.
And you know what? If it comes up with my number on roulette, then I'm going to leave a rich man.
Sure.
But that's not a...
I'm telling you, you're preaching to the choir. And I do think a lot of it, and I'm not necessarily accusing the Jazz front office of doing this. I think this is what every front office does. I'm not singling them out at the very least. But it's absolutely the easy way to go. It's the easiest way to do it, is to just say, well, let's get Victor Wembanyama, or let's get Cooper Flagg, or let's get A.J. DeBonsa, or whoever goes number 1 overall in this draft, because that makes it easier for us, because we think that's going to help us win. But that's not how the Toronto Raptors won a championship. It's actually not how the Milwaukee Bucks won their championship. It's not how the Oklahoma City Thunder won their championship. It's not how the Nuggets won their championship. It's an easier path, conceivably, but it does just get you off the hook of doing the work that the Pacers did last year to get to the championship, that the Thunder did to win a championship.
Oh, yeah, the Pacers are a great example. They didn't draft anybody.
And so are the Thunder. They have one number 3 overall pick in Chet, and he's probably their 3rd best player. Otherwise, they've done great job scouting guys in the NBA, taking advantage of desperate teams in trades.
Well, everybody loves to give Sam Presti credit. He lucked into Shea.
He did luck into Shea.
He lucked into Shea, for sure. He lucked into
But he did the work to get Paul George. That was not pretty.
And then convinced him to stay.
Him to stay.
Yep.
But again, that's another route you can do. You know, like you can take risks, hoping that it pays off down the line by betting on assets and not just saying, well, the best way to do it is to lose 70 games.
Here. No, I totally agree with you. Great point. All right, Hans and Scotty G are coming up next. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben.
Thanks,
we'll
Christian.
talk to you tomorrow on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Guys, let's be real. Holiday gift giving can feel like crunch time, but this year, the Zone has your back. Enter the Zone Holiday MVP promotion and score big with the ultimate gift lineup. A cozy grande blanket from Minky Couture, a Beehive Meals gift box with 10 delicious dinners, and a stunning sterling silver double heart diamond necklace from Duke's Jewelers. Don't wait until the final buzzer. Step up your game and make this holiday a win. Enter now at KSLSportsZone.com. This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
The holidays are just around the corner, and Western Nut Company is here to make your gifting a breeze. From our beautiful gift baskets and nut boxes to our famous in-house fudge and brittle, we've got treats for every taste bud, crafted with the highest quality ingredients. Corporate gifting, that's our specialty. Just send us your list and we'll handle the rest. Beautifully packed, shipped with care, and guaranteed to impress. Calling all office managers or executive assistants. Call Western Nut now and let us make your holidays a little less nuts. But we actually do want you to eat more nuts. For 60 years, Western Nut has been a proud Utah tradition. Stop by our downtown shop for unique gifts, glittering ornaments, festive decor, and so much more. Western Nut Company, more than just the best gifts in Utah. We're a holiday tradition, in-store or online at westernut.com, where quality meets tradition, and every gift is packed with love.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis, looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's get it, folks. Happy Tuesday. We're out and about today. We're at My Hearing Center. We'll talk to Matt and the crew down here in just a bit. But, Hans, how you doing?
I am doing fantastic, Scotty, and I am excited. I am thrilled to be back here at My Hearing Centers. These people have changed my dad's life, and they have changed many other people's lives.
Mine included.
Yours as well, and believe it or not, in kind of a long way about, my brothers as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because my dad changed out his hearing aids. My brother was able to adopt the old ones.
Oh, really?
So the hearing aids.
You're a big hand-me-down family.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Eventually, they'll end up on me, I'm sure, at some point.
Although, wasn't it for clothing? It was hand-me-ups.
It was hand-me-ups. Yeah. I'm 5 years younger than my brother. But by the time I was 6, I was giving my used clothes to my brother, who was 11.
Yeah.
And from pretty much age 6 until, 15, until, I couldn't hand my clothes up to him anymore. He's just too big.
Well,
little floody.
If you took you and Ryan and just had headshots, you're like, okay, yeah, those are brothers. Yeah. Absolutely. And then you put the two of you next to each other. What is he, about 5'11"? 5'10".
It's tough.
About $175, maybe.
I gotta be honest, it's tough, Scotty, because now he lives in Logan, and he gets wind of the show.
Oh yeah.
And so people are like, "Oh, I listened to your brother. Oh, I love Scotty." And oh yeah, your brother was talking about you. But yeah, that I would say 5'8"-ish.
Yeah.
I think it's fair. 5'9"-ish.
Yeah, and about $175?
Put him in heels, 5'10".
There you go.
5'10" in heels.
There you go. We don't judge. To each their own.
Professional opera singer. The real deal, though. And he took over head chorister at Logan High School. He's loving Logan.
That's awesome.
But
what's not to love?
but he does have the hearing aids now, which was awesome. And my dad now wears the hearing aids that they're able to take the sound from one ear and go to the other ear.
Oh, they're really new, the new ones.
Because
really?
he's lost pretty much every bit of hearing out of one ear. Had a lot of ear infections when he's little, and this ear is just not working. So it's been awesome working with these guys. Love being here.
I know, and there's a lot of people that think, okay, well, I'm not even going to think about that until I'm in my 60s. Well, guess what? Your brother was around music his whole life, probably did some damage there. I've been wearing headphones my entire adult life in employment since I was 18 and started working in radio. So guess what? It's done some damage. And I'm more than happy to admit it. I'm more than happy to admit, especially as Matt walks by, that I wear hearing aids. And so, yeah, I will do it. And I'm happy to do it. So,
darn right.
So,
darn right.
Your dad's taken care of. I'm taken care of. Now brother's taken care of. Let's go.
Let's go. And it is football season. It is football time. I'm excited to get things kind of kicked off. And I started some film review. Started going into film review this morning, getting ready for Georgia Tech. Can I tell you what? I'll tell you what. It drives me nuts, but it's also one of my favorite things about what we do, Scotty. So, I put together a little bit of film review, which, by the way, I found Stinger.
Oh yeah?
Yes, I found Stinger on the finger pointer.
Okay.
Somehow it got lost in my underwear drawer. I don't know what happened or how it ended up there.
You lost Stinger in your underwear drawer.
I don't even know how it ended up there. But Scotty actually lathed me a video pointer, and I had just a kind of a rubber finger that goes on to the end of the pointer that Scotty lathed me.
He lathed the rubber finger?
No, I didn't.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, the rubber finger was given to me by – you remember the guy that came in and gave me the finger pointer?
Yeah.
And then Scotty was kind enough to lay another pointer that the finger goes on.
And then Lloyd made a Harry Potter joke, and then I never made another one ever again.
Because Lloyd doesn't understand what a lathe is. He still doesn't understand
No,
it.
he wants a wood frame.
He thinks that you can
Picture
whittle.
frame.
He thinks you can whittle with a lathe. It's ridiculous. But anyways, this is what kind of it's one of my favorite things, but it's also just what we do. I'm going through video review, and Georgia Tech's offensive line is really good. And I put out a film, and I think the film probably has 2,000, maybe 3,000 views. I put out an opinion on Pop-Tarts because it's the Pop-Tart Bowl.
Yep.
And everybody's got their opinion on a Pop-Tart. When this isn't something where opinion plays, because it is very well known that the S'more Pop-Tart is the finest and greatest Pop-Tart of all time.
Now you got our guy here all angry with you.
I don't want that head shaking over here because it is not an opinion.
It's a fact.
A matter of fact. And Scotty went through a pretty hard trial with me a few years back when I found myself heavily addicted to the S'more Pop-Tart.
Yes.
And he fed the addiction and didn't realize what he was doing was actually hurting me. And he brought in a whole bag of.
Well, there was. Is it your birthday or Christmas? I bought you like the economy, like Costco box of S'more Pop-Tarts.
And little did you know that I was freebasing at that point, and I needed help, not substance.
Yeah, you weren't putting them in a toaster. You were putting them in a spoon and putting a little lighter underneath it.
I was having a struggle. So I did get an intervention. I got some help, and now I'm down to maybe 2 or 3 S'more Pop-Tarts a week. But it's the finest and only Pop-Tart that I'll enjoy.
Is that a chocolate or a marshmallow topping on the top of it?
It's a chocolate topping on top, and it's a graham. So the body is graham.
It's been a while since I've had one of those.
It's got a marshmallow and fudge interior.
That's right, yeah.
So it's a marshmallow and fudge striped interior, and then it's a chocolate glaze on top of the graham. And it's not a toastable tart. It's more of, tear
Rip
the
it out of the
package
wrapper
open
and go.
let's go, because I want the soft graham part of the tart. I don't want to harden it. If a lot of these tarts you got to gussy up. You got to dress it up with butter or sugar, or you got to dip it. You got to church it up to make it grand. But the S'more tart,
perfect on its own.
It just comes ready to enjoy. Stop shaking your head, Connor. What's your favorite then? If you've got a tart of choice, what would be?
And don't go like the strawberry sprinkle original either.
No, it better be something. The way you're shaking your head so violently, almost shaking the mic off of your head, it's got to be something really great. So what tart is your tart?
I love the cinnamon brown sugar. I think we all started with either strawberry or cinnamon brown sugar.
Okay. Cinnamon brown sugar go in my top 3.
Yeah.
But it doesn't hold a candle.
And then a wild card pick, strawberry milkshake. I don't know if you've had it.
No, I have not had it.
It's the best one in town.
Hello, Connor. He's always got something.
I love it, man.
Strawberry milkshake.
So Connor's down for a good old-fashioned strawberry milkshake.
I can tell you've had a tart or two.
Oh, well, I don't know how to take that, but I appreciate it. I'm a Pop-Tart connoisseur.
Okay, well, I'm headed to Pop-Tart land in about 2 weeks, so maybe I'll bring home a handful for you.
Okay, sounds good.
Going to the land of strawberry milkshakes.
Tarts.
Have you guys had the mini Pop-Tarts?
Connor, no, we have not had the mini. We are not that far down the Pop-Tart. What's the mini Pop-Tart? No, I've never even heard of it.
So they're just mini Pop-Tarts. So they're like little snack packs. So they come in like packs of 4. And
have you ever seen these, Scotty?
I have not seen these.
And you guys are missing out.
But I'm intrigued.
I'm going to get you the number to my helpline.
Yes.
See if we can get you
I'm
some
Connor,
help.
and I have a problem.
Thanks, Connor. Appreciate you. But anyways, I put out a Pop-Tart opinion, and people are like, oh. A lot of people agree, though. A lot of people agree, but everybody wants to go to the traditional.
So I sent out a tweet when I was out of town. I think it was on Monday of last week. And you and I were ships in the night. You were going on vacation, and I was coming back off of a basketball trip. And so I was in my Uber going to the airport. And my Uber driver, all of a sudden the phone rings. And he said, oh, hey, it's my wife. Are you okay if I take this? And he asked, I'm like, sure, I don't care. And so the wife comes over the Bluetooth. So I'm hearing the conversation with his wife. And she's like, hey, I'm going to buy this for the kids. And I couldn't tell what she was saying. And he's like, we don't have the money for that. And she's like, it's Christmas. We have to do it. He's like, we don't have the money. You know how bad tips have been lately. And just going on about how the economy's down and tips are bad and all this stuff. She's like, but our kids want it. It's Christmas. He's like, no, we can't. I'm not getting enough tips to cover that. And that's how it ends. And I'm like, okay, this was a well-rehearsed scheme, and I'm impressed by it. I admire the hustle. You're still only getting 15%.
Oh, because that's the going rate.
Yeah.
And so, that's the going rate of it too.
I admire the hustle. I'm not even mad. So anyway, I tweet that out. The whole interaction that I had, that I'm like, oh, that was kind of a fun scheme, and I admire it. I got 42,000 likes on it. Like, that thing went viral. I'm spitting out hot sports takes all the time, trying to make people laugh. And that sucker caught fire, and it just exploded. Pretty soon it was like, oh, that's these people trying to take advantage, and it turned into, like, all this raging societal war back and forth. And I'm like, and I'm getting tagged in all of it. I'm like, I want no part of this. And so I finally had to mute the conversation of my own tweet because it just went out of control.
Meanwhile, the Christmas spirit inside Scotty G takes over. He goes to his elders' quorum and starts a sub for Santa to try to put something together for the Uber driver. Didn't you?
No.
Oh,
I didn't.
No.
I knew it. I was getting hustled. Yeah. And one guy goes like, after the tire shop fiasco, I thought you'd be more than happy to give them all your money. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you're blocked. We're done here.
Oh, that's right.
And
you
so
did get took.
And so I'm like, I'm not in the hustling mood anymore.
You got took on a set of tires.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. But it's just
somebody's
funny how,
laughing themselves all the way to a big Christmas.
Oh, I know, but
money.
it just cracks me up like how random tweets just absolutely explode, and you have no control over it.
I'm excited about this Pop-Tart Bowl, and
Kalani Sitake looks very excited about the Pop-Tart Bowl, too.
Oh, did you see his?
Yes.
I mean, his whole presser. He's sugared up too.
Yeah,
they've got Pop-Tarts sticking out of his ears. He's out there toasting Pop-Tarts inside the trophy. I actually had to tweet out one of my favorite lines from the presser, as the Pop-Tart pops out of the trophy that they have for this Pop-Tart Bowl. He takes it out. And he's like, "Can I eat it now?" And they're like, "Yeah, we'd like you to eat it now." He's like, "Oh, great!" So he starts eating it. He goes, "This is the best tasting trophy I've ever had."
Yeah, spitting debris all over the place.
and just couldn't finish that Pop-Tart fast enough.
Oh, man.
So Kalani's having a great time, and I can tell that Kalani is in a totally different state of mind. Even when I'm just sitting there watching him in a Pop-Tart presser, he's in a different state of mind. And I don't know if it's conducive to higher level coaching. I don't know if it makes him more hungry to continue to press as a head coach and stay up late nights and make sure every detail is figured out. Or if it's, a bit of a, geez, man, I just sold my liquor company and I won my last fight, kind of Conor McGregor deal.
Yeah.
Because he is very calm and very relaxed. But the truth is, he is now compensated to the level he should be. And he's got a contract that'll keep him at BYU as long as he should be. And it's like, it's nice to see Kalani in that way, because I've been covering Kalani on air for the better part of 20 years as he's made these runs from southern Utah out to Utah and everything in between with Oregon State and more, trying to find his home back at BYU. And I've never seen him have any level of comfortability, like no level of comfortability. He's always been scattered, wondering, okay, when are we moving? How long are we moving? How long can we be here? How can I get my kids in school here? How long will they stay? And there's a bit of, I think, a bit of a deep breath of, okay, I'm going to be here at Provo for a while.
Yeah.
Timberley, you can settle in. And whatever you want to do, church-related, kid-related, occupation-related, friend-related,
remodel the kitchen-related,
family-related. You want to bring family in, whatever. We're going to be here, and that's a really nice peace of mind for him to be able to have. And I'm seeing a kind of a different Kalani.
Let me ask you this. I know we got to get into our starter, and trust me, we'll break down these games better than anybody else. But the one thing, and again, we've missed so many shows together. I don't think we've talked about this together. But Iowa State, the coach that left Iowa State to go to Penn State, they released the details on his contract. And sure, it was a lot of money. But what really jumped out to me is they gave him an 8-year contract. And so I've heard all the time, and Gordy Chiesa used to be the one that would always tell me this, there's no such thing as a bad contract in terms of money. It's a bad contract in terms of years, in terms of the NBA. And so I will apply the same thing to college football and these contracts. If I'm Kalani Sitake, the money's nice, but what really is the number you want to look at is the years. How many years are you giving me on this contract? Mm-hmm. And if Penn State offered him an 8-year contract at, 9.5 per, and he goes to BYU and says, look, this is the number they're throwing out, I'll give you a little bit of a hometown discount if you give me the 8 years.
Yeah.
That's a win. That is absolutely a win. And I don't know the details, but if he got an 8-year contract out of BYU, forget about the number of dollars per year. Look at the amount of years. If he got 8 years, no wonder he's just like, whew.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Breathing a big sigh of relief.
Yeah, because that gives you so much leverage with recruits. You can have no negative recruiting whatsoever. After his first contract, when are they or aren't they going to re-sign him? Is he going to give that extension? And finally, Tom Homo rips off the shirt and he's got the "we've extended him" thing, and negative recruiting was going like crazy against Kalani. He's not going to be around. They don't want him, blah, blah, blah. But if he can go into a recruit someone and go, they gave me an 8-year extension.
Yeah. I'll be here.
I'm going to be here. You can go on 2 missions, and I'll still be here when you get back.
Yep. It will really help. It helps him with his confidence, and it helps the kid. By the way, Scotty and we're not saying that he's going to be there for 8 years, or either will Matt and his new contract, but it gives you a sense of, I'm here, and it's going to cost him a lot to get me out of here.
Yes.
I mean, I can string together 2-3 win seasons, and I'm probably still going to be here if it's earlier in this contract. If I'm year 4 and year 5, 3 wins, I might still be here. So it gives you some flexibility, and it gives you some confidence. But Kalani deserves it. I'm excited to see him have it. And, the coaching world just changed. I was watching a video of Kalani and Morgan Scalley interacting, and I'm wondering what this rivalry is going to be like now with those two. It was one thing with Kyle Whittingham, and it's going to be a completely different beast now with Morgan and Kalani, who are very similar in age. Kalani's a little bit older than Morgan, probably, 6 years?
Yeah,
maybe?
not by much, though.
Maybe 6-7 years max. Somewhere, yeah. Is that the number? Did I just do – is 6 and 7, is that the number? Connor's doing that.
Oh, he did the 6-7 on you. Wow.
The only reason I know that movement is because of you,
I'm
Scotty.
sorry. Yeah.
I learned it from watching you.
You are right. I learned it from watching you.
I bet Connor doesn't even know what
doesn't
that
get
is.
that reference.
Yeah, he
No.
doesn't get that reference,
No.
but he does get the 6-7 reference. But I don't know, just a few years older than Morgan. I just think it changes the dynamics of the rivalry. It changes the dynamics of in-state recruiting. Morgan's going to attack it way differently than Kyle's been attacking it probably the last 10 years. And, with Kyle, I'll just go to my own kind of personal experience with Kyle and Rock and recruiting. And, I was always on Kyle. Hey, you're staying. Like, if you're staying, and I know you'll be here for the 10 years Rock will be here, or whatever it is. Because kids have a much longer college career now. And we always kind of laugh back and forth about that. And I was like, come on, Lavelle guaranteed me 5 years when he was 65, and he stayed my 5 years. And we would laugh back and forth about it a lot. And I just never – I knew that at some point it was going to happen. I just didn't think it would be this year.
Yeah.
I didn't think it'd be this year.
It still feels weird. It feels off for some reason.
It does, because I started preparing for the Utah-Nebraska game and getting ready for the Vegas Bowl just to get our listeners caught up to what's potentially going to happen in that bowl. And it's just wild to think that that's going to be Morgan Scalley's Utah Utes. It's no longer Kyle Whittingham's Utah Utes. When they step on that field in Las Vegas and they're staring down Nebraska, it's just a whole new genre. It's a whole new era. It's a whole new everything for the drum and feather. And it's weird to me because it happened so quick.
Yeah.
We didn't have an off season to prepare, and we didn't see all this fanfare and have 34 pressers, and ESPN didn't run a big special on it. It was just, Kyle Whittingham stepped down. It was so quiet.
Would you have preferred Lavelle saying at the end of the season, I'm done, or did you like going into that year knowing that it was his final year?
I liked going into the year knowing it was his final year, but it put pressure on us.
Yeah.
That I think it may have affected our mindset, our training. I don't know. We played really tight. We played really tight because we wanted to send him off with a really beautiful season, and we just didn't. We didn't send him off the way. And that was Kalani. That was me and Kalani and Chris Hoke, and that was a mix of 4 different quarterbacks in that given year. I think if we would have had like a Steve Sarkisian presence, then we might have had a little bit more consistency. But even then, our defense, it would be Jekyll and Hyde at times. We would be unstoppable and incredible, and then we'd be a sieve. So it was hard, man. But I think I'd rather know.
Yeah.
Because you treat your coach a little bit different knowing it's his last year. You treat him like he should be treated. It'd be like, if you found out a loved one had cancer and is gone in a year. Well, how do you treat them? You treat them different than.
Yeah, Christmas is a little different.
It's a little different,
Yeah.
knowing this is the last Christmas. This is the last this.
Yeah.
And so we all got to make it the last for Lavelle. I really wish that it would have been that for Kyle.
Yeah. I mean, he gets the bowl game, I guess.
Yeah.
And so he gets one game, and this team gets one game to celebrate.
It's not enough.
But it's not enough. Yeah.
No, it's not enough. Because that's going to be Morgan's team.
Yeah.
I just look at him like that's Morgan's team. He is the head coach of that team stepping on the field.
Yeah.
So I wish it could have been a little bit different, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. And in my small interaction with Kyle or anybody close to Kyle, there is no crying. There is no complaining. There's no finger pointing. There's no backbiting. There's nothing. There's none of that. It's exactly how I would expect Kyle Whittingham to step down and move on. However it happened. Mm-hmm. He's going to do it like a man.
Oh,
he's going to do it like a competitor. He's going to do it like a champion. He's not going to do it like some punk kid that had his video games ripped away from him, stomping around and acting like a baby. Kyle knows how to do it. He knows how to do it. And so far it's been incredible to see.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure that inside, wouldn't you be like inside, you're thinking, I just gave you 21 years of my life, the best parts of my life. I gave you everything I had. Can we
celebrate this a little bit?
Where's the fireworks?
Yeah. And I think people are like, well, Kyle wouldn't want that. And I think Kyle would be like, well, I want to say I don't want that, but I want to be given the option.
But force it upon me, please.
Yeah.
It's like Jerry with the stupid statue. It's like Jerry Sloan was so insistent. No, statues smash you. Like, yeah, that's Jerry. I don't care what you want, Jerry. I'm sorry.
We're doing it for you.
We're going to go against your wishes.
Yeah, and deep down, Jerry would have been very happy about that.
And it should be.
Yeah.
Jerry should already be by Stockton and Malone.
Yes.
Out in the quadrant. It should. And it's like, I don't know. Are we trying to honor Jerry's wishes? Because sometimes when you got a champion like Jerry or like Kyle or like Lavelle, you don't ask for permission. You just do it.
Yeah.
You give them their accolades. And if Kyle's done coaching, if he's done, then there's got to be something done immediately.
Yeah.
There's got to be something done. Name on the stadium, name on the field, something. I mean, you got to pull a cover off of a 20-foot statue. You got to do something to commemorate that man and his commitment to that team. He never wavered.
No.
He's got BYU fans so ticked off because he was so committed to Utah that he made things pretty toxic. He was like, I am Utah. We are Utah. This is how we're going to do things. And for 10 years, he ran dominance on BYU. And BYU fans can't stand Kyle Whittingham. That's exactly how you want it to be if you're Kyle Whittingham. You're not here for friendship. You're here for dominance.
Yep.
And Utah needs to recognize a lot of the sacrifices Kyle put out there. If he's done. Now, if Kyle's going on and moving on, it's like, oh, he's still involved in his career. We can wait.
Yeah. As he should.
He should. But let's see.
If he's not, let's go.
Yep.
All right, Hans and Scotty, Matt's with us. We're live here at My Hearing Center. The technology, Matt, we get every time you come by here. It's new. It's improved. It's crazy what these hearing aids can do. But there's people in their life that just continue to bury their head in the sand and say, I'm fine, I don't need it. And when in reality, you're doing some damage to your health by not hearing properly.
Yeah, kind of on the flip side of that, I was thinking about that this earlier, that, we still have patients that say, what's the technology going to be like next year? Like, should I wait till next year to get my hearing checked? And the reality is, like, no, that's too long to wait to do something about your hearing problem. And also, most of the technology is really just kind of bettering your life now, not necessarily bettering your hearing, right?
Yeah.
So it makes you more convenient because you've got the streaming and you've got the longer battery life, and AI is going to be fun and has been fun for the new generation of tech, of tech that's coming out, because you'll have some self-programming that's in there where listens to the environment and adjusts automatically, kind of stuff. But overall, like, what's the most important is, like, the hearing aid today did the same thing that hearing aid 20 years ago did. It just does it better, right? It fixes the problem so you can engage with your family and your loved ones. And right now it's, the holidays. I got big happy holidays on this whiteboard. I don't know who put it there, but happy holidays. It's you're
Hans drew that.
That was me.
Looks good, Hans. Good job. It's
my calligraphy.
Well, I know you didn't draw it now because that's not calligraphy.
Oh, is that? I don't know the difference.
It looks great though. But the reality is, like, we're gonna have a big surge of people that come in the beginning of next year. Why? Because they're gonna go to their Christmas parties, they're going to go to their celebrations, they're going to go to their New Year's parties, and they're not going to be able to be engaged, or their loved ones not going to be as engaged as they were, last year or 5 years ago, and they realize, oh yeah, I heard Hans and Scotty talking about the hearing aids. We got to do something about it, right? I don't want you to wait then. We still have open appointments between now and the end of the year. Let's get you in, especially if you have an FSA account or an HSA account, your insurance, you've already maximized your deductible. Call and get in. Let's make sure we maximize all your spending ability in this year before next year happens. We're actually doing something real special from now to the end of the year. We're doing same-day fits where we can. So if your hearing loss is something that we can match with a product that we have in the office, we'll actually same-day fit you, walk out the door with a set of hearing aids.
I love it. That's incredible. 801-438-7058. Call right now. 801-438-7058, and you'll still be able to take these for a 30-day risk-free trial, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. Get them through the end of January, basically. We'll make sure we take care of you. Try them out. Make sure they work right for you. At the end of the trial, we'll give you a gift card as a thank you for some movie tickets and special pricing if you decide to keep them.
Let's do it. 801-438-7058. That's 801-438-7058. My Hearing Center right here on the Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
I wonder what the next version of Utah football looks like, because I think that people think that it's going to be a one-to-one comparison between Morgan Scalley and Kyle Whittingham. Why is it not one-to-one, though?
They're not the same person. They're not the same personality.
Scalley's more fun? Is that what you'd say? The funner conversations I've ever had in my life between those two coaches is definitely Morgan Scalley, but he had a lot less on his plate.
Let me tell you about Morgan Scalley. The dude worked hard in the classroom. He worked hard in the field. He worked hard in everything he did. The dude just goes hard with everything he does, and nothing surprises me about where he is today. He's going to attack this job in a way that others don't because of the passion he has for the school and for the program. Morgan is totally 100% invested in Utah succeeding and Utah being great. He loves Utah is my point. I think you get what I'm talking about. He's a Utah man.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens, from school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real, homemade comfort food that the whole family will love, without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hanson Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Tuesday, which means we're in a giving mood today. Let's give away some Jazz tickets.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, and your chance to win tickets is right now.
Call this number now.
Call this number now.
Be caller number 12 at 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. And you'll be on your way to Delta Center to see the Utah Jazz.
He fires the three. He hits. Oh, don't do me like that.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is a Jazz Ticket Tuesday. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. You win a pair of tickets. See the Jazz and the Magic coming up on Saturday, December 20th at the Delta Center.
All right, so, Scotty, a few things. Just kind of a broad look at the three schools, all three making a bowl game. It's pretty awesome. Utah State, BYU, and Utah. It's pretty awesome. And as I was just kind of getting into the makeup of both the Pop-Tarts Bowl and the Vegas Bowl, and then starting to get ready for the Idaho Potato Bowl, I'm getting the sense there's not going to be a lot of opt-outs.
Yeah.
Not only from Utah State, Utah, and BYU, but outside of Nebraska's quarterback who will be unavailable. I feel like Georgia Tech's showing up. At least everything that I'm reading to this point and seeing, I'm getting the feeling Washington State is showing up.
Yep.
Because I think Washington State's looking at this like, this is a bit of a preview.
And they've got a new coach in place, so, everybody's going to want to put good film on there for him.
Yes, right. You've got your job interview coming up this coming Monday. So you better put your best foot forward. And then, of course, Nebraska. I don't know what to think of Nebraska. That's the only one that I'm just questioning a bit, because Nebraska, in an early look at it, it's just not a good team.
No.
It's not a good team. And I think out of all of the matchups and all of the bowl games, I'm most bummed for the University of Utah, because they missed being in the college football playoff conversation by not blowing out their two final opponents. But it's not like Kansas State and Kansas are bad teams. Those are good teams, and maybe you blinked a little bit and your defense didn't show up like your defense should have showed up at times. You gave up some rushing yards. That's a bummer deal. But still, when you go through the film and look at the numbers for Utah, it is one of the best teams in the country. And we're not going to get a good idea of how good this team is through this game against Nebraska. Nebraska's just not a very good team.
No. Nope.
I'm looking at all the things that they do mediocre and don't do well. They don't get to the quarterback. They don't protect their quarterback. They've given up 30 sacks this season on their quarterback. Their offensive line is bad in protection. They're just a middle of the team scoring offense, middle of the team scoring defense. Their average margin of win is 6.3 points. They're number 81 in total offense. They are number 21 in total defense, but what they do really well defensively is not what Utah is trying to do offensively. They're 96th in rushing defense. They're giving up 171 yards on the ground, And they're going against the number 2 rushing offense in the country that puts up 270 yards on the ground. I think Utah is going to be able to put somewhere between 40 and 52 points on the board against this Nebraska defense, because Nebraska, oddly, they're the number 2 passing defense in the country. I guess that would go to opponents.
Or maybe
defensive scheme, or it's not. They don't put pressure on the quarterback. No. So 141, they give up 141 passing yards a game, and that might just go to who they've played, and it might just be teams saying we don't really have to pass.
We can run the ball on these guys.
Yeah, we're just going to crush them on the ground. We're going to control clock, because they do give up over 23 points a game. So it's just not the best defense. And the way I look at the matchup is Utah should control the ball and should manhandle Nebraska. Okay, so then you're thinking, old school Nebraska. This is a team that's, this Utah rushing defense.
The black shirts.
By the way, the rushing defense for Utah fell to 114th in the country. 114th, giving up 183 yards. When's the last time you saw Utah's rushing defense below 40th?
Yeah, very rarely.
Maybe never in the Kyle Whittingham era, because everything they do is focus on the run. But those final 2 games, giving up nearly 500 yards and then nearly, was it 300?
Yeah, those Kansas schools did some damage.
They did some real damage. So, they're giving up 183 yards a game. And then you're like, good old-fashioned smash mouth Nebraska. Nebraska can't run the ball. They're well below halfway in the country. Number 81 only getting 145 yards a game on the ground. So the way I'm looking at the numbers, and I haven't gotten into film as much, is this is not a good matchup for Utah in terms of testing them. And we're not going to come out of this Vegas Bowl saying, Utah should have got that shot. Utah should have been in the conversation. Utah got overlooked. Nobody's going to be saying that. And that sucks.
Yeah.
That's why the postseason's broke. Either do it and go test Utah, or don't do it. Because it's like, what are we doing? We're just putting everybody at risk now. I mean, Utah's proven everything they can prove. There's nothing that they can do against Nebraska that's going to change anybody's mind and opinion about Utah.
No. You have to just look at it as a celebration of Kyle Whittingham, celebration of the year, celebration of how good this team is. You can't let this game be close. You have to put the hammer down and send everybody out the right way, introduce the Morgan Scally era with a blowout victory. And, we talk about coaches, and this is kind of going off on a bit of a tangent. And I hate saying this because, the guy is awesome in a press conference, gives great quotes. And he's going to be in a presser with Kyle and Morgan, and he's going to be awesome and say all the right things. Is there a coach that we think that we put on a pedestal that does less than Matt Rule at Nebraska? He was at Baylor, and he took Baylor and kind of transformed him after they had the issues there. And then he goes to Carolina, was 2 years as the head coach in the NFL and got fired. Yeah. And then his 3 years at Nebraska, and everybody was talking about him for the Michigan job. And he's gone 5-7, 7-6, 7-5.
Yeah.
And everybody thinks the world of this guy.
What is his pinnacle? What is he?
It's probably that late run at Baylor is about the only thing I can think of that really puts him on a pedestal. But here's the thing: you hear the guy talk, and you love him. He's great in a press conference. He says all the right things. He delivers messages that resonates with people. But at the end of the day, you look at wins, losses, and it's not really there. Mm-hmm. And I love the guy. Don't get me wrong. I would love to interview him. I'd love to spend time around him. But when it looks at results on the field, you just don't really see it with him, especially as of late.
How did Utah end up with this Nebraska team? How did this happen? How is it this?
It's because the ESPN overlords said this is where you're going, and that's where they end up going.
They finished 2-4 in the final 6 games. Bad losses to Penn State, lost 40-16 to Iowa, got beat by USC, lost to Minnesota, barely beat a UCLA team that Utah opens up the season on the road with, and UCLA had some better moments than that as they kind of went through the season, but beat them by a single score is all.
Yeah.
And they finish the season 2-4 in the final 6 games. Raiola goes out and Latif has to finish the final 3 games of the season.
Yeah.
And there's just nothing doing it. It's not. I guess I'm just feeling bummed because this is the last game that we get to see this iteration of Utah.
Yeah.
This iteration of BYU, this iteration of Utah State.
And they all deserve better.
They all deserve better.
I mean, Utah State's 6-6. I mean,
I actually,
but Utah and BYU.
In terms of matchups, I actually think Utah State, Washington State's the best matchup.
Oh, I do too.
And I think that Utah State can make a bit of a statement. I think BYU got screwed because Notre Dame's a bunch of scared children that don't want to show up in Orlando and go play a football game because they don't think it means anything. And so I feel like BYU got the most screwed because they were not only left out of the CFP, but then had an opponent that they could have made a bit of noise with that dropped the game. And you end up with Georgia Tech. Now, we can get more into the BYU-Georgia Tech matchup. It's going to be a good matchup. And I think Georgia Tech is a pretty decent opponent. They do some things really well that it will test BYU. But I really see BYU and Utah in a multiple score victory situation against Nebraska and Georgia Tech. The one that I've got to study more on is Utah State. But what's the word coming out of Utah State? Everybody's locked and loaded, ready to go.
As far as I know, you got Braden Pagan is really the only notable one that is in the portal or that will be in the portal. So I imagine he will not play. But other than that, I mean, there are other guys that have gone into the portal, but they're not significant contributors at all. So as of right now, I'm sure after the game there'll probably be more that will hop in the portal after that. But as of right now, it looks like for the most part, a fully loaded Utah State team.
Well, that's going to be a fun game for Utah State.
And
because those guys have had a blast playing the game this year.
And they have. And
they haven't had the top result that they wanted. There are 3 games I think they should have won that they left on the table. But at least they're having a blast playing the game.
Yes. And to see Bryson Barnes go out and do his thing one more time, that's worth the price of admission right there. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, what you may have missed. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham.
It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah with a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way.
Incredible.
Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Whitt prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on the Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You need to take a look at your windows and realize that those are, and Hans, I think you say it best, it's not a cost when you replace the windows, especially with advanced windows. It's an investment into your home.
100%. Yeah, because I just put 5 new windows into one of my investment properties. You don't put money into an investment. You don't lose money in investment property. I put 5 new windows in a condo that I'm looking to probably sell in the next 5 years, and I know I'm going to get that money back. 100% I'm going to get that money back. And plus my tenants right now are getting their money's worth because they're saving on their current heating bill. So it's been nice to kind of hear from them saying, geez, this is $18 less than it was this time last year. So really cool stuff. Now, that's a small bit because it's a 5-window condo, but there are some houses and some power bill situations where you could save upwards $30, some $60 in what you're putting in your power bill.
And it's really simple. All you have to do is call Advanced Windows, and they'll come out and do an audit. Check out your windows, see exactly where they're at, because, in your situation, they could have said, hey, we got to replace the frames, we got to do everything. They just said, no, let's just replace the glass and we'll be good.
That was really cool. That saved me some pretty good money. The frames that they had used in this condo were decent frames. Now, they're not the high-rated frame that you're going to get when you buy your frames from Advanced that are stuffed with insulation. But they said these will work. These will work. And they put in the new glass, and the glass is beautiful. My tenants can see out of it. That's another thing that goes unnoticed is how much you can see out of nice glass as compared to this crap that you currently have in your home.
Advanced Windows, call them right now, 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100.
Hey, this is JJ here with KSL Sports. Utah, this is your shot. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game at Levi's Stadium on February 8th. I've been fortunate enough to have the chance to cover the big game multiple times. This has to be on your bucket list, and this is your chance to go. If you've ever dreamed of stepping into football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. It's easy to qualify. Just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask them about exclusive loan rate discounts and free upgrade packages. So get off the sidelines. What are you waiting for? Visit an Ivory model home today and enter for your chance to score the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. Don't miss this opportunity.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, 5 o'clock, the Utah Mammoth in Boston to play the Bruins. The puck drops on 97.5 FM. And the BYU basketball team is home tonight, hosting the Pacific Tigers at 7 o'clock on 102.7 FM. The Mammoth are going back-to-back. They're going to be in Detroit again tomorrow night at 5:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right, yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a great Tuesday. Hey, it's like the calm before the storm here. We'll have Utah State and Washington State. That bowl game coming up on Monday. You'll hear it right here on the Zone. We'll have complete coverage of the Pop-Tart Bowl. We'll have complete coverage of the Vegas Bowl. You're home for all the coverages right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next hour, we'll get a preview of Georgia Tech. And how about the comeback the other night by the Utah Mammoth? Coming back, getting a 5-4 victory, overcoming a 3-goal deficit, and the man himself, the general manager, Bill Armstrong, will join us coming up today at 2 o'clock right here on The Zone.
Well, that's a good day to have him on, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Mammoth push into 35 points, which is solid. It's a good place to be. It's going to allow them to really have a fight down the stretch to get themselves to that playoff eligibility. That they kind of set that standard going into this season. And it's nice, this stretch that they've been on. They ended up getting 2 road wins against Anaheim and Vancouver. They went on a 3-game losing streak, and 2 of those games, one was against the Kings, the other was against the Panthers. But you've now strung together a couple of wins, including this overtime win against the Penguins. I'm just looking at this, Scotty. They're playing some pretty darn good hockey right now. And Vejmelka has spent a lot of time on the ice. He has spent a lot of time on the ice. And I kind of feel like this team is poised for a nice kind of late-year push.
Yeah.
Even though it's a tough stretch.
Well, and the thing is, I think they hopefully have weathered the storm because things got ugly there for a little bit. And now, a couple of big wins kind of helps you snap things around a little bit, get you back on track. You wanted, 4 points on the last three games on that road trip, and They did just that.
And they did that.
Yeah. So
that's exactly what they did.
And so I think that things have kind of settled down. They're going to deal, we found out last week that Cooley's going to be out 8 weeks. It felt like it could be a lot more than that. So, 8 weeks, you actually kind of take that as a little bit of a win. Mm-hmm. And so there's some things you can build around and be excited about. So there's plenty on the table here for the Utah Mammoth.
Bill's on with us today?
Yeah, 2 o'clock.
Man, perfect day to get him.
Yep.
I always love talking to Bill when things are going well.
Yes.
Because Bill is definitely a competitor.
Oh,
and you can hear it and feel it.
And that's the thing. Like, he's always cool to come on.
He is.
But you can tell, like, that first, like, hey, how are you?
Yeah.
And then you're like, okay, things are going well or things aren't going so well.
And this team means a lot to him.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel a different pressure this year. It's just their second year in existence here in Utah, but I kind of feel like the Peterka trade and some of the noise that was generated, like, no, it's time. It's time. We've had some draft picks. We've had some development opportunities. We've now got really our big 3 that we're trying to make a push with. And, you've had so many bad things along the way. You've had a knee injury. You had a family death. You've had, horrible things that you've had to deal with just even the early parts of the season. And I kind of feel it on Bill. I feel it on the Mammoth. Like they want to give this to the Utah fans.
Well, it's like, when you, I've been behind the scenes with you around long enough that I know that when you're thinking about getting an investment property or some land or something like that, and you're like, in 5, 6, 7 years, this is going to pay off.
Yeah.
And so you take a jump at it, and I know, year 3, 4, Amanda's probably like, hey, how's this going along? And you're like, hang in there with me, hang in there. And you're like, this needs to work because I want it to work, but I want it to work for everybody around me too.
I know. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And you put all your eggs into the basket.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, did you do the right thing? That's where Bill's at right now.
Yeah. And so he's hoping to see that payoff big time.
He's got to.
Yeah. All right, we are live here at My Hearing Center. Matt and the crew ready to help you out. 801-438-7058. They've got a great program going on right now where, look, you're coming to the end of the year, so you've probably maybe maxed out your deductible, maxed out your copay, maxed out, or you have some flex spending or HSA you got to get rid of. Well, you come on down here. They're going to make sure they get you in before the end of the year, and they actually have a program right now where they've got so much in stock that you could actually be walking out with a new set of hearing aids and not have to wait until next month or something along those lines. And so they can get you under or in new hearing aids by the end of the year, and you can still take those out for a 30-day test drive to see if you like them. If not, bring them back, no big deal. And if you do like them, that's great. Either way, they're giving you a set of movie tickets just for helping, just for giving them a chance to help you out. It's a simple phone call, 801-438-7058. It's 801-438-7058. Frankly, I'm not ashamed. I wear them when I go to parties, games, church, things along those lines where I'm hearing a lot of sound. Hans, your dad wears them. Your brother's now wearing them.
Yeah, it makes a difference in my family. hearing's been a problem in the family, and it makes a huge difference. And what's great, you're at the end of the year. Now's the time to call. And we were talking to Matt. Matt said, no, we've got slots. And a lot of times you'll get feedback from a doctor or a specialist. They'll be like, no, we can't do it. We're booked out through the end of the year. Call right now. They'll get you in. Let's take advantage of your insurance situation and your late season flex spending, and make sure that you're maxing out what you can get.
The hearing test, by the way, absolutely free. So call right now, 801-438-7058. It's My Hearing Center right here on the Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now.
Let's go!
Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Tess, what's up?
Oh, the CFO needs me to book a week of travel. I'm days behind on invoices. The plants in the lobby are dying, and now I have to order lunch for 80 with gluten-free options.
Just use EasyCater.
EasyCater?
One platform built for workplaces. Tons of great restaurants, any group size, with tools to meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Plus, rewards.
Rewards?
You earn rewards points when you order. Good for discounts or even gift cards for you.
Now that's what's up.
EasyCater, the easy, rewarding way to order food for work. Order now at EasyCater.com.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
At Western Nut, nuts are in the name, but there's a whole lot more. Delicious confections, unique wrap, and home and gift decor. Western Nut is your store for client and company gifting. Call or visit westernut.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kicking off the second hour of the program. Coming up in about 25 minutes, we'll get an inside look at the Georgia Tech program. But, Hans, you've seen a little Corner Canyon football. Mm-hmm. You've watched high school football. Mm-hmm. Can a coach who's been recognized as one of the best high school coaches, not just in Utah, but in the country, in Eric Kerr, can he make the jump to the collegiate level as he is the new head coach at Weber State?
Yeah, he can, and I think he will. A couple of things about Eric Kerr. Number one, he's a QB genius, and he understands good QB play, the importance of it. So I think he really gets just the origins of football, how to make a great football team, what it takes, the components to make a great football team. I think that he's a chemistry guy. You don't hear anybody leaving the Corner Canyon program being and moaning about how I was handled and it was ridiculous. I was tied up and hazed and like there's no scandal coming out of Corner Canyon that I've ever heard.
Not that I know of, no.
The people that I talk to about Coach Kerr, they say that he is 100% a chemistry guy, a player's coach, and he knows how to set up a program to succeed. A couple of other things about Coach Kerr. I think that he knows how to develop talent. But the thing that I've found the most interesting about Coach Kerr, because I had asked around a little bit, like, would he ever be interested in making the jump? And the feedback that I got was, no, he's doing this because he loves the game. He's doing it because he loves the kids. He loves the game. He loves the kids. You got to be a little bit sick in the head to be a head football coach at the high school level in Utah.
Yes, yeah.
You got to have kind of an uncomfortable love and obsession for the game of football to do it for a couple $1,000 and 85 parents in your ear telling you that their kid's not playing enough. And this is high school football, and why are we taking this so serious? And my son was a junior, and you just brought a kid from out of Lehigh or out of Sky Ridge that's transferred around, and now he's taking my kid's spot. And, like, to be able to do that job, he has to just love the game. And I think he loves it to the point where he eats, sleeps, and drinks it. And then the other side of me is I want to see him really be successful, not just to see Weber State rise from the fire, because Jay Hill had him running at a very high level. And I don't want to attack Mickey Mental at all, because he doesn't deserve that. I think that he did the best with what he could. I just think that there's a different level that you can take Weber State back to.
And the thing that I think really, I feel for Coach Mental a little bit on this, was that he was a victim of a situation of a evolution of college football, wrong place, wrong time.
That's the truth.
I mean, like, all of a sudden, Jay Hill leaves, and you're like, okay, well, let's build this thing up. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, no, your guys can transfer anytime they want, and they can leave, and you're losing. I mean, Jack Kelly should have been on Weber State's team last year. You look at all these guys that went on and had tremendous careers at other places. Rashid Shaheed is still catching touchdown passes in the NFL. Do you think Rashid Shaheed would have lasted all 4 years at Weber State in this day and age of college athletics? Not a chance. He'd been gone. And so these guys that Jay Hill brought in that should have been successful for Mickey Mental and helped build his team up were all gone because of the landscape of college athletics. And so he got beat up pretty good with that. And now you're going to bring in Eric Kerr, who has now been able to sit back, watch the landscape, and adapt to it and be ready to go. And I think he'll be the beneficiary of it. But make no mistake, I'm not Eric Kerr is a tremendous coach. And if you look at the state of Utah, outside of maybe Jim McMahon, but there is not a kid that, and even Jim McMahon moved here to the state, I think, in the middle of his high school career. But I don't think we had a Utah-born quarterback end up getting drafted in a first round of the NFL and had really good NFL careers. I mean, Alex Smith came from California. Like, there's guys who have played college ball here that went on, but a Utah-developed, Utah-born and bred kid. And now you've got 2 first-round picks in Zach Wilson and then Jackson Dart, and they're both first-round guys. And who did they learn the game from? Eric Kerr at Corner Canyon.
Man, he's good. You want me to give you just a couple of his coaching career
for sure
records? So overall at Corner Canyon, he is 112-9. He finishes his coaching career with
112-9.
112-9.
Jeez.
Obviously, having a son play through high school here in the state and being in the same, whatever it's called, conference division. I don't even, it's 4 something
region.
Or 5, 6, whatever it is.
Yeah.
The A's they talk about. They were in the same, is it region? Conference?
You mean like
what do they call the high school?
The 6A?
Groupings?
Oh, okay, like the divisions.
The divisions.
Yeah, but they weren't in the same region. Corner Canyon and Lehigh weren't in the same region, were they?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. So they played each other every
year.
Oh, okay. Then then that would be region. Sorry.
I'm pretty sure that they were.
There's classification where they lump everybody in the same size.
And there was movement because Lehigh was like a 5A, and it's different than when you and I were in high school because we were
A3. I was 3A.
Yeah,
A3.
And we were A2.
Yeah.
There were only 3 classifications then. I think
4.
we've got 6 now.
Yeah.
In Utah.
Yeah.
But anyways, I just knew from watching my son go through the high school experience here in the state, I knew who the big dog was. And when you go to play Corner Canyon, you better bring it. So 112-9 in his time with Corner Canyon. He led Corner Canyon Chargers to 6 state championships in the last 8 seasons, including 2 three-peats. So he won 3 state championships, didn't, and then won 3 state championships. His winning streak climbed to 48 games. His highest winning streak that he had with Corner Canyon went to 48 games. And his 2003 season was a 13-1 record and a national ranking. They won another state championship in 2024. Painfully, that's a tough one. And went 13-1 in that season. And really, he's done it with good talent, but I've also seen him do it with not the best talent in the state. So I know that he's a heck of a coach. And I expect him to do great things at Weber State. And that's the other thing, though. It's like, is he trying to climb the rungs? Because Eric Kerr, if he's a rung climber, if his goal is to be at Ohio State and be the head coach at Ohio State, he'll be at Weber State for 2 years and gone. If his goal is, I just want to coach football in the state that I love, and I want to still do it for the love of the game with these FCS talent, I want to be able to bring in JUCOs and give kids a shot and develop at a level just higher than high school, and he shows the same level of consistency for that level that Jay Hill did or that he showed for high school, because he might have been able to climb this rung quicker.
Yeah.
He could have taken a QB coaching role, or he could have taken an OC role and gone and coached at Northern Colorado. You know, he could have done that, but he stayed the course at high school. So I'm hoping that Weber State can find that. And I'm hoping he is that. The problem is, what are you probably right around $220,000 a year now.
For Weber?
Yeah.
I'd say that's about right.
I think Jay Hill at one point was the highest in FCS.
And it was just past 2.
Yeah, it was under 3.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It was well under 3. So let's say he's coaching for, let's just throw the number 220. That's a public record too, right?
Yeah.
We'll be able to see what he's making. It's coaching for 220, and
Hill was making about 366 before leaving.
Was he that high, Lloyd?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing on. That's what AI is telling me.
Okay, so let's say he's at 280 then.
Mickey Mental contract documents show Mental paid a salary of $215,000 per year.
Yeah, I think Jay Lloyd is just an anomaly, maybe.
Yes. Yeah. Well, Jay. Yes. A little bit different.
But he was 360. He got out to 360
Yep.
with.
According to the Standard Examiner here, it said Mickey Mental was paid $215,000. This is similar to Hill's yearly guaranteed compensation. Signed in a contract in January 2015, following his first season at Weber State, which totaled $225,000. That took Hill's total guaranteed compensation when you threw in all the extras and bonuses and everything else at $366,475.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say that Coach Kerr can get himself in the 260-ish range.
Yeah.
Nowadays, offensive coordinators are making $2.2 million.
Yes.
At the FBS level.
Correct.
So it just gets so tough. Because when you make that jump from high school now to Weber State, I don't think it's an opportunity jump for him, because I think he's had plenty of opportunity. I think it's a reasoning jump. It's my why. It's what I want to do. It's who I want to be. Problem is that changes real quick when you show that you can win. And people are like, oh, okay, so you win at Weber State and become a coordinator, and you go 11-1 with BYU, or you go 11-1 2 years in a row, or whatever it's been, 11-2.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
What was last year? I can't remember.
10 or
was it 10-2?
11-2.
11-2 to finish.
Yeah.
After the Colorado win,
no, that's 10-2. Sorry.
Okay, so that's what they do. That's
Yeah.
what you can do with a Weber State head coach that can win. There's a precedent that's set. So, and he's going to go win.
I would think so. That's the question. You always wonder whether it's college going to the NFL, and then there's high school going to college. And I tweeted out, like, if anybody can make the jump, it'll be Eric Kerr. And somebody goes, well, Joey McGuire made the jump, and it's doing just well for him. Okay, well, if you give Eric Kerr $28 million to build a salary, I bet Eric Kerr will win at a very high level. Joey McGuire was a 500 to sub-500 coach until finally the oil money started pouring in for Texas Tech, and they started saying, okay, we're going to go get talent. They got talent, and now he's a top 4 in the college football playoff. So I understand Joey McGuire has been very successful this year, but understand there's a reason why he's been very successful. He is, yes, a very good coach, but you also need to have the horses, and money is going to bring you the horses. Now, Eric Kerr at the FCS level isn't going to have those same kind of resources. How is he going to do putting together talent? He will be a tremendous in-state recruiter. And when you have guys like when Jackson Dart calls a recruit and says, hey, go play to Eric Kerr. You see me? I'm playing on Sundays. You see me? I was a first-round pick by the New York Giants. Like, I'm playing in the Big Apple, and people love me here because I'm busting my butt. But it all comes back to Eric Kerr and how he taught me to play the game. You tell me that's not going to hit home with recruits out there? Absolutely.
It will. Another thought on Eric Kerr. So he's mid-40s right now. Probably 45, 46, somewhere in that age. And that's really late to get started in a college career.
Exactly. I was going to bring that up as well.
Really late to get started in a college career. And if his idea and goal is growth and million-dollar contracts with FBS schools, then it has to be a quick turnaround, and he'll be out of there fast. Because if let's say he spends the next 3 or 4 years with Weber State, now we're talking about 50s. And I'm not saying that a coach can't do great things from age 50 to age 65, giving you a 15-year earning range.
Yeah.
But, he's kind of just right there in the golden glory years of coaching.
Yeah. By the way, this conversation makes me want to throw up, but yeah.
Oh, I know. Well, I think of it from my perspective, like leaving radio and jumping into coaching. It just –
oh, yeah.
It seems overwhelming, and I know he's been doing the coaching thing, so it's he's not changing occupations, but it's a dramatic jump.
Well, you and I have talked a lot about, like, well, what if we explored this option or did this or that? And we're like, man, if it was like 15 years ago, yeah.
Yeah.
But now you kind of get settled in and you're buying braces and you got major expenses with college and weddings and all kinds of stuff. And you're like, I'm not in a risky mood anymore.
Yeah.
And to his credit, he's like, hey, let's roll the dice. Let's go.
It's wild. Yeah, because, you make your name and you find your foothold and you're feeling good with the level of success. And it's kind of crazy to think, well, we're going to unplug and we're going to go take over the Denver market. And our salary is going to double, but expectations double. So here we go. It's a big move at age 45, 46, 47, wherever he's at. I know he's in the mid-40s somewhere. But I expect good things from him. I wonder what type of autonomy they're going to give him for assembling a staff. And I wonder what he would do with a staff. I'll tell you one thing. The first thing I would do is I would look at some of the great minds here in the state at the high school level, because there's some great high school football. If you're going to go the high school football coaching route, there's some great high school football coaches here in the state. And I would look at guys like I think that the offensive line coach at Lehigh, I think he's got 8 D1 offensive linemen now, or 9 D1 offensive linemen that have D1 time. I think he just signed out 2 more D1 players.
That's crazy.
I go look at Jason Anderson. I'm like, okay, he's a developmental king. He played in the NFL for 6-7 years. I just go take a look at it, because the problem is, now with an offensive line coach, I'm able to offer you 60, 65,000,
something like that, probably.
And
your coordinators are maybe 120.
Exactly. I can't go pluck some coaches off of Colorado State's fallen organization, because that coach was making $184,000, and I'm going to come here, ask him to come take this $65,000 job. Let's get your foot back in the door. That guy's like, I got to find money, man.
Yeah.
I got to make money. And I don't know, like a guy like Jason Anderson, extremely successful in all areas, but it's like, I know that guy loves this state. He's got family in this state, loves the game of football. Like, he's the type of guy I go talk to.
Yeah.
Plus, he's loyal to a fault. And I find guys that are loyal. I find guys that are high developmental. I find guys that want the shot too.
Yeah.
Like, okay, what are you in it for, Coach? What are we in it for? If I do join up for $65,000, like, is your goal to stay here and keep me at $65,000 for the next 8 years? Or is your goal that we're all going to go on this journey together? Because look at this over the years, Scotty. You look at the different journeys we've watched, from guys like Jan Jorgensen to Kalani Sataki, guys like Sharif Shah, who they're working as an attorney in the state, and they decide that they're not getting out of that what they want. And you got to know what the journey is. And so, Coach Kerr, what's your journey, man?
Yeah.
Like, how far do you want to go? Or is it just Weber State?
Because Jan's the kind of guy I would look at as my DC. Now, I don't know salary-wise, going from a linebacking coach at Utah State to a defensive coordinator.
My guess is he's probably $100,000 somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm sure his contract's probably public.
So, that might be a bit of an increase, but certainly a big increase in responsibility.
Wouldn't you say it's somewhere around $100,000?
I would say so.
Or somewhere,
yeah.
Somewhere close to that. I mean, all right. So, how do you feel about that?
Yeah.
We can get you close to 100,000. We'll keep you close, but you come in, you get your coordinating duties. But then it's like you're going to be leaving Bronco Mendenhall's wagon.
Yeah.
So, Bronco, what is your goal and your direction and your destination? Is it Utah State permanently? And, Scotty, I kind of feel like it is.
Yeah.
That's what I've been led to believe. That's what you've been led to believe.
Yeah, when Bronco hangs it up, I think Bronco's done.
I think he's done. And I don't think he's trying to use Utah State as a stepping stone. I think that this is a lifestyle for him. I really do.
I do too.
And you can't say that about many people. No. But about Bronco, you can say it's his lifestyle. And he'll sacrifice millions for it because he's already made the millions. He's got the acreage and the ranches, and he's got all of it.
Yeah.
So his lifestyle is Cache Valley, Logan, Utah, the Aggies, and building out. So if you're Jan, you're like, okay, so is this my lifestyle for the next 8 years? Let's say Bronco finishes out. Or do I jump on with Coach Kerr? I become a defensive coordinator. I start developing, and then we take the ride with Coach Kerr. It's just funny. My brain goes everywhere, Scotty, because as you know, when we were starting this show, I had an opportunity to hitch to a coaching wagon, and I would have been paid about $36,000, whatever, 12 years ago, and I just couldn't do it. Yeah, I couldn't do it. Now I'm watching the coaching journey, and it's pretty awesome, but I've been here just soundly chopping away with football analysis and having a blast calling BYU games and having a blast talking sports with you. But it's, you look back and you're like, man, that would have been a major life adjustment.
Yeah.
It's just funny you bring this up because the Coach Kerr stuff throws me into a whole deep realm of what ifs. And how does that work. And so I'm going to be watching Coach Kerr very closely. I think he wins. This is my guess. Over the next 2 years, you'll see a nice bump in Weber State production. You'll see Coach Kerr either take a major offensive coordinating role at a Power 4 FBS and then get an opportunity maybe at a lower Power 4 FBS or a Division I group of 5 FBS. Go take the head role at that or continue on with this coordinator. I just think I think he's going to grow in this.
I agree.
In this world of college football.
Yep.
But that's not why Weber State would hire him, right? What Weber State's like, what's your goal? I want to win. I can do that here at Weber State. Well, you saw what we did with Jay. Jay stuck around for 10 years. He could have left us for 7 consecutive years. He could have left us. He stayed. We paid him. We made him the highest paid at FCS level, and this community loves him. Hopefully you can keep him around.
That's what I believe, and certainly that's going to be the hope. But the big hope is win. And I just respect the heck out of Weber State for thinking outside the box and just saying like, hey, let's roll the dice. Let's get crazy here. Let's go.
I do too.
All right, Matt's with us. My Hearing Center, 801-438-7058. We talked about holiday parties and how some people are going to come in, middle of January, be like, hey, look, I went to my holiday party. I went to the New Year's party. I couldn't hear a thing, and people are wondering what's going on. Well, guess what? If you're already having that problem, you have that problem, you can come in, and it sounds like you can get an appointment and maybe get an out-the-door set of hearing aids prior to some of those parties.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, and that's what the goal is for us. So if we're keeping our offices open through the next couple of weeks, we're going to be closed on Christmas, I'm going to be honest. We're going to be closed Christmas Eve. Otherwise, you can get into our office. I know our Murray office has availability. They open up extra hours. Sandy office, we got offices from Ogden all the way down to Provo and in St. George. So if you can hear us,
no
chances
pun
are
intended.
Or if you can't,
yeah.
Chances are we have a location near you. 801-438-7058, free hearing evaluation, risk-free trial, the latest technology. And if you call right now and schedule that appointment, you're going to be able to try the hearing aids, again, for that risk-free 30 days, and then we'll give you a gift card with some movie tickets as a thank you.
And, Matt, what is it that typically pushes somebody to the point? And I'm hoping that it's end of year and it's insurance and taking advantage of, because I know you've got some opening slots. I would like that to be what pushes you to finally make the phone call? But what is it typically that somebody finally calls for?
Yeah, it's going to be those experiences, right? It's going to be being at the dinner and not participating. It's going to be being at the party and sitting in the corner. It's going to be having your family in from out of town, and your wife's carrying the conversation and keeps trying to fill you in, but gets frustrated because you keep asking her to repeat herself. I mean, Hans, we were talking about people that that it can get a little frustrating when they're not wearing their hearing aids. That's the frustration that really kind of pushes. Unfortunately, it's the bad usually more than the good that gets us to do what we need to do for ourselves.
That's too bad. People wait way too long.
Yep.
Call right now, 801-438-7058. That's 801-438-7058 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Kyle Whittingham steps down, and Morgan Scally has been elevated as the next head coach of the University of Utah.
I was a little confused by the steps down and not retired aspect of it, and I don't want to imply that Whit was pushed out, but certainly there was some interesting verbiage immediately after the Athletic was reporting that he would look at other jobs, potentially if they became available to him. So if he wanted to keep coaching, why not just keep coaching at Utah?
Which is really strange.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the whole story.
I think it's as simple as he would listen. I think it's that simple. Honestly, do I expect Whit to take another head coaching job? I really don't.
No, he'll obviously listen, but why? Why isn't he listening to other jobs while employed at the University of Utah?
That was what was strange for me. Why now? Who made this decision? Was it Whit? Was it somebody else? I do think that is the huge question.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Our country is held together by small businesses. That's a fact. It's also a fact that 9 out of 10 of those small businesses will fail. Why? Because it's hard, really, really hard to build a profitable business from the ground up today. Pure Talk knows that. They started as a small American wireless company determined to keep their customer service in this country. It worked. And today, Pure Talk is determined to help other small businesses prosper by offering them the same white glove service the big guys get. Same service, same 5G network at a truly affordable price. Pure Talk is focused on businesses that employ welders and roofers, electricians, plumbers, HVAC techs, the people who keep the lights on. If that sounds like your business, give Pure Talk Business a try and see just how much you could save. Dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who understands the power of small business. Pure Talk.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. You know, one of the perks about having 4 kids that you know about is actually getting a direct line to the big man up north. Mm-hmm. And this year, he wants you to know the best gift that you can give someone is the gift of Mint Mobile's unlimited wireless for $15 a month. Now, you don't even need to wrap it.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
This holiday season, make your wish list a reality at Performance Automotive in Bountiful. When you choose performance, you're choosing selection, convenience, and exceptional service. With 3 locations, Performance Honda, Performance Toyota, and Performance Ford, Performance Automotive is here to serve your needs. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, driven to be the best. Start your search today at performancebountiful.com. Performance Automotive. Driven to be the best.
Well, the holidays are really here. Things are speeding up. I know exactly what we all need to do, and that's head into the Western Nut Company. I'm here with Sarah, and you can take care of it all.
We love the holidays, and we try to make it seamless for our customers to enjoy our gift baskets and our fudge and our brittle and all the things that make it the holidays.
Western Nut is perfect for corporate giving and also for your family and your friends and your neighbors.
For corporate corporate gifting, we have a team that's ready to take your list and ship it right from our store.
You know what I love is Dee and I go into Western Nut and the Mothership, which is right there on 4th and 3rd West, and we just let you guys take care of it all. We select the gift and you guys ship them off, especially to Dee's family in Missouri.
Western Nut's been doing this since 1966, and we've got it down. All the things that you need to cover everybody on your list.
A good place to start is by going online at westernnut.com. That's westernut.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is bowl season, and we're fired up. It'll be BYU and Georgia Tech eating some Pop-Tarts down in Orlando together and helping us break down a little Georgia Tech. Joining us now, he is Chad Bishop, Georgia Tech beat writer for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Chad, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you all?
Good. What's the Georgia Tech mindset going into this game?
Goodness, that's a great question. I think there's two parts. Number one, this is a team that started the season 8-0, had college football playoff aspirations, had a real chance at making the ACC title game, and then the bottom kind of fell out and lost 3 of 4, lost to rival Georgia. All those dreams and hopes and aspirations went by the wayside, and they were kind of sitting there at the end of September, kind of what happened. Good BYU team down in Orlando, Florida, and I think that sort of raised spirits a little bit. And Brent Key being the competitor that he is, much like Kalani Sitake, two guys pretty much cut from the same cloth of toughness. I think they're competitors, and Brent Key has sort of built his program in that mold. And so now the tables have turned a little bit, and they're saying, all right, well, we got a 13th game and a chance to go out and compete and play against a really good team and perhaps beat a really good team. And so I think they sort of rebounded from the letdown at the end of the season and seem to be pretty excited about being able to go down there and play this matchup.
So I call color for BYU, and I'll be out there in Florida calling this game. Excited to call it and kind of excited to see Georgia Tech. As you're looking at it, as I'm building out my boards, are there any major names that are jumping into the portal or have declared for the NFL and they are going to be preparing for the draft? Like, give me your thoughts on just some of the top names. Is anybody not going to be available?
Well, it looks like the writing on the wall is that backup quarterback Aaron Philo will not be with the team. That is sort of breaking by the moment. It was reported on Monday night he wasn't in team meetings. He was allegedly not at practice on this Tuesday. On3 has reported he plans to go in the transfer portal. Now, being the backup quarterback, you might think, well, so what? Haynes King is the starter, but Aaron Philo is a very, very talented kid. And if anything were to happen to Haynes King, whether before the game or in game, Aaron Philo would have been the guy. So I think that's number one. I saw a few minutes ago that starting center Tana Alo-Tupololo might be going to the transfer portal as well. So those are two really prime names right there. Nobody else has really fallen by the wayside at the moment. Of course, offensive coordinator Buster Faulkner went to Florida. Offensive line coach Jeep Wade has moved on to Nebraska. Running backs coach Norville McKenzie has moved on to Virginia Tech. So there's been more staff movement at this point than there has been personnel movement.
So you look at when things kind of got sideways during that NC State game, and this is a defense that didn't really force a lot of turnovers on the season, only 7 turnovers forced on the year, 4 fumbles and 3 interceptions. But then the offense started to turn it over a little bit. You were -4 in the turnover margin over the last 4 games. Obviously the defense had never really been great at getting turnovers, but did the offense start to give it back, and what was the reasons for that?
Yeah, first we'll start with the defense. It was a bend, don't break defense all season long, which is all good and well, right, until it does break. It definitely broke in that North Carolina State game. And then really just never recovered. You look at the Boston College game, Boston College, a 2-win, 1-win team that really tore Georgia Tech's defense apart. And then, of course, Pittsburgh came to town and really did the same thing to that Georgia Tech defense. So they just never really were a shutdown great defense to begin with. They had sort of gotten away with some things, whether that was, the opposing offense turning it over, or the opposing offense making mistakes, or Georgia Tech's offense really saving the day time and time again. And so when that defense broke toward the end of the year, the offense really couldn't cover up for a lot of those mistakes. You go back to the first game of the season at Colorado, Georgia Tech turned it over 3 straight possessions to start the season. So it's not like they, again, were just playing totally clean, crisp football throughout. But again, once the defense didn't hold up their end of the bargain toward the end of the year, those mistakes came that much more glaring. So it's complementary football, right? Coaches talk about it all the time across the country, and Georgia Tech's offense had been carrying the load for the entire year. But when they couldn't hold up their end of the bargain toward the end and the defense was playing the way they were, things sort of came crashing to a halt. So if they're able to go against BYU and keep possession of the football, I mean, it sounds simple, right? But if they don't turn it over and that defense does just enough, they'll have a chance to be there at the end of the game.
This is your old-fashioned Georgia Tech team that love to run the ball. And as some of my just early look at it, Haynes King, the quarterback, leading rusher, and then it kind of goes between 2 rushers and Malachi Hosley and Jamal Haynes. Is that correct? And what are some of the other components of the run game? Because I've only started into the Georgia film this morning trying to understand this team, which I thought they actually played, at least the first half so far has been a pretty competitive game, seems to be.
Yeah, it's really funny because folks who have been around the Georgia Tech program for a long time, you guys are probably familiar with Paul Johnson, who ran the option offense for a long time at Georgia Tech and at Navy before that. And they went away from the option and hired Jeff Collins, and that didn't go well, and they brought in Brent Key, and lo and behold, a few years later, they're basically running the triple option again. You have a running quarterback, you have 2 outstanding running backs in Jamal Haynes and Malachi Hosley, and then they give the ball to a lot of their wide receivers, whether it's Jordan Allen or Bailey Stockton or Malik Rutherford. So there's a lot of option elements in it. They're just not going to line up in that traditional triple option look. But Haynes King is going to fake some tosses. He's going to run some counters. He's going to run some quarterback draws. Their running backs are going to run the toss sweeps. They're going to go in between the tackles just as much. So there's a lot of variance to this rushing offense. There's a lot of eye candy, a lot of window dressing. They're going to motion a ton. I think I saw a stat the other day that like 36% of their snaps have some sort of motion element to them or something. I mean, these guys are moving all over the place. The tight ends are shifting from one side to the other, and they're not afraid to hand the ball to all sorts of different people. But it starts with Haynes King, the quarterback. I mean, that's why he was a Heisman Trophy contender, finished 10th place in the Heisman Trophy voting. He's going to run the ball a ton. He's going to get beat up. He's going to hobble. He's going to limp. He's going to hold his shoulder, but he's going to take a licking and keep on ticking, as they say. And he's really the engine that makes it go. So if BYU's defense can sort of get to him and stop him in the ground game, they'll have a really good shot at stopping that Georgia Tech offense.
There's some at BYU that, first off, they thought they would have a shot at maybe being at least in the conversation for the college football playoff. That didn't happen. And then they were starting to gear up for Notre Dame, perhaps in that Pop-Tart Bowl, and then Notre Dame decides to take their ball and go home. And so now it's Georgia Tech, and I think there might be a same level of, well, shoot, it's Georgia Tech. But this does seem like a Georgia Tech team that if BYU comes and they're not playing their A game or they feel overlooked as Georgia Tech team, they're more than capable of going in there and getting a W.
I think that's right, because the way I look at it is BYU, from my thinking anyway, is a very, very established program, right, at this point. Like, they're a team, to your point, that is competing for a college football playoff bid. Georgia Tech is still on the build. This is only year 3 under Brent Key. They went 5-7 in his interim season, in which he only coached 8 games. They went 7-6, 7-6. And then, boom, they were 8-0 and finished 9-3. So they're still climbing. So from their standpoint, to go down to Orlando and to beat a program like BYU, who is established as they are and as good as they are, would just be such a feather in the cap for this 2025 season for Georgia Tech, and really a springboard into what Brent Key is building. So not to say the game is no less important from the BYU standpoint, but, yeah, I think from a motivational standpoint for Georgia Tech to be able to go down there and And to get that win over such a solid program would be huge for that Tech team moving forward.
What a wild way for the ACC to work out the way it worked out, where a Duke team that Georgia Tech beat early in the season, they find the tiebreakers, they get themselves to a championship game, an ACC championship game, and then they beat the one team that might have been able to work its way into the college football playoffs in Virginia. Just talk about how, I guess, disheartening it might be if you're Georgia Tech, you see the tiebreakers lead to Duke, and how they've kind of handled that, because I'm wondering if that plays into a bit of the preparation and the mindset that they come into this Pop-Tarts Bowl with.
Oh, you're right. I mean, what a mess, and what really a nightmare scenario for the ACC, because a couple weeks before the end of the season, you have the possibility of, all right, maybe you can get Miami in there as an at-large, and maybe you get your ACC champion in there, whether that's Virginia or maybe even a SMU or definitely a Georgia Tech. And all Georgia Tech had to do was show up on a Saturday afternoon and beat a really good Pittsburgh team at home, and they got down 28-0 and never really stood a chance in that game. And then because of all the weird, wacky tiebreakers, which now the league is looking into, Duke finds their way into that championship game and gets it done, and props to Duke, and they got a great team and, stumbled along the way, but certainly showed they're capable of winning a championship. But, yeah, I mean, from the ACC's perspective, really, really a tough way for things to shake out, because they really had things aligned to get definitely two teams in the college football playoff, and they ended up just getting the one in Miami. But from a Georgia Tech perspective, yeah, it was all right there on the table for them, 8-0. Even after the loss to NC State, there was still a window of possibility in there for them to get the college football playoff, especially if they got that ACC title game and were able to win it, but they could not get that done. And so, yeah, I think that's the question going in. Do they have enough motivation left in the tank to go down there and beat BYU and show that they are the team they thought they were, or has the bottom kind of fallen out at this point?
So you mentioned, I wanted to touch on that real quickly. Do you think the ACC does change up that tiebreaker since it backfired so in such a big way?
I think they'll have to, and I think we can jokingly call it the Duke clause, because they don't want to have the 9-5 team win the championship. And I mean, Georgia Tech beat them. This is a Duke team that went up and lost to UConn at some point. And no offense to UConn, but you can't have your champion, losing non-conference games to UConn along the way. So yeah, I don't know if they go to using college football playoff rankings. I mean, you guys know this. The conferences are too massive. They're too big. Nobody's playing each other. Georgia Tech, for instance, this year did not play SMU. They did not play Louisville. They didn't play Miami. They didn't play a lot of the top teams in the conference. Did not play Virginia. So it's very capable to say, well, maybe Georgia Tech didn't have an argument for being in there if they would have won the tiebreaker. So, yeah, there's got to be a way to figure out tiebreaker scenarios moving forward. I definitely think they'll look at it here in the offseason.
Well, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us, and look forward to catching up with you down the line. Enjoy Orlando. Should be a lot of fun.
All right, guys. See you soon.
There he is. Good conversation as we get you ready for BYU squaring off against Georgia Tech. Chad Bishop from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Take a break, come back, and another edition of Whole World News, and then coming up in about 12 minutes, you'll hear from the general manager of the Utah Mammoth, Bill Armstrong, right here on The Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Bronco Mendenhall, head coach of the Utah State Aggies.
This is the time of season where you're looking at roster retention and also recruiting. What are your thoughts on having to do all that at a time when the most important thing is charged to win the next game?
It's a really unique landscape. There's tampering, no question. It's against the rules, but the rules aren't enforced. We've got 3 more games left, but players have been reached out to. There's some phantom hotline that you're supposed to be able to call when something happens, which that's just nonsense.
Phantom hotline?
Telling it like it is, as usual.
Phantom hotline.
The reality is programs with as much money as they have will take who they want in the manner that's supposed to be illegal, but not. Most are smart enough to stay one step away from a true family member. But yeah, it happens.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We all bump into a health issue at some point in our lives, whether it's us or it's our kids. We all go through it. And when you go through it, you want the good people at University of Utah Health in your corner. They'll help you put together a game plan to get back to good health, get back to the office or get back to the court or get back to the playing field. And it's not just for you, it's for the entire family. And it's not just for sports, it's for everything. Everything from primary care physicians all the way to the specific orthopedic surgeons, whether it's knee, ankle, or shoulder, and everything in between. If you're dealing with maybe a pediatrics need, they can help you in that area as well. These are the great physicians, the great men and women of our state, the top-end physicians that work with the Utah Mammoth, our NHL team, the NBA, who is the Utah Jazz here. They work with every one of these guys, anything that they might be dealing with, from a common cold to a serious dislocation. These are the men and women that are working with them. University of Utah Health, you have access to them at uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story, and sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you. Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever. Utah's holiday magic starts here. Now through January 3rd, discover South Jordan's newest holiday tradition at the ballpark at America First Square. Holiday Lights transforms the ballpark into a breathtaking winter wonderland, complete with music, interactive fun, and festive displays the whole family will love. Holiday Lights is proudly presented by Minky Couture. For tickets and details, visit the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable. Celebrate Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday Lights at the ballpark.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right. Yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, let's get it, folks. Normally we would do whole world news, but we don't have time for it because...
Which is sad.
Bill Armstrong's going to join us coming up here in just a few minutes. But we are live here at My Hearing Center. All you have to do is call 801-438-7058. That's 801-438-7058. And they will give you 30 days to test drive these things. But what better way to test drive these hearing aids than take it to your holiday parties?
Yeah.
Christmas Eve, Christmas, New Year's, and you're thinking, well, I can't get them that fast. Yes, you can. You can get in here right now, take the hearing test. They'll get you the hearing aids out the door so that you can test them out. And then if 30 days you don't like them, that's cool. Bring them back in. No harm, no foul. They'll still give you the movie tickets.
And we were talking with Matt. Matt talked about it. All hands on deck. End of year, people have met their deductible. Now, really, you don't even need your deductible at this point because the hearing test is free.
Yep.
And you get the 30-day risk-free trial with the latest and greatest technology. So there's really nothing at risk. But if you do want to proceed at that point, then insurance can help. Flex spending accounts can help, and you can do that. And like I mentioned, they've got all hands on deck. Everybody is going to be working overtime because they know this is the end of the season rush. So if you're sitting there thinking, oh, there's not a chance that they're going to have an appointment open for me, they will. They'll have an appointment. They're going to get you the free hearing test. They're going to get you this trial, and they're going to get it taken care of quick. So just call 801-438-7058. That's 801-438-7058. And they will have spots open. Right, Matt? I mean, you're going to have spots open, and you'll be able to take care of people if they call right now.
Yeah, just talking to our Murray office, they just made sure some additional spots were available. So that's right in Center Valley, but we got offices West Valley, Riverton, Sandy. That's where we're at today. I had to remember where I work.
Yeah,
and that's just in the Valley offices in Utah County and North Valley, and we've got offices all the way down to St. George. So give us a call. We'll take care of you. 801-438-7058. Free evaluation. Risk-free 30-day trial, so I'll take you through the holidays and in a good part of next month, and we'll give you a gift card at the end of that trial period as a thank you.
801-438-7058.
It's not like a bad case of acne. It's not going to clear up. Like, it doesn't go away on its own.
Oh, the hearing loss for sure, no.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought you were referring to like the hearing aid itself. Like
No.
The hearing aids, and that they're actually kind of cool looking, right? They've moved from the giant bananas that used to hang on the back of the ears with the huge hose-sized tube that goes in your ears to some technology and some size. It's got some sleekness to it.
Very discreet.
You really kind of come and look at it. I think in the past you called it a lima bean, but it doesn't look like a lima bean. It's about that size, but it's got some sleekness to it. If you've seen earbuds before, these are smaller than your average earbuds, and has a lot more technology. So you can benefit all the streaming the streaming and the listening, taking advantage of your phone calls on the hearing aids. But then you actually get to hear your prescription where you need it, so you can hear well. I had a patient just the other day come in and she has asymmetrical loss, meaning she can't hear highs and she can't hear lows, but she can hear the mids, right? But it gave her struggles with her husband, who speaks softly and has a low voice, couldn't hear that, and her grandkids speak softly and have a high voice, she couldn't hear that. And so she came in, we talked to her, sent her out with some hearing aids that day. She actually just came back in this week, just yesterday, and huge thank you. She's like, I was almost in tears. I was able to have a conversation with my husband. I was able to have a conversation with my grandkids. I've been able to do that for a long time. And she's young. I mean, she's in her late 50s, early 60s, young. And if that's you, if that's where you want to be, you want to actually have associations that you can work with and enjoy, this is a great opportunity to take advantage of it.
801-438-7058. Call right now, 801-438-7058. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Bill Armstrong joins us next.
Guys, let's be real. Holiday gift giving can feel like crunch time, but this year, the Zone has your back. Enter the Zone Holiday MVP promotion and score big with the ultimate gift lineup. A cozy grande blanket from Minky Couture, a Beehive Meals gift box with 10 delicious dinners, and a stunning sterling silver double heart diamond necklace from Duke's Jewelers. Don't wait until the final buzzer. Step up your game and make this holiday a win. Enter now at KSLSportsZone.com.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn Learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to hear from the general manager of the Utah Mammoth, Bill Armstrong, on your exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
He is the general manager of the Utah Mammoth. Bill Armstrong, kind enough to join us. Bill, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing today?
Doing
fantastic.
Doing well. Good to catch up with you. Let's talk about Sunday. Third period comeback. You watched a lot of hockey, and I know you've seen some big comebacks, but that had to be really fun up close and in person watching that one.
I had to pinch myself as it was going on. We were in one down 3-0. 7 minutes later, I think we were leading 4-3. So it was truly a great comeback, and all the credit to the boys and the coaches. They did a great job of believing, and once we started scoring, we didn't stop, so it was good.
It's a weird thing in this game that I've come to understand, Bill, is it is a game of runs, and you can get hot, and you can get streaky, and you can find the gap. What is it oftentimes where you find the gap, the net becomes too large, and things seem a little bit easier? What typically happens? Is it a lineup? Is it a matchup? Is it a different line, a line change? What is it that happens in those moments?
Well, I think in that game that, we just were very simple about it. We had a guy go by and just kind of screen the goaltender. At the same time, we had a shot on the net, and then we had a follow-up from the D-man. And, the next thing, 2 seconds later, Marco Carcone scores. So it was just one of those things. We just started putting pucks at the net, and they started going in. And I think you got to do that. It's not rocket science here. For us to score goals, we got to put pucks and players at the net. We do that. Good things happen for our team. When we get too fancy with passes and, we're passing off too often, we stop shooting the puck and we stop going to the net. It's hard to score in this league. So I think for us as a team, it's a little bit challenging. We got, our team has to be constantly reminded of that. But I think, as we move through the season here, they're starting to get it and starting to improve.
When you get a stat sheet or you're looking at a box score, what's the first one or two stats you look at? Is it, shots on goal? Is it shots?
Well, nowadays they have so many stats.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You open that thing up and for us it's pretty simple for us. There's a little bit of the inside game like I talk about it, and there's advanced statistics that show how we do on that inside game and going to the net. When we do that and we've got high shots, good goaltending, and we can throw a power play goal in there, we win 100% of the time. So it's not. There's a formula in the numbers there, and it comes with a lot of simple play, but it really starts about getting in on the inside for our team. When we're dug in to play in front of the net and put pucks there, good things happen for our team, and that's going to be a test for us tonight. Boston's got some big D. They're much improved since we last seen them, so it's going to be a dogfight tonight for us.
Scotty and I were just talking about some of the recent success, and it's been nice to see this team coming back together. But, Bill, just talking about the big picture and where the Mammoth currently sit, they're tied for 8th in the West with 35 points and 35 points through 34 games. Just talking big picture, talking about Western Conference picture, talking about the Central Division, How do you feel about where you stand right now, Bill, and the level of hockey you're seeing played?
It's good. We live in a world that, with this year, it's a condensed schedule. We're one of the only teams that have played 34 games. There's some teams played 31 games. They've played, 13 to 14 to 15 games on the road. We've played 20. So we've been hauling. A lot of our schedule has been on the road. There've been tough matchups and tough grinding. So for us, where we are right now is, to be honest with you, is where we kind of expected to be. We got off to a little better start than we thought, but in reality, this is kind of where we thought we'd be, right in this grind. If we could grind this through and stay in the race right up until Christmas, our schedule breaks a little bit and gets a little bit better. But right now, we're grinding on it. We got 2 big games in the road right now, and it's been a battle. Just because the amount of road games that we've actually played and how many games we've played in a small period of time here.
Tough back-to-back, Boston, Detroit, to close out that road trip. What are the keys, to make sure you close out this road trip with some success?
Ooh, that's a great question. Boston is a good team. We've got to play a smart road game. Very, very simple. No turnovers coming out of our end or going into their end. If we can do that, and we can play on the inside, we can get our guys in front of the net with some screens and get some shots from everywhere. I believe that our speed and skill could kind of take over, and it's going to be a battle. They play a hard-fought game. They're nasty, they're big, they're mean, and they're gonna test us. So it's going to be a great game for us tonight.
When we were talking to you last season, Bill, remember I got to go out to Pittsburgh and I got to go watch a Penguins game in that venue. And that is a tough crowd. That is a tough place to get a win. I mean, that is an iconic place, isn't it? So just talk about the magnitude of being able to go in there to start this 3-game road trip to get that win. That's a tough place to go get a win.
Yeah, it was funny because we rolled in there and it was snowing. It was just a mess, and I don't know if that city exactly handles snow that well. So there was cars spinning out. Our guys were pushing cars up hills to help people, and then we got on the bus. We got stuck going up the hill. Wow. I took that as a good omen. We battled our way into we finally got to the game. We walked a few blocks, and we finally got to the game. But I knew right away it was going to be a tough game just because we couldn't get into the building. So from that point on, I like the way our guys responded in the sense they stayed with it. It did not go our way. We kept playing well. And, it's like you said, it's a hard building. Sidney Crosby and the boys, they're pretty good hockey players. They got a great record this year. But I love the way that our group kind of stayed with it and just kept pounding the rock. And eventually it broke in the third period for us. And we took over the game pretty quickly and ended up winning overtime. So I love the fact that we get off to that little momentum with a big win and a big comeback. It helps you. It gives you some energy on the road.
So there's that video out there of your players pushing cars out of the snow, and they're wearing their suits. And I'm thinking, wow, those are expensive suits. And I'm thinking, well, I don't know if a hockey player really feels comfortable spending a lot of money on a suit. So maybe they're okay. But it really shows you what kind of people you have on this team and what kind of people hockey players are in general.
Yeah, I mean, there are some unbelievable kids in our team, and they're not only good hockey players, they're good human beings, and that's what you love about our sport is, from the hospital visits to the school visits to getting out to the rinks, the local rinks for the kids. Our guys do it. I mean, it's just part of who they are, and they love to give back to the community, and you kind of seen that when someone gets stuck in the snow in front of us. So it was a great thing. It was a great moment, and we were able to win the game, so maybe it was a little karma too.
There you go.
Hey, Bill, I wanted to ask you about Daniel Boot a little bit. Just what are you getting from him on the ice, kind of in the early stages? And I think I saw him put up a point in Pittsburgh. Just talk about what you're getting from Boot.
Booter's he's been all over the front of the net. He's had a ton of chances. He just hasn't, put it in. I think that's a little bit of being a rookie, and the game hasn't settled for him. Just to get his first point the other night was huge for him. You could see him just settle down and relax. And I said to him after does your family watch back in Russia? And he says, yeah. I said, Mom and Dad? He says, yeah, Mom, Dad, Grandma, whole entire village. So, so it was good, but he's done a nice job in kind of acclimating to the NHL, and that's not easy, especially when you're that size. Like, he's a massive human being, but he's getting there, and he's getting a little bit more comfortable game in and game out, and he's really a good two-way forward, and he's done a nice job, and we look for him. He can add in some scoring. He's going to be a home run for our team.
How close is Kerfoot to get back in the lineup? And because I know he's traveling with the team.
Yeah, he's close. I think it's going to be right after Christmas. He's going to come back in the lineup. And Kerf's a little engine for us. He can play from first line to fourth line, and he's just one of the best penalty killers in the league. So he's going to be a huge add for our team coming back in. He can provide a little bit of center help too, with Cooley being out at center. So he's probably his deadline. I mean, his estimated time to come back from injury is probably just before Christmas or a little after.
Got to tell you, man, that video of Logan Cooley is pretty unsettling. Yeah, when you see a leg wrap around a post and bend the wrong way, and it scares the crap out of me as a former athlete. It's pretty horrifying. Kind of walk us through where Logan Cooley's at mentally right now.
Well, it's an injury that's going to heal naturally on its own. So I think he's a little bit relieved in that. He knows he's got a chance to come back and play in the second part of the season, which I think he's really excited about that. It was just an unfortunate incident. And I think, you're going to come back he'll come back into our lineup, probably around the Olympic break, some point in time around there. And, he'll be a little bit shy. But then your natural instincts take over once you get a little confidence on and coming back, and you go back to playing as hard as you can. And it's one of those things. It was a fluke thing. And certainly you hold your breath as a GM with one of your stars going down like that. But the good news is it wasn't too serious, and he's got a chance to come back in and help us make a second half push in the season.
Bill, am I mistaken? I thought I saw him back on the ice in that game.
I know, he did. He tried.
That's insane.
He tried to come back and play with his knee a little wobbly, and God bless him. But I think he made the right choice. The game ended pretty quickly after that. But, yeah, he's a hockey player for sure.
It almost feels like you have to have a really strong coaching and training staff to protect these players from themselves sometimes when it comes to injuries.
Well, they do. There's some warriors out there for sure, and sometimes you got to pull them back a little bit. But there's a lot of guys that play through a lot of things, a lot of injuries that most some professional athletes in other sports wouldn't go through, and that's just a hockey thing, I think. Where they'll push themselves through it. There's goodness about that for your team, especially in the playoffs. And a lot of times guys get criticized because they're not at their best in playoffs, but a lot of times they're banged up and they're just trying to give her what they can.
So, Bill, I've really set my understanding of the standard of physicality with the Florida Panthers. They were my introduction into this league. And yeah. I felt like the Mammoth really held their own in large parts in that game against the Panthers. How are you feeling about this team's physicality, being able to match with a Panthers team that I feel like, they brought home the gold just based off of their overall physicality and nastiness. How do you feel like this Mammoth team is coming along when they've got to face something like that in the postseason?
Well, I think it's something your young players have to go through, and your team has to go through, and they've got to play teams that have that grit, and they kind of get a little bit of confidence from it because for 2 periods we kind of went toe-to-toe with those guys. And I think there was a lot of goodness in that game, and we take from that on our ability to play physical and compete with them on a physical level. So I think it's something we gain confidence from, and knowing, hey, that we go into play a team like that in the playoffs, we're going to do well and we can exceed. That's part of us growing as a young team, is getting to being more physical and being able to compete against those teams. And I think the size of Daniel Boud and the Simashevs and the Lamroos also coming in are going to help us compete.
I know a lot of people are excited, looking forward to the Olympics, but if you really want to take a peek into the future of the Mammoth, you got the World Junior Championships going on as well with a slew of players on the Canadian team, correct?
Yeah, I mean, Kobo Duan and Aginla and Caleb Denoye are all on the team. So that's going to be exciting to watch them. 7 players in total we have in the tournament. And that's really the elite of the elite that play in that tournament. And you get a really good indication of who's going to be a good NHL player and sometimes superstars in the National Hockey League by the way they play at that tournament. So most times when they're younger, it's kind of more of an older tournament, a 19-year-old tournament. But if you can make it as an 18-year-old and play in there, that's pretty impressive too. But the heck of a tournament. You go to those games and you're seeing the best of the best at that age, and it's an incredible tournament.
How has T.J. Aginla responded to some of those corrective procedures that he went through?
Well, I think right now he's fully healthy and he's flying. We really liked what he did in Kelowna. He switched positions. He went from left wing to center and kind of got in there and just cranked it up. Like, for him, he put up points, but it's also the way he played. I love the fact that, he played both sides of the puck, not only good on the defense, but good on the offense, and he produced some points in his position. And I think that's going to help him grow. And I think with Team Canada, you're going to see, I'm pretty sure they'll put him on the wing and let him play with a pretty good centerman. So you get a chance to see him score some goals and have some impact for Canada.
Yeah, awesome. Well, Bill, we appreciate it as always. Have a great week, and look forward to catching up with you again here very soon.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Have a great weekend.
Back at you, Bill.
There he is, Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Mammoth.
Oh, man. Logan Cooley's, that video is the worst.
Yeah. And honestly, 8 weeks, you actually are like, that could have been a lot worse.
A lot worse. I still can't believe that he tried to get back on his skate.
Of course he did. That's just nuts.
And Bill's like,
get him off the
ice. The knee was loose. It's like, yeah, it was loose. It was a full hyperextension. He ran his kneecap directly into the goalpost, and his skate went into the net. His body went outside of the net, and his knee stuck hard on the post. I'm surprised that doesn't have a little bit more breakaway. I understand that they've got to make it a solid hold, but you would think, like for instances like that, you need it to break away. That's the whole idea behind it. From what I understand, they've changed the breakaway process of the net. I was going to ask Bill about that because they've gone through a couple of different ways to fashion those uprights to the ice. And the breakaway, from what I understand, is a little bit more difficult than it used to be. When I say used to be, I think like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It wasn't that long ago. I think that they made it more of a sturdy hold.
Well, I can see both sides of that, but boy, when you got a leg wrapped around that thing, you'd like a little bit more give for sure.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think through it. Did the upright ever move?
I don't think it did.
I don't think it ever broke off the post.
Yeah.
That's something that we could talk to Jay about, too. Jay, spending so much time in those nets and being around those uprights, probably understands the exact amount of pressure it takes to move them. But we know this. It takes more pressure than a kneecap running squarely into it at about 22 miles per hour.
Well, I mean, coming from an experienced tender, what did you did you kind of test that a little bit to see how sturdy those were?
Oh, man. Yeah, I did.
I would imagine.
I leaned against it because I'm like, okay, could it take my weight and pressure? And I leaned against with all my weight, and it didn't move. So
yeah.
I don't know exactly
that's
how
not
many
a lot
pounds
of
of
weight
pressure
these
it
days.
takes. Yeah, it is, Lloyd. It's still 255 pounds.
Lloyd, so help me if you transition this into a Bowflex conversation.
Dude, why would you even do that? I wasn't going to bring up a Bowflex.
I see how – because you brought it up like almost every day last week.
No.
When you was gone.
It was.
He brought up –
No.
I don't even have a Bowflex.
I didn't say you did.
Why do you keep bringing up Bowflex? I don't even have a Bowflex.
I was mistaken when we were talking about. I'm like, you're looking svelte, big. I said, is the Bowflex working out for you? And you said, I don't have a Bowflex, and that's when I found out you didn't have a Bowflex.
And then you made Bowflex jokes over and over and over
while I was gone. Why are you making Bowflex jokes? I don't even have a Bowflex.
Wow, Scotty.
Because
okay,
I think
all right.
He felt like it got.
I see how this is going. Okay.
Yeah, I know exactly how this is going. You just love to bug me.
No, I'm not trying to bug you. I'm just saying you're very lean. I don't think it's if it was like old school, like right after the Blaze hands. I think those posts might move.
Oh, the upright would have given.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.
What are you doing?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I just wanted to.
Yeah. You're just trying to start a fight. That's what you're trying to do. A playground fight.
I could see the path you were going, and I was trying to.
There was no path.
Scotty's going to get us all in a meeting because I'm gonna bark at Lloyd. Then Scotty's going to have to step in, and
I'm not bulldogging anybody these days.
Then we're going to end up because you don't have a Bowflex.
No.
Yeah, Connor will bulldog you.
Our Pop-Tart fueled tech getting in the way of all the confusion.
By the way, were you a big Pop-Tart consumer in college? Did Kalani, did he knock back the Pop-Tarts back in the day? Because back in the day, Pop-Tarts were really inexpensive.
Yeah,
like you could pack up on a lot of those.
They were.
Because just watching Kalani and his eyes light up when that Pop-Tart just popped right through that trophy.
He was so excited.
He was just on cloud nine.
He was so happy about it. I think all of us in college, Kalani included, we were in survival mode. And whatever Food for Less was putting on
10 for $1.
Yeah.
We
would get I remember they had those stupid Jiffy Pop tins.
Yeah.
The ones that
you put over the element. Yeah.
They had those on a sale. I ended up buying like 20 of those and burnt probably 18 of them.
Oh, yeah. Those were impossible to cook right.
It was such a waste of money. But anything Food for Less was putting on any type of discount. I was thinking back to the Food for Less shopping days in 1996, 97. And the prices.
Oh.
We're talking about cents, 38 cents for canned goods.
No, the reason I brought it up is because whenever and it would happen like once a month or so, the grocery store by our apartment would have a ramen noodles 10 for $1.
Yeah.
And when that happened, we'd go in that apartment complex like a conch, go, whoa, and everybody would just like woof, right to the store and buy hundreds of ramen noodles.
Yeah. I think back in that time, you could easily feed yourself for an entire month under $50.
Easy. Oh, easy. Yeah.
Because I'd do is I'd cook 3 boxes of macaroni and then incorporate 3 cans of chili to do a chili mac that would sit in my fridge and was accessible in any given hunger urge, that I could just take a few scoops of that, stick it to the ribs.
Yeah.
And at least feel like I could sustain life. Because you get done with a workout, and you come home, and back then, they couldn't so much as give you a stinking bagel.
No. Nope.
Now I watch these guys. They walk out of their little lifting session, and they got all these energy bars and really ice-cold protein drinks. And I'm like, this sucks, man. We got screwed.
Dude, I watch when I'm traveling with Utah State, they'll go to a practice, and as soon as they're walking off the court, there's somebody there with a smoothie. I guarantee it costs like $6 or $7 a smoothie, and it's got all their vitamins and all the antioxidants, like all the stuff they need. And
he hit you with a 6. You said 6 or 7. He just got you.
Jeez, man.
You got to stop doing that.
You got
Connor.
no more. It's my fault. I know. I'm sorry.
Did you purposely do this?
I did not. I did not purposely do that.
Because we've already hit our quota on that.
I know.
We don't have any more allowable. Like we've already done it. Those dudes have access to all kinds of calories. Good calories.
Good calories. Yeah.
Back then, I'm slapping in horrible processed garbage just to try to feel satiated to a certain degree, and it's just the worst.
Yeah.
I want to be paid. I want to go back and play.
Can you imagine
if get paid?
If you were 18 years old right now with all the qualifications you had in high school and you were coming out right now?
Let's just say
BYU is spending the money they're spending right now?
Let's just say that Miss Amanda Olsen in our early dating life would have had a much better time.
She wouldn't have been doing the temp work.
I would have got her. She could have quit that job as quick as you could say quit.
But there'd still be times she'd come home and the dishes weren't done, and you'd be playing Madden. And
No, Blitz.
Oh, Blitz. NFL
Yeah.
Blitz.
NFL Blitz with the boys.
And she's like, why is this place still a mess?
She would leave for work at 8 a.m. and the boys were already over. Scotty, Carlos, Hokie, like all the boys.
At 8 a.m.?
At 8 a.m. We're blitzing it up. And she's leaving for work. And she says, hey, if you could just get the dishes done. And she comes home at like 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Dead
and
tired.
We're still sitting there blitz, and there's double the dishes in the sink. I was trying to – I didn't know.
You had to
It's all I knew.
You had to entertain.
I didn't know that this is how marriage worked. I didn't know. I thought that, we share duties.
Yes.
I entertain the boys.
And she does the
You
dishes.
entertain the dishes. And that's just not how it worked. I did learn that.
I feel like you need to say that out loud one more time.
Let's not.
Oh, those early days of marriage, Scotty, are some of the best.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
They're
Yeah.
some of the best. She's got me trained now. I mean, I'm just a trained zoo animal.
So let me give you a little word of advice for all you kids that are newlyweds or in a relationship and it's getting serious. This is something that, because my dad, I'm going to blame my dad on this, because my dad was, when it was gifts, he would say, okay, what do we need? Okay, guess what? You're going to get that as a gift. And so I one year my wife's like, we need a new vacuum.
That was your gift-giving idea.
We need a new vacuum. So guess what I wrapped up for Christmas one year?
A working tool?
A vacuum.
And I bet that was thrill and excitement.
I'm just saying, just because you need something doesn't mean that's the gift you should be giving. A vacuum's just something you buy just because you need to buy a vacuum. Don't turn that into a gift opportunity.
Well, there's another bad gift-giving idea, and that is gifting your spouse something that you need or want.
Yes.
As well, which happened to be my first year with the Indianapolis Colts and a big screen TV.
I did that too for Mother's
Day. Look what we got, babe. This is a great Christmas gift, and you can enjoy it too.
Yeah.
When I'm not
around.
Oh man, we got to watch the third fight of the Ward versus Gotti trilogy, and I say we, and it was me.
Yeah.
And she was just irritated because I made a whole day of it. But man, early days of marriage is the best.
Yep. Hans and Scotty, we're live here at My Hearing Center. All you have to do is call 801-438-7058. Matt's hanging out with us.
There he is.
Hey, Matt. We weren't even planning on you being here.
Speaking of the devil, right?
Yeah.
Shows up.
Look at this. Hey, you know what? There's so many people that are thinking to themselves, I got parties coming up. I want to be able to hear people. But guess what? Christmas is 9 days away. New Year's is just 2 weeks away. I can't get hearing aids by then. That's not true.
That's right.
You can help them out.
Yeah, you give us a call right now. I guarantee we're going to be able to get you in an office before the holiday if that's something that you're interested in. If not before this holiday, we'll get you in before the new year. And you might have to drive a little bit more, right? Because not all of our offices open every day. So if you need to come in on a Thursday and you're in the Valley, you might have to go to Murray instead of Sandy or whatever. But we'll get you taken care of and make sure that we're able to help you out.
Well, and they still come with that 30-day trial.
That's right.
And so what better way to test out these hearing aids than to actually try them during these parties and these functions you're going to go to?
You know, that's the fun part about this is, you want to really prove this is working for you. Get the hearing aids now. Take them to the hard times, right? Take them to the Hell Center Theater, Christmas Carol. Take them out to the movie theater to watch, whatever movies come out. I don't know. I got to stay up on my movies. I'm like, Anaconda was one. I don't know if it comes out before I
think Christmas Day.
Yeah, something like that.
Anaconda.
Right? Yeah.
Like it's kind of a spoof on the old J-Lo movie.
Oh, because that was a good movie back in the day.
Yeah.
That's John Voight.
Yeah, you got Paul Rudd and Black.
I know.
Jack Black.
Oh. So they're going to goof on it.
They're spoofing it.
They're going to goof
John
on it.
Voight made that movie great.
There was nothing great about
the original Anaconda? Oh, man.
Didn't Ice-T get eaten in that one?
Yeah, I think, And John Voight got regurgitated.
Oh, yeah. That thing puked him back up. I remember that.
That was a great movie. So you're saying you need hearing aids to go to the Anaconda?
No, I don't know. I just that's the only movie I knew was coming out.
You kind of wish you'd have missed this one, huh?
What is there's the new Avatar movie or whatever is coming out too, right? That should have mentioned that one. Go watch that one.
Yeah,
instead.
there you go. But no, honestly,
sidetracked.
In a movie theater is where I wear mine too, because I have a hard time hearing or understanding the dialogue. I can hear everything, but I can't understand the dialogue sometimes in movies.
Great. And I'm not suggesting you do this either. If you're at the family function and the game's on and you're like, God, I'd rather be listening to the game. Well, guess what? Boom, you're wearing hearing aids. You got the excuse. No one's going to ask you to take them out. And
that's cool.
Put hands on Saturday, right? That's coming up.
That's cool.
If you put your AirPods in the middle of church, people are going to look at you bad. But if you have your hearing aids, which do the exact same thing, you're just fine.
That is so cool. What a great option.
I'm going to have someone call me later asking for an interview.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt, how many people come in and are worried or concerned about the aesthetics? Like they're like, oh, I just don't want to have that in my ear.
Yeah, and it's a lot of people. It's less almost the aesthetics. It's more about the perception, right?
Yeah.
Like if I got hearing aids, when I was a little kid, all the people that had hearing aids, they were the old people.
They were the old people, yeah.
And so if I get hearing aids, that puts me in that classification. That puts me in that category. And the reality is, I don't think hearing aids make you look old. I know studies show that it's the reaction that you have when you can't hear that makes you look like you're old, right? If you're asking people to repeat themselves, if you're staring off in the abyss and nodding, if you're giving wrong answers to questions, that's what makes, oh, God, his brain's slowing down. He doesn't get it anymore.
That's right.
Right. When you have hearing aids, you can hear and you can respond and you can engage. It gives you youth. It makes you youthful. And I know it's really easy for the hearing aid guy to say that, right? That's why you give you 30 days, risk-free to try it. See how it impacts your life. See how it impacts your family. See how it impacts your conversations. Whether it's Anaconda or Avatar or whatever movie you decide to watch this holiday season, try it out and see. And then if you don't like it, return it. We'll still give you the gift card to go see another movie, not the one you watched, or something else. Or if you do keep it, we'll give you special pricing as a thank you.
I think it was Ice Cube.
Yeah, that's what did I say? Ice-T?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Ice Cube.
I was trying to visualize, and I'm like, it was Ice Cube because he was the photographer, right?
Yeah.
And I know we haven't mentioned Jennifer Lopez because I don't think
goes without saying.
That wasn't her height.
So John Voight was the one bringing all the boys to the yard?
Yeah, that and the snake.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that and the snake.
801-438-7058.
Call right now, 801-438-7058. It's My Hearing Center right here on The Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Do you feel behind in your retirement planning? Call Teton Wealth Group now, 435-255-6331, and our team will create for you your own complimentary Ascent plan that will show you how you can have a retirement full of purpose, prosperity, and joy. Just call Teton Wealth Group, 435-255-6331. If you're anxious about your finances in retirement, call Teton Wealth Group at 435-255-6331 for your own Ascent plan. That's 435-255-6331.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, 5 o'clock, the Utah Mammoth in Boston to play the Bruins. The puck drops on 97.5 FM. And the BYU basketball team is home tonight, hosting the Pacific Tigers at 7 o'clock on 102.7 FM. The Mammoth are going back-to-back. They're going to be in Detroit again tomorrow night at 5:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Cozy up at the garden with winter flavors. Nothing says warm like buttery Lionhouse rolls and seasonal soups or fresh baked treats from cinnamon rolls, cookies, and daily hot cocoa. Make your season merry at the garden. Open late during the holidays. Visit thegardenslc.com.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, Hans, we're going to be on the road on Thursday. We will be with Sandy and the crew at Minky Couture, but not in Layton. No. We've always gone to Layton for Minky Couture. But no, we're going to Draper for our Minky Couture location. So make sure to stop by, say hi. And no more fist pumping, especially on the emails like, I love it. I'm so excited. Layton.
Is Draper the original home, though? Is that where and I were in a closet?
No, that was Layton, too. It was just at a different location up in Layton.
Oh, man. The first time we did a show for Minky Couture, Scotty and I showed up, they had our equipment set up in a little closet that was jam-packed with blankets.
Yeah.
And away from everybody. We couldn't even really turn in our chair.
No, we were shoulder to shoulder, literally.
And Sandy was just trying to Lloyd. Sandy was just trying to get this business rocking and rolling, and this lady walks by and says, they don't even need you here advertising.
Yeah,
she was just in there buying.
That mean old lady, yeah. She's no longer with us.
She was bugged by the sports conversation she was having to listen to.
So irate that these two big, ugly dudes were in her blanket business.
Kansas City Barbara?
Yeah, very similar.
Sandy doesn't even need you guys here.
Yeah, she's doing fine on her own.
Well, she was right. I mean, those blankets just sell themselves. They're so soft and cushy.
But we brought in a few of our dudes to go buy those blankets.
Yeah, we helped men understand that you can win at gifting.
Yes.
It doesn't just have to be a vacuum.
You're not going to let me forget about that one?
No, man. I can't believe you did that. How early in your marriage was that?
I don't know, probably year 8, 9.
See, you should be trained by then.
I know.
you were tough to potty train.
Yeah, I don't know. I blame my dad on that one. My dad one year for Mother's Day gave my mom a weed eater. And then she opened it up. She's like, "Oh!" And then he took it from her and gave it to me and goes, "Now get to work."
That's not true.
That's 1,000%.
Your dad gifted a weed eater to your mom, which was then put in your hand.
And then he took it from her while still in the box, and then gave it to me and said, "Now get it out there and get to work."
Elsie, you are the queen of all.
Yes.
To put up with what you've put up with. And the terrible gifting to have a weed eater on a very special day. Maybe she was like, "Oh, good. Now she sees you out working with a weed eater." Maybe she was happy about it.
I think she was. But that terrible gift giving came down and was passed down to me.
Darn it.
And look, my dad's the greatest human being on the planet. I learned so much from him. But we're not all perfect and everything. So, all right, Hans and Scotty, let's get to it. Lloyd, fire up that wheel.
Jazz Ticket Tuesday.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, and your chance to win tickets is right now.
Call this number now.
Call this number now.
Be caller number 12 at 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. And you'll be on your way to Delta Center to see the Utah Jazz.
He fires the three. He hits. Oh, don't do me like that.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-ZONE, and you win a pair of tickets. See the Jazz and the Orlando Magic coming up on Saturday, December 20th at the Delta Center. Again, be caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. All right, Lloyd, spin that wheel again.
Historic night.
It was, speaking of the Utah Jazz, a historic night last night in the Delta Center. Have you noticed, people get really fired up because they call it Delta Center, but people want to call it the Delta Center. And there's this weird, back and forth. People get really angry about that. Anyway, in the Delta Center last night, the Jazz end up getting the win. But if you turn on any national show, they'll talk about Cooper Flagg because he sets a record for the most points scored by a rookie in their rookie year in a single game. Cooper Flagg, 42 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists. Now, granted, that game did go into overtime, but Cooper Flagg setting the record, but the Jazz coming away with the victory thanks to Larry Markkinen. 33-16 for Larry, and the Jazz now 10-15 on the season. Hands just 5 games under 500. And are 7-7 at home after beating the Mavericks 140-133.
And if you were to start the postseason right now, they would be in a play-in game. Is that really what you want? Is that where you want to be, Lloyd? I don't know. It's just interesting because they're playing just good enough to make you worry a little bit. And I thought it was interesting, too, because there were a bunch of guys they didn't have in the lineup. I know they had Nurkic out and a couple of others that were out. I think Svi didn't play in that game. and they are able to go on and do what they're doing. I think that the story this year for me so far, and it's early, and you and I are going to be wrapping up our college football stuff. You're calling the Idaho Potato Bowl. I'm headed out to Orlando. We'll wrap this up, and then we really jump deep into the Jazz coverage. But I think to this point, the story for me is Keontae George.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I think it could be Lowry Marketing because he's on an all-star level production right now. But for me, it's Keontae George because now you're starting to wonder, what do you have? He goes 5 of 10 from 3 last night and helps push the Jazz over the top to get that OT win against Dallas. The story is Keontae George. I think the story is that the Jazz are probably too good for what they need to be right now because they've got 1 year left of conveyance.
Yep.
And they've got to avoid it. You can't get to the final year of this.
And then give it up.
And lose a top 8 pick.
Yeah. Yep. You're spot on. And now the schedule is going to ramp up dramatically coming up the end of this month and into January as well. The losses are going to come. But this team may not be as bad as we thought, and certainly is much, much better than what we saw last year when it was the worst team in the NBA record-wise.
Well, it's just a wild run. You know, you're 4-2 in the last 6.
Yeah.
And your 2 losses are against last year's champion and then New York. But you've got wins over Houston. You got wins over Memphis and Dallas. The other one was Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So it's a really nice stretch right now for the Utah Jazz. But you're right. I'm just looking at this. It does it. This thing tightens up. It gets really tough. Kind of all the way through the middle of January. It gets really tough.
All right. One more, Lloyd. Spin it.
Postseason awards for the T-Birds.
Hey, the FCS All-American team has been announced.
Uh-huh.
And let's give a shout-out to a couple guys from Southern Utah. Not one, but 2 Southern Utah T-Birds named to the FCS All-American team. Running back Josh Dye from Southern Utah, resident of Gilbert, Arizona, is on the first-team offense, and on the first-team defense from Southern Utah is Lando Brown from Garden, California, 5'11", 215-pound edge rusher, Lando Brown. So you got 2 T-Birds on the FCS All-American team. Nobody from Weber State. And I think there's only one other Big Sky player on the list, and that being an offensive lineman from Montana State, Titan Fleischman. And he's from Pocatello, Idaho. So there you go. Congratulations to those 2 guys. And I don't know, did you play with, I don't know if Joshua Dye, is his dad
James
Kidd? I don't know. Because you played with him, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, it
says he's from Gilbert, Arizona.
Then it wouldn't be.
Okay.
Because James is here in Utah. James is doing fantastic stuff in business here in Utah. We saw one of his sons at BYU.
Yeah.
So I'll have to look, but I don't think that's James' son. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked or surprised with that if it's that level of athleticism. But.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But, again, he is a All-American. That's awesome. Good for him. All right, Hans and Scotty, we'll wrap up this bad boy coming up next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Legend at Utah, the one and only Christian Cox.
What are your expectations for Morgan?
Complicated, right? I've never met anyone as passionate and as committed to how the Utah way of working, the Utah way of running a program. He's observed it. He's made a giant impact. I think he has the funding. Who's he going to hire? Who's he going to retain? Who are going to be his leaders? Because the leaders are the difference. If I go back in the 08 years, we had a young coaching staff, but like Kyle just plucked and had basically head coach material at position coaches. And so how can Morgan do that? And call me in 3 years or 4 years after my kids are a little older. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm up trying to throw my hat in the ring to go coach and be up at the U and contribute. And I think Morgan will get way more of that.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, folks, it is time for you to get a little Christmas shopping done. And what better gift to give your loved ones than a ribeye steak or a roast or a porterhouse steak? Yeah, you can have Bar W beef. Send that beef directly to you that you can gift, or send it to anybody in the state of Utah, and no shipping costs if it's anywhere in the state of Utah. And an order over $150 or more, I'm telling you, Hans, one of those packages shows up at your doorstep. Whoever sent it is immediately your favorite person.
Is there anything better to send?
No.
I can't think of it. As a man, I can't think of anything better to receive than a box of New York strip or a box of ribeyes, or in this case, a box of sirloin steaks. It's my go-to with Bar W beef. If I'm ordering steaks, I typically always order their sirloin. It's a really good price, and it's an incredible steak. Just the most bold and deep beef flavor you can get in beef. It's so good. But go order $150 in steaks. Send it to somebody that you love. I promise you it'll be a hit. They will love it. They'll stock their freezer with it. Scotty and I have made a couple of friends off of it.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. If you're trying to cushion a relationship, try to get on somebody's good side, Bar W Beef's going to do it for you. BarWbeef.com. That's BarWbeef.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, this is JJ here with KSL Sports. Utah, this is your shot. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game at Levi's Stadium on February 8th. I've been fortunate enough to have the chance to cover the big game multiple times. This has to be on your bucket list, and this is your chance to go. If you've ever dreamed of stepping into football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. It's easy to qualify. Just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask them about exclusive loan rate discounts and free upgrade packages. So get off the sidelines. What are you waiting for? Visit an Ivory model home today and enter for your chance to score the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. Don't miss this opportunity.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
Hey, Utah!
Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus. The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, The Sports Zone.
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you. Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, wrapping up another edition of the show. Matt's with us. We're live here at My Hearing Center, 801-438-7058. You know, we have a good time with Matt. Matt's a great dude, and we love coming by here. But look, we joke about hearing loss a little bit, but this is a serious matter, and we've talked about the science. In fact, where your hearing center is in your brain is right next to your memory. There's people that the more that they deal with hearing issues, it could affect things like memory loss and all kinds of issues down the line. Yeah, it's like my. Oh. There we go.
There we are. It's like my muscles. I'm not working out, and so what have they done? They've all atrophied.
Yeah.
Right. And the same thing with that hearing cortex. If it's not being utilized, if you can't hear, if you're not transmitting that sound from your ears to your brain to be interpreted, to actually understand what's being said, if it's not being used, it's atrophying, and the atrophying can bleed over into the memory cortex as well, which is adjacent and can lead to other conditions as well. In fact, they said that the number one thing that you can do will reduce your chances of developing Alzheimer's later in life. The number one thing you can do is to have your hearing checked and then treated if you have a hearing loss. That's the number one thing you can do to help reduce your risk of Alzheimer's up to 44%.
To prevent.
Reduce your risk.
To reduce the risk.
Yeah, they're not going to say not do, right? So it's still possible that you could have some depending on your genetics and other attributes.
But they've drawn direct correlation to hearing loss and
risk reduction.
Yeah, and not taking care of it to advancing into problems with Alzheimer's
dementia. Yeah.
Wow,
that's absolutely right. Yeah, and similar studies have been done to show you increased risk of anxiety and depression. On top of that, you're gonna have a lower total life income if you have a hearing loss. It's not treated while you're still in the working years. Quality of life goes down dramatically. There's a lot of reasons why you should have your hearing treated. And I think for me, those all supersede that. Is somebody going to see that I have a hearing aid and think that I look older?
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know, maybe. But
if you've got pride of that, and by the way, these hearing aids you can barely even tell.
That's right. We've got different models for different lifestyles and different individuals. We're going to find the hearing aid that's going to work best for you. At the end of the day, yeah, I do want you to have, not be self-conscious, but I also want you to be able to connect with your loved ones.
I like the ones that are just full inner ear now.
Yeah.
Because you've got hearing aids that just go to the inner ear. There is nothing to put above the ear or to the back of the ear. So there's a lot of different options. What is it? Are there a lot of people out there that have pretty significant hearing loss and still don't know it? Or do you think everybody's pretty self-aware?
I think if you're talking about significant, like a profound or severe hearing loss, I think most people, if they have a severe hearing loss, they know it. Most people that have like a mild to moderate hearing loss, it's really easy to blame it on other people because hearing loss happens gradually over time, and you just sometimes don't realize it's happening to you. So it's really easy to say, well, yeah, my grandkids mumble, or the TVs, the sound systems don't work like they used to, and it's the TV, or it's me, my wife, she started mumbling, or my husband started mumbling later in life, and it's really easy to say it's not me, it's everything else, until you have your hearing checked, right?
Yeah.
And then you can show you, and then demonstrate right in the office, right? Part of the evaluation will actually bring your hearing back to normal and have a conversation with you at normal hearing and show you the difference between where you're at today, present different different sounds, different words to you, and show you, hey, you only caught 20% of these words, while when we put your hearing back to normal, you caught 80-90% of these words. That's the difference. That's the value of having your hearing checked, so that you're engaging better.
Hans, from my perspective, I just didn't understand what hearing loss was.
Yeah.
Because I thought things just would gradually get quieter and quieter and quieter. Mm-hmm. But in reality, the volume's fine. It's just being able to decipher what's coming at you. Yep. And so that's what hearing loss was to me. Mm-hmm. It wasn't that everything just gradually got, I had to just pump up the volume on everything. It was, no, I need something to help decipher conversations in a crowded room.
Yeah, the term hearing loss is a bit of a misnomer. You think you can't hear. Mm-hmm. Well, you can hear sounds. You're just missing clarity, and often that is because you have a high-frequency hearing loss. Consonants, 80% of speech is in those higher-frequency sounds. And so if you're missing 80% of speech because you can't hear higher-frequency sounds, you're getting all the volume, but it's just jumbled up.
Yep.
Right? You're not able to decipher it. You're not getting the clarity.
And if you feel like you're falling in that category, or if you know of somebody, the hearing test is free, and they can get you in these hearing aids before the end of the year. So if you got flex spending you need to move, or if you've met your deductible or whatever the case is, 801-438-7058. That's 801-438-7058. You still have the 30 days to try them out. So if you don't like them, that's fine. Bring them on back. Or if you do like them, that's great too. Either way, you're walking away with a set of movie tickets. All for just calling 801-438-7058. Back with you tomorrow. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, it's Youngbloods Idols, the World Tour to the UCCU Center in Orem on May 13th, 2026. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season. At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Attention Jazz Nation, the long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself. I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, welcome on in, everybody. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us, Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Alex Napolis hitting the buttons back there. Who's got his arms crossed over? That's double button pushing right there. I mean, he's like literally DJing this thing right now. It's phenomenal.
It's like watching him play the drums.
I think he was just moving his hands around to look busy.
Those buttons don't do anything, do they?
Flurry of they're all dead. Lloyd's all don't let.
I gotta make it look like I'm doing something.
Lloyd's like, don't let the secret out. These buttons all do something. All right.
Oh, now we know how the sausage is made.
Listen, no, we couldn't do these shows without all the people that are around us, including the people listening. More importantly, the people who are listening to us. So thanks for being a part of the program today. Thanks for hanging out on a. JJ, we talk about this being like it's a downtime of the year. Certainly our lives have slowed down a little bit because we just don't have the local teams playing games every Saturday. We don't have media availability for our college football teams every week.
The football season is very demanding. And those of you listening, you're consuming more, right? So that's how it works. And it's starting to slow down a little bit because college football's come to a screeching halt. We do a lot with high school football as well, but the NFL is what's left. And, so our schedule's a little more open.
But think about what we've added onto our plates here also, because not only are the Jazz going and already to double-digit wins. You hear me out there?
And this team doesn't suck anymore.
Yeah, but.
Can I say that officially?
Yeah, but.
The Utah Jazz don't suck anymore.
How about.
They're good and they're fun to watch.
How about when Anthony Davis was a scratch? I went, oh, no, it's a tank off.
It kind of was.
It's a tank off. And you know what it was?
It was a fun tank off.
It was really fun because the Mavericks know the assignment a little bit. Not really. I mean, they've got their Cooper Flag. They've got Cooper Flag.
They don't need a tank anymore unless they're really interested in A.J. DeBonce.
But how amazing is it? I mean, they know they're not going to go immediately to, playoff status.
They probably know the odds of them winning the lottery again are slim to none.
Yeah, but they also know that they're not going to be top third of the league this year yet.
Not even close. So that's not a good team.
Right. And so then you go, hey, that's awesome. Get our rookie Cooper Flag, the 40-point game, the first person to ever do it. Why do the Jazz always have to be the team to be the fill in the blank they broke the scoring record on? Doesn't it feel like that?
Yeah, it does.
Kobe 60.
There's been some notorious Jazz killers over the years. Some random players that drop a ton of points on the Jazz. You're like, never heard of that guy.
Well, the thing is that all the headlines that you read, you would have thought to yourself, Cooper Flag scores 40, Mavericks win by 32. They lost to the Jazz, and Keontae George had 37 points. Now, that's not a sexy storyline.
Third-year guy, 33.
I know, third-year guy who's figuring it out. Was he the 16th overall pick from Baylor? 16th, right?
Yeah, he was, yep.
And I'm watching and I'm going.
One of the picks from the Rudy Gobert trade.
How amazing that this team is kind of. Now, that aside, we're going to get to a Jazz Daily in just a moment because I was blown away by last night's game for all sorts of reasons. But from a local standpoint, let's talk about, before we get into the cut, because I do want to. You know Eric Kerr very well. You've covered not just a lot of his games. You've also interviewed him, I don't know, a few dozen times at some point in your career now. And this is a guy who, in his stint in high school football here in the state of Utah, wherever he goes, he doesn't just win, he creates dynasties. Let me tell you who else did that. Joey McGuire in Texas.
Yes.
The Dodges, son and dad. Westlake High School down in Austin, Southlake Carroll up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Those guys are legends. And what do they do with those legends? They graduate them sometimes. to the next level. We talked about this during the state championship game when Corner Canyon notched their 6th out of the last 8 state championships, their second three-peat in this run. And we said, do you think Eric Kerr, do you think that'd be a fit at Weber State? And what did you tell me?
Yes, it would.
It wouldn't.
In
you
fact,
were like,
that would be a home run hire for the Weber State Wildcats.
It would be a slam dunk,
Perfect
a home run,
fit.
all the stuff.
He's got a son that plays there.
And I think the discussion was, yeah, but, and it was almost like how do you pull him away from the success he's having at Corner Canyon? I was like, what? This is Weber State, man. This is the next. You're going straight to Division I FCS football here.
That's a big jump.
That's a huge jump. Initial thoughts, because I know they're going to have a press conference with him later today, and we could probably talk about this at some point in the future too. But what does that do in terms of an upgrade from Mickey Mental, who was let go partway through the season, versus now with Eric Kerr, who's coming in from Corner Canyon High School?
So remember what Jay Hill did at Weber State for a decade, an incredible run. Jay Hill understood Utah. Jay Hill knew this state. He recruited this state. He's from this state. He played high school football in the state, college football in the state, coached in the state. Eric Kerr didn't play college or high school football and college football here in the state, but he's from Kemmer, Wyoming, and he's been here a long time, and he knows how important it is to build with talented kids here in Utah. He knows how good Utah kids are, just as Jay Hill did. And Eric Kerr is one of the great offensive minds I've ever been around and seen at any level.
Really?
I mean that.
Yeah.
What he's done at Corner Canyon is unbelievable. Why can't he build something like that at the FCS level? Built on the back with a backbone of Utah kids. Just as Jay Hill understood that, just as Gary Anderson understood that at Utah State, I believe Eric Kerr is going to go to Weber State. He's going to build 50% of that roster minimum on Utah kids. He's going to go out and get high-level quarterbacks, and he's going to run that offense that he's been running that's been successful with a number of kids. Remember, Zach Wilson and Jackson Dart are in the NFL. Those are his quarterbacks that he coached and mentored.
Bro.
Let me go through this list.
Hold on. Before you do, though, because my brain just went there. Not that I'd be the first person to think of it.
I know where you're going.
Why wouldn't number 11 from the University of Utah, who just hit the transfer portal, go straight back to his high school coach and run it back?
I have no idea what Isaac Wilson wants to do or what opportunities are presented to him, but there is no shame in Isaac Wilson going to Weber State,
reinventing himself,
reuniting with his coach, Eric Kerr, where he became a high school All-American, and duplicating that kind of success at the FCS level. There's no reason why Isaac Wilson should not want to take on the challenge of building a legacy at Weber State at that level. You can play FCS football and go on to the next level. Cam Ward is the number 1 overall pick. He played FCS football.
Yep.
Jack Kelly,
yeah,
who's going to be an NFL draft pick, played at Weber State. He started at Weber State.
Diego Pavia, New Mexico Military Institute.
JUCO.
Yeah.
Jake Retzloff, JUCO. Look, find where you can play and be successful. And what better place to do it for Isaac Wilson than with his former head coach at Corner Canyon in a state where he's from, where people are going to absolutely get behind him and love him, and he can be a hero at Weber State and take that program back to where they were during the Jay Hill era, which is competing in the FCS playoffs and making a run at a national championship. And I think Eric Kerr is absolutely built for this. This is a perfect job for him. This is a home run hire for Weber State. He knows Utah. He's going to get Utah kids. People say, "What? Corner Canyon recruiting, blah blah blah." No, they didn't have to recruit. Those kids wanted to be coached by Eric Kerr. High-level, 4-star kids wanted to be coached by Eric Kerr. They came to him. You don't think that's going to happen at the college level?
He's
the kind of coach that is such a high-level guy with the way he operates and the way he does things. High-level athletes want to be a part of what he does. They want to learn from him. They want to be coached from him. They want to be great. And he's a coach that is great and can make kids great.
Deliver all those.
What he did at the high school level, he can do at the college level. Huge moment for Weber State. If you're a Weber State fan, this is a big day for you because you're going to get back to doing what you did under Jay Hill. I promise you that.
I tell you, I had a conversation one time with a guy up at Weber State. My son was up there for a golf thing, and the guy, he said, "Hey, do you do the KSL Sports thing?" And I was like, "Yeah, I am." And he goes, "Next time you see Jay Hill, you tell him beep, 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 beep." Like, he was pissed. He was mad.
Good. You know
and
what? I'm okay with that.
I know. And I said,
you care.
I
You
said,
care about
well,
Weber State.
And he works up at the university, and he goes, "I've been working here for 25 years, and that guy, we thought he was loyal, And I was like, well, sometimes it's crazy. I said, aren't you kind of happy for him, though? Like, he's like, no, absolutely not. And I went, I get it. You want to guard your own bowl. When you're in a place like Weber State, you don't get the attention that everybody else does. I just thought. And so that guy, guess what? I think you guys got better today. I couldn't say that when they hired Mickey Menzel.
There's no doubt about it. And, Jay Hill was there for 10 years, and the honest answer is Jay Hill gave everything. He was there longer than he should have been.
Yeah.
He gave that school everything. So I love the guy's passion. He's wrong, but I love the guy's passion. And
he was so mad.
Weber State fans, you should be that way. It's your school.
I know.
You love that school. You love that program. You want a coach that's going to make you proud. You got one today.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We got ourselves that was just a little bit of an aside. We have such a short show today.
We're trying to jam a lot into an hour.
I'm doing like 2 segments each segment, okay? So our producer, Alex Napolis, is like, come on, you freaking guys. Like, get on to what we're going to talk about. And that's what we're going to do right now. So let's kick off the show officially after that little parting of what we were going to talk about initially. But here we go. Let's get right back into it. It's the cut, top of the show.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program, TRAJANwealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. TrajanWealth.com. Okay. So, of all the things that are going on today, of all the things that we've been keeping our eye on, of course, one of the things that piqued our interest yesterday, at the very end of the show, I was like, let's do this tomorrow. And here we are. And I want to talk about it. And the comment from Joel Klatt that hit the internet yesterday and sort of broke it, I wanted to sort of break down because I think that there's a lot of truth to a statement that got him a lot of heat. Because most of the time people compare the NCAA tournament as the gold standard of tournaments, of collegiate athletics, because, hey, you have this mix of Cinderellas clashing with giants, and anybody could win this tournament, or at the very least, you can make a run. And Joel Klatt, there is a lot of truth, I think, to some of the things he said, but here's the full comment, and I want you guys to listen to this, and then JJ, we'll jump in here, and you can give your thoughts on it too, because I want to get your thoughts on when he defamed your beloved NCAA tournament, because that's what he does. And here's what Joel Klatt said. And this was all based off of the college football playoff discussion. So catching strays are small programs. And weirdly enough, the NCAA tournament, here's what he said.
The reason the group of 5 is included in this playoff is to avoid antitrust litigation. That's it, guys. Like, we're not looking for a Cinderella. Nobody cares in football about James Madison or the equivalent of George Mason going. Didn't George Mason go to the Final Four or something like that? Nobody cares in football about that. We don't want Cinderellas. We want the best teams playing each other at the end. In fact, hot take. I mean, like the hottest of all takes that I've ever had in my entire life. The NCAA basketball tournament is a joke. It's the dumbest tournament and the least fair tournament in all of sports. We go and we put teams at odd times on neutral sites in a 1-game affair. Like, that doesn't crown a true champion. We're not doing anything that tells us who's the best team over the course of the entire season. If anything, the NCAA basketball tournament should act exactly like the old World Cup, which we should have groups. They should all get guaranteed 3 games. And they should be played at the higher seeds arena so that those seeds are rewarded for a quality game. And that way we don't just get to see, like, Kentucky one and done against George Mason or something like that. Well, that's stupid. That's stupid. Again, hottest of all takes, but that would make the NCAA basketball tournament far better. Neutral site, one and dones? What are we doing?
Yeah, you know who loves that, though, is CBS. I mean, it's great for CBS.
I guess.
Well,
it sucks for the fans.
CBS paid billions of dollars for it. Yeah. No, I'm with you.
True.
It doesn't determine I think more often than not, when we get our football national champion, you're able to look back and say, yeah, it's probably the best team all season. Or
and I think
close enough I'm comfortable with it. Yeah.
Yeah. The year Georgia missed a couple of years ago, I was like, when Michigan won,
yeah,
I was
maybe
like,
not.
man, that was a tough one when Bama beat them in the SEC championship game. But that's a hot take. So back to the group of five. I think that in order to separate it out, the group of five will have to be incentivized somehow, and specifically from a financial perspective, to go play their own championship. I think that would be better for them anyways. But if that doesn't happen and they get cut out of the finances, they will sue and will wind up in court, and they'll be in the playoff moving forward.
Okay, so two-parter here.
A lot of layers there, my goodness.
Let's just do the two big parts of it, which were, one, that the college football playoff doesn't need the group of five teams. This is a year that everybody already agrees with them, I think, a little bit.
It's a bad year for it to have this argument if you're trying to champion the group of five, because I don't think James Madison or Tulane are the best group of fives we've seen in a situation like this.
Yes. And, because we've had other teams that are 13-0, and we're looking at them,
technically Cincinnati a few years ago was a group of five that got in the four-team college football playoff.
And I get it. I don't think that it's shorting these teams. I do think that there is a quality level of football that is – the disparity is so big right now that it's hard to say. And then the teams you left out, including massive brands, that the TV powers would have loved to have seen instead of JMU and Tulane, they're going to be in this. So I'm kind of there with him when he said, dude, we don't, and I agree with that. We don't want Cinderellas. We won't want Cinderellas. We want the best football games possible. I agree with that. But I think inside of the 12 teams, there are the ones who you think don't have a chance. Even if it is a Notre Dame and BYU getting added into it, you'd look and you go, okay, there are these teams with the lowest odds. There's no way they're doing it, right? And then you look and you go, but the talent should be good enough that they could make a run. That's not the case with Tulane, and that's not the case with JMU. However, and then here's the second part to me. You have to look at the NCAA tournament. We've done the comparison thing too much. They are so far away from one another. They are so far distant from one another that you can't just go, well, the NCAA tournament and basketball, it's terrible. You know why? Because you have all these other teams. It's a totally different beast, not just from the sense of how many teams are playing, but what we love about it is we throw these teams on a neutral site at a weird time. That's the nature of the tournament. It's what makes it beautiful is you bring 68 teams and try to figure it out.
It's a true test.
And you and I said this because you have Cinderellas all the time. You know, you don't have at the end those Cinderellas winning the national championship.
Let me read the last 10 NCAA tournament champions and stop me when you get to one that shouldn't have won, that wasn't the best team in the country. Florida, UConn, Kansas, Baylor, Virginia, Villanova, North Carolina, Villanova, Duke. Where was the upset?
I didn't hear.
Where was the?
I thought UMBC won 2 of those national championships, right?
At what point did a Cinderella win it all?
Yeah, but this is the point. And I think when he says that, he goes, "It's not a
this
true
is
champion."
Where he's wrong.
Because I think once it gets to the Final Four, you have the best team still. Now, that regardless of that, his beef with the NCAA tournament, you need to look at it differently. And by the way, when he goes, nobody benefits from this. I mean, I guess CBS, and I'm like, CBS only pays billions of dollars because you and I and Joe Q viewer out there loves it.
People take work off on the Thursday and Friday
and
of
if
the
they're
NCAA
not,
tournament.
They have that fake spreadsheet open with the games on.
Yeah.
And it's awesome. It is a great, great tournament. And it is wholly different from this. Never compare the two.
They're apples and oranges.
The two sports aren't just different. The two bodies that are taking care of it are totally different. The two groups that are even the TV executives talking about these two things approach it very differently. This is a cash cow, the football side of things, from a very different perspective. The NCAA tournament is a cash cow from a very different perspective. It's different. It lives in a different world. However, I do agree with him that I don't like the idea of putting multiple group of 5 teams in when it just felt like even they knew that they weren't necessarily on that level.
I don't like Miami being in it.
Miami
I don't
is
think
not
they deserve
good
to be in it.
And to watch Mario Cristobal talk about like that it was some sort of a given, and when they make this run and everything, I'm like, I can't. I want Miami
head to head determines who's in the tournament. I guess Florida State deserves to be in the playoff because
I know.
they beat Alabama.
I read this Alabama stat today that kind of pissed me off because they were talking about the 3 SEC teams that are limping into the playoff out of the 5. They're like Texas A&M, kind of playing the worst football it's played all year. I know, but
Notre Dame, who missed the playoff.
Specifically, they were like, recently they're kind of struggling. They had to have a 27-point comeback against a 4-8 team.
Yeah, because their schedule wasn't great.
Right, and then they get beaten by a Texas team that, by the way, was well inferior to any of these other teams that are in the playoff. But the Alabama stat that was crazy was they hadn't beaten an opponent with a winning record since November 8th. They hadn't beaten a team with a winning record since November 8th.
Right.
What that means is beaten by Oklahoma at home, obviously, and all that. Blown out by Georgia in
the team you beat in October, right?
The SEC championship game, blown out by them. And to me, to look at that stat, I went, ugh, this feels yucky. Like, that's beyond backing in.
Yep.
You go back and you go, yeah, we were awesome back in October. So many other teams, like, that's not the case. That's not what we're looking for. So I get it. There's a lot of talent on all these rosters that can actually make it to where there's a reason the NFL is awesome. Every week you get in there and you go, man, the Browns put up a fight. Well, not this week. But, I mean, sometimes you go, man, that team put up a fight. Why? Because they're freaking athletes on those teams, and they are really good, and the coaches are the best, and blah, blah, blah. All those things come together to make it a 10-6 game when it should have been a 4. In college, we know when the 4 touchdown blowouts are going to happen between teams. And so I don't know what this playoff is going to bring coming up this weekend, but it will be a shame. But I want it to happen. I want the group of 5 teams to get absolutely embarrassed. You know why? Because even good teams last year were embarrassed, and they were blown out in the first rounds. I want to see those teams blown out, and then we look at them and we go, what are we doing? And then you look and you go, who are the teams that didn't make it in? Oh, geez, Notre Dame and BYU, I think they would have been better options at this point.
So then we go to 16 to try to get those teams in.
I still think shoehorning in those group of 5 teams is not the best option either.
But there are years where something special could have happened. The 2004 and 2008 Utes could have made a deep run in a playoff. Those TCU teams could have made a deep run. There are years where BYU could have got in and made some noise.
Yeah, I get it.
But when you shut those teams out, he mentioned it. Okay, well, if that's what we're going to do, okay, let's go. Let's break it off. You want Power 4 football? Let's do it. Let's rip the Band-Aid off. Group of 5 has their own championship like FCS. Power 4 has their own. But you can't even get the Power 4 on the same page. There isn't a Power 4. There's a Power 2. And then the Power 2 are arguing over who they think's better and more superior. They're not going to get on the same page. So we're never going to have that. The SEC is not going to relinquish their power and their brand and their prestige. The Big Ten's not going to do it either. The Big Ten has more money than the SEC. So who's going to win that fight? Who's got more money? This is all ultimately it comes down to it. This is all kind of broken. Who's going to fix it? And how are we going to fix it? And what are the solutions here? And who's going to make up those solutions? And how are those solutions going to get made without the people who have the most at stake making those decisions, which is the ones that make the money? ESPN and Fox.
Yeah, and then after that, the Big Ten and the SEC. Like those are the powers that be.
But to say to break off this power, you're going to break off and they're going to form the super conference. Well, the SEC's not going to give up their brand and who they are. The Big Ten's not going to do that.
Yeah.
So what is the super conference, and how are you going to talk the SEC and the Big Ten to giving up their brands?
All right. We've yelled about it enough. We've yelled about it enough. We got to take a break. Shortened show today. We have Jazz Daily coming up next. We're going to get you, of course, the update from last night's game and how that went down. They've been in overtime the last 2 games, and guess what? It was a thriller last night. Tons of points scored by a lot of young guys, and even the veteran Larry Markkinen getting involved in it, and the Jazz get the W at home against the Mavericks. But that was the secondary storyline. It was, wow, can you believe Cooper Flagg scored all those points? On Wednesday, that's tomorrow, it's a Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, it's going to be Youngblood's Idol, the Idols World Tour at the UCCU Center in Orem on May 13th, 2026. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com, but you can also get those tickets tomorrow when you listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day across all the shows. There you go. There's your Win Ticket Wednesday. We'll come back. We have Jazz Daily next, and I've got some Jazz tickets on a Jazz Ticket Tuesday to give away as well. So stay with us. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Usual early slowing on southbound I-15 going from Murray into Sandy. Plus, there's an accident approaching the 90th South exit on the northbound side. I-15 also has a crash over on the right shoulder near 13 South with delays going back to 21st South. Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check out the same website that has helped so many people drop weight, but also keep it off. This is a website with real results by real people. JJ, you and I consider ourselves real people, don't we?
As real as it gets.
As real as it gets.
Yeah, for better or worse.
The weight loss struggle's always been real. And right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is doing a massive amount of money off, the most we've ever seen. And you could take advantage of this and have the same program that dropped the weight for us, and you can too, but more importantly, it's going to keep it off.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity to lose weight and get a great deal doing it. $400 off this program. Look, you've probably tried everything. Diet, shots, shakes, even advice from so-called weight loss experts on Instagram. Some influencer on the gram told you to take this juice or something. None of that, right? You need to get on top of this and do it the right way. Don't risk your health or your hard-earned money with advice from strangers online. This is a doctor-developed program that has helped thousands of real people with busy lives, just like me and Alex. Lose the weight and keep it off for good. Get expert guidance with a proven plan to lose 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 60 days. Ozempic-like results, and then they're going to help you keep it off as well. Lowest prices of the year right now. $400 off through December 31st only. Go to slcfatloss.com to learn more. That's slcfatloss.com.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at bfa.com/cardfwc26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
What time is it?
Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
10 on the shot clock. Lowry isolated right wing on Christie. Swings through to his right. Double team comes. He shoots over the top. He hits! Oh, filthy from Lowry marketed. Deontay now rolls off Lowry. Rises, fires. Pow! Keontae George. 3-ball, no. Markkanen soaring high above the mountains. Pierce down on the Wasatch front and rim rocks it home. And the Jazz are going to grab this one.
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everyone. A shortened edition of JJ and Alex as we're going to bring you your Utah Mammoth pregame coming up at the top of the hour. So we're jamming everything in here that we can. It's our Jazz Daily. It's also a Jazz Ticket Tuesday, so we're going to give away some Jazz tickets right now. Be calling number 12 to 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-9663. You get a pair of tickets to see the Jazz and the Magic coming up on Saturday at Delta Center. That's a 7:30 tip that day. So there you go. Just be calling number 12, 801-575-ZONE. I was watching this game last night. I got to see the second half. I was sort of monitoring it when I was hanging out with the kids, watching some, looking at some Christmas lights. And I said, and my kid goes, hey, what's the score? I go, ooh, it's a high-scoring game here at the half. Not a lot of defense, 75-71. And he was like, who scored when did the Jazz score the most points? I go, funny you ask, this year. I mean, maybe it was the second or third highest, but it was 154 in regulation, right? This team can score.
Yep.
And the teams can score on them. I'll tell you what, the Jazz get the win in overtime. And the whole second half, maybe it felt like this for you. I'm watching it, and I'm like, it just kept being between 5. They were down by 5 or down by 9 or down by 7 or down by 6, and they couldn't. It just kept going up that way. And once I got to like 115, it was like 115 to 111. I'm like, they don't have what it takes to get it over the top, and I'm fine with it. Perfect. Because Keontae was having a good night. Lowry was having a good night. Cooper Flagg was going nuts, and that was kind of fun for everybody in attendance, I think, at Delta Center, right?
Yeah.
To watch that whole thing.
You came to watch Cooper Flagg last night, right?
Look, you got 270 points scored. You know what I mean? Like, this was awesome.
You got an extra 5 minutes.
Come on, yes.
Bonus basketball.
For the last 2 games, the Jazz have won both of them in overtime. I told you this is a team that likes to win in overtime, JJ. However, let me give you some numbers because it wasn't just Cooper Flagg's 40 points, but the Jazz, on their side of things, to see the numbers that Lowry Markkanen put up, How about a full 40 minutes from Lowry? That's pretty darn good.
Dang.
33 points in those 40 minutes, 16 rebounds. What a freaking night for Lowry.
Yeah.
And on any regular night, you'd go, holy cow, that's amazing.
And he only shot 1 of 6 from 3.
Keontae George goes 37, 6, and 5. Great night for him. I think that the 6 is the real difference, too, for this guy. You weren't even seeing him on nights that he'd get 14 points, get 6 assists last year.
How many turnovers did he have last night?
Oh, that was his biggest rip. I don't know how many did he have.
Just 2.
See, the turnover
6-to-2 turnover assist to turnover
oh, my
ratio.
Goodness.
That's elite.
It's night and day. However, let me bring you some numbers. When Lauri Markkanen was on the floor, the Jazz were plus 27. Okay? Cody Williams was on the floor there, plus 15. Like, these guys
that was the biggest shock of the night.
That's crazy. He had 22 minutes, first of all.
He was great.
And went for 11. Yeah. And so last night, to me, I know that everybody wonders, what are you doing? You just won your 10th game. You know when they won we looked it up. You know when they won their 10th game last year? January 12th. They're a month ahead of schedule. I say ahead of schedule. What schedule do you want them to be on? Are people disappointed?
I know what schedule the Oklahoma City Thunder want them to be on.
Yeah, they're cheering them on. Yeah, man.
Sam Presti's in his office right now.
Hook it up.
Go,
Why
Jazz,
not?
go.
That's what I'm saying. So, in the end, though, when you see a night like last night, all you can do is take it on it for face value. Because I don't want to have to worry about the behind-the-scenes front office stuff and whether or not you want this. So you're really going to tell me after all the bickering and moaning that we did during the offseason that we're going to ask this Jazz team to slow it down and to stop winning? It's hard because we know what's at stake. However, are you going to negotiate that against the development of Keontae George, against Bryce Sensabaugh, against the development, who, by the way, Bryce Sensabaugh, he needed those 22 minutes last night. He did not have a great night. Like, I'm still waiting for those moments. Ace Bailey got 24 minutes. He's still trying to find himself night after night. But those are the things you're going to get game in and game out anyway. Those guys developing. When Lauri Markkanen and Keontae George are showing you a little bit of a glimpse into the future, then stop asking for losses in a moment when this team is winning games and you paid to go watch that team play good basketball and they won that freaking game in overtime last night. I don't want to hear from fans anymore like we got to stop winning. I don't like living in that version anyway. So let me have this. You know what I mean?
This is a lot more fun than last year, right?
Already.
They're more competitive. They're even games they're not winning, it's close. You're seeing a player that the Jazz drafted with a pick that they acquired in that Rudy Gobert trade become a star in front of your own eyes right now. Keontae George is playing elite basketball. He's averaging over 20 points per game. This is back-to-back games where he's scored more than 30 points. 37 last night. He was right there with Cooper Flagg as far as who was the best player in the game, right?
He's got 76 points in his last 2 games. Keontae George, if I would have told you at the beginning of the year he's going to have a stretch where he goes 39 and 37, we would have never believed it.
Coming off the bench?
Well, we would have assumed also that that those were flukes. He's been playing well all year, with the exception of a couple games here and there. And he was the reverse. And we've talked about it all year. He's the biggest surprise, and he's only gotten better these last 2
games. I also need to mention Kyle Filipowski's game last night. 25 points, 9 rebounds. Everyone's talking about the other Duke player when he was like, talk about me. Kyle Filipowski went out there and had a night that got attention on a night where Cooper Flagg was getting a lot of attention.
Yeah.
He stepped up. They don't win that game last night without Kyle Filipowski and what he was able to do. There's so many bright spots for this Jazz team, and if you're a Jazz fan, this is what you wanted. You wanted this team to start getting these players in the draft, acquiring these young, talented players, and then seeing which players are going to emerge as the next generation of Utah Jazz players. They're trying to build something here. It takes time, requires patience. There's been a lot of pain. We knew that. Ryan Smith warned us. There's going to be a lot of pain.
He warned us.
And we're willing to take whatever pain we have to get where we want to go. They're starting to get on the other side of that. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. Now, I would love to see them still get that shot at a number 1 pick next year because that draft class is too good. So I don't want them to win too many games. But you don't have to worry about that. This is all even out. The Jazz are still going to be in that picture. They're not going to give up that pick, but there's still no reason to completely gut it and say, we're going to stink and we're not going to try. Because what does that teach your young players, and what does that do for your franchise? You need to maintain a culture of winning while you're rebuilding. And I give Will Hardy a lot of credit for doing that as a head coach. And I think that's why he has so much respect around the league, because those around the league are watching what he's doing in Utah with the challenges that have been placed in front of him that aren't his fault, and how he's managed that and how he's maintained a culture is pretty impressive. The Jazz are on the right track. Are you worried about losing the draft pick? Sure. But what are we doing here? You're trying to win basketball games. You're trying to get better. And if you're not enjoying the growth you're seeing with this team, I don't know what to tell you.
Let's take another break here. We'll come back. Before we do, I want to remind you that, of course, our Hercules Hero of the Week program marches on, and you can nominate your Hercules Hero of the Week just at KSLSports.com/contest. All year long, we honor the people who are awesome youth sports volunteers in your neck of the woods, somebody who goes that extra mile without the fanfare. We want to give them a little bit of fanfare, and we read those winners off every Thursday. Just go to KSLSports.com/contest, and those winners also get a prize from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, both of whom are great sponsors of the Hercules Hero of the Week program. We'll come back. We'll get you ready for the Mammoth and the Boston Bruins coming up at the top of the hour. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham. It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah with a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way. Incredible! Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Whitt prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on The Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
Sports fans, Ivory Homes wants to send you to the big game. 2 tickets to the big game Sunday, February 8th, 2026. You know what game I'm talking about. Yes, in Santa Clara, California. Hotel included, 2-night stay, plus a $2,000 gift card for travel expenses and fun. Don't miss out on this opportunity to have the opportunity of a lifetime. Register at ivoryhomes.com/super. This is how you get entered to win this ticket giveaway package. ivoryhomes.com/super. And then visit any Ivory Homes model home. Plenty around the valley here in the Wasatch Front. Scan the QR code at home, and you're entered. The more model homes you visit, the more entries you earn. Take your wife out for a date night. Go check out all the new Ivory Homes models, and then register to win while you're there. A winner selected from all the entries will be notified on January 31st, 2026. So get in the game. And while you're there, learn about Ivory Homes Smart Home Buyer Guarantee. It's a program offered by Utah home builder Ivory Homes to help buyers purchase a new home before selling their existing property. A lot of you want to get into that new home or that bigger home or whatever you need. They can help you do that. The program aims to streamline the complex process of selling and buying simultaneously by offering solutions such as a guaranteed sale or a guaranteed lease on the current home. There's a lot of key features of the Smart Move Guarantee. Go check them out at one of those Ivory Home models right now. Go check them out. Start at the website, though. Here's where you get started. ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Smarter clean in half the time. Brought to you by Swiffer Power Mop. Tired of the mop and bucket struggle? The Swiffer Power Mop gives you a mop and bucket clean without all the extra work. It's an all-in-one cleaning tool that mops smarter, not harder. With built-in solution that breaks down dirt and grime. And a pad with over 300 scrubbing strips to absorb and lock sticky messes. It even gets into places a regular mop can't. And leaves your home smelling fresh for hours. Try the Swiffer Power Mop today. Love it or your money back.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas, like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
Do you feel behind in your retirement planning? Call Teton Wealth Group now, 435-255-6331, and our team will create for you your own complimentary Ascent plan that will show you how you can have a retirement full of purpose, prosperity, and joy. Just call Teton Wealth Group, 435-255-6331. If you're anxious about your finances in retirement, call Teton Wealth Group at 435-255-6331 for your own Ascent plan. That's 435-255-6331.
The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're 30 seconds into OT. Mammoth get the puck back. Dylan Gunther starts accelerating across the blue line. Gunther pulls the trigger and scores! Dylan Gunther does it again! Another OT winner for Gunner. And Utah takes it 5-4 in overtime here in Pittsburgh.
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. We have a shortened show today. That means we only had an hour with you. We appreciate you joining us. We're going to get you also up to the top of the hour with some Utah Mammoth versus Boston Bruins action out at TD Garden in Boston. The Mammoth hoping to keep this thing going. I told you I was in that nonsensical conversation at one point in one of the media scrums for something where a couple of media guys are fighting over what a win streak was and what their editors could call a win streak and everything.
Yeah,
and they were bickering over one, and it was all after the BYU Utah game where I was like, well, I mean, is it a win streak if they only won 2? No, 3 is officially a win streak. So that was like I'll allow it at 3. So tonight, the official editor-approved win streak could be happening for this Utah Mammoth team. Don't call it a win streak at 2. Regardless, JJ, this Mammoth team needs to string together more of these wins. The more they can do this without Logan Cooley, I think is even more, one, instructive, and 2, extremely beneficial, obviously, because then when you get him back, however long that takes to get the chemistry back and all that, and him to get back into ice shape and all those things, who knows if it's even this season. But, man, they've been playing great hockey right now. Even if it's been a little bit sloppy, they've been able to be the ones that come out on top. And Boston's a beatable team, even in TD Garden.
They're a good team, but they're a beatable team. Here's another thing I like as far as the Mammoth go. They've been on the road here, business as usual for them. Boston's coming back from a road trip, and sometimes that's a good team to catch.
Is it a back-to-back, too? That'd be nice.
They lost to the Wild.
Either way, they're coming back after.
When was that?
They're coming back after being out of the road.
Correct.
So
yeah.
If it was the Wild,
it's just 2 nights ago.
Yeah, if it was the Wild,
they lost in Minnesota 2 nights ago, and now they're back home. The Mammoth are in their groove. They're on the road. They're comfortable doing this. They're coming off a nice win, big rally over the Penguins. I like the Mammoth to pull one off here tonight. They're not going to be favored for sure, but I think they're going to steal one in Boston.
I think you've had what did Carconi have? 2 goals the other night.
Yeah.
It's guys like him who are showing up that you're going, okay, those you need extra from these peripheral guys, right?
Yeah.
You're Dylan Gunther scoring the game winners in overtime. Like, those are things that you pay him the big bucks for. The great defending by Sergachev, that's what you pay the big money for. You get the great goaltending by Veggie, but who's going to be that name that's going to not just arrive tonight? I think that having guys on this team and the whole roster, top to bottom, kind of being not just bought in, but fully on board with this team trying to figure some things out. I think they're fighting a little bit so that people don't talk more about where they're at, in the standings and everything. They've played more games than everybody else in the West to this point, so it's been a tiring season. They're still in the middle of this. They're still in the middle of this thing, and man, they got to crawl back some of those. They got to claw back some of those points if they're going to be taken seriously the rest of the way here. By the way, I wanted to mention you can join Hans and Scotty on KSL Sports every day, of course, noon to 3. But they're going to be at Mickey Couture on Thursday from noon to 3. So join them there. Mickey Couture has you covered this holiday season. The best gift ever. Visit MickeyCouture.com. It is the Mammoth versus the Bruins up next right here on the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, it's Youngbloods Idols, the World Tour to the UCCU Center in Orem on May 13, 2026. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
SLC Fat Loss, SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check it out for yourself. You can get a free 15-minute phone consultation, and let me encourage you to do that. You can even go on their website, SLC Fat Loss, and see the same program that JJ and I have lost a bunch of weight on and kept it off. We started this journey back in April of 24, so we're turning the corner into 26, almost 2 years on this program, and it's not just about taking the weight off, JJ. It's been about keeping it off, which has been the biggest success story for me. You can call them with that free phone consultation and say, hey, how does this work? They'll walk you through it, and you're going to save the most money you ever have.
Yeah, save $400 off right now through December 31st if you want to join this program. Tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You'll get that deal. They know the secret to losing up to a pound of fat every day without injections or surgery or even exercising. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays, but do it. It's going to help reset your metabolism, and it's going to help you keep the weight off for good. It worked for me. It worked for Alex. It'll work for you. SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's